Section 1 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1 by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The Resurrection of Lazarus, Pierre Abelard. Pierre Abelard, 1079 to 1142. Abelard's reputation for oratory and for scholarship was so great that he attracted hearers and disciples from all quarters. They encamped around him like an army, and listened to him with such eagerness that the jealousy of some and the honest apprehension of others were excited by the boldness with which he handled religious subjects. He has been called the originator of modern rationalism, and though he was apparently worsted in this contest with his great rival St. Bernard, he remains the most real and living personality among the great pulpit orators of the Middle Ages. This is due in large part, no doubt, to his connection with the unfortunate Eloise. That story, one of the most romantic, as it is one of the saddest of human history, must be passed over with a mere mention of the fact that it gave occasion for a number of the sermons of Abelard which have come down to us. Several of those were preached in the convent of the Paraclete, of which Eloise became abbess, where, in his old age, her former lover, broken with the load of a life of most extraordinary sorrows, went to die. These sermons do not suggest the fire and force with which the young Abelard appealed to France, compelling its admiration, even in exciting its alarm, but they prevented him from being a mere name as an orator. He was born near Nantes, A.D. 1079. At his death in 1142, he was buried in the convent of the Paraclete, where the body of Eloise was afterwards buried at his side. The extracts from his sermons here given were translated by Reverend J. M. Neal of Sackville College from the first collected edition of the works of Abelard, published at Paris in 1616. There are 32 such sermons extant. They were preached in Latin, or at least they have come down to us in that language. The Resurrection of Lazarus. The Lord performed that miracle once for all in the body, which much more blessedly he performs every day in the souls of penitents. He restored Lazarus to life, but it was a temporal life, one that would die again. He bestows life on the penitent, life, but it is life that will remain, world without end. The one is wonderful in the eyes of men, the other is far more wonderful in the judgment of the faithful, and in that it is so much the greater, by so much the more is it to be sought. This is written of Lazarus, not for Lazarus himself, but for us and to us. Whatsoever things, saith the Apostle, were written of old, were written for our learning. The Lord called Lazarus once, and he was raised from temporal death. He calls us often that we may rise from the death of the soul. He said to him once, Come forth, and immediately he came forth at one command of the Lord. The Lord every day invites us by Scripture to confession, exhorts us to amendment, promises the life which is prepared for us by him who willeth not the death of a sinner. We neglect his call, we despise his invitation, we contemn his promise. Placed between God and the devil, as between a father and a foe, we prefer the enticement of the enemy to a father's warning. We are not ignorant, says the Apostle, of the devices of Satan, the devices, I say, by which he induces us to sin and keeps us back from repentance. Suggesting sin, he deprives us of two things by which the best assistance might be offered to us, namely shame and fear. For that which we avoid either through fear of some loss or through the reverence of shame. When therefore Satan impels anyone to sin, he easily accomplishes the object, if, as we have said, he first deprives him of fear and shame. And when he has effected that, he restores the same things, but in another sense, which he has taken away, that so he may keep back the sinner from confession and make him die in his sin. Then he secretly whispers into his soul, Priests are light-minded, and it is a difficult thing to check the tongue. If you tell this or that to them, it cannot remain a secret, and when it shall have been published abroad, you will incur the danger of losing your good character, or bearing some injury, and being confounded from your own vileness. Thus the devil deceives that wretched man. He first takes from him that by which he ought to avoid sin, and then restores the same thing, and by it retains him in sin. His captive fears temporal and not spiritual evil. He is ashamed before men, and despises God. He is ashamed that things should come to the knowledge of men which he was not ashamed to commit in the sight of God, and of the whole heavenly host. He trembles at the judgment of man, and he has no respect to that of God. Of which the Apostle says, It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God, and the truth saith himself, Fear not them that kill the body, and after that have no more they can do, but fear him rather who can cast body and soul into hell. There are diseases of the soul as there are of the body, and therefore the divine mercy has provided beforehand physicians for both. Our Lord Jesus Christ saith, I came not to call the righteous but sinners to repentance. His priests now hold his place in the church, to whom, as unto physicians of the soul, we ought to confess our sins, that we may receive from them the plaster of satisfaction. He that fears the death of the body, in whatever part of the body he may suffer, however much he may be ashamed of the disease, makes no delay in revealing it to the physician and setting it forth, so that it may be cured. However rough, however hard may be the remedy, he avoids it not, so that he may escape death. Whatever he has that is most precious, he makes no hesitation in giving it, if only for a little while he may put off the death of the body. What then ought we to do for the death of the soul? For this, however terrible, may be forever prevented. Without such great labour, without such great expense. The Lord seeks us ourselves, and not what is ours. He stands in no need of our wealth, who bestows all things. For it is he to whom it is said, My goods are nothing unto thee. With him a man is by so much the greater, as in his own judgment he is less. With him a man is as much the more righteous, as in his own opinion he is the more guilty. In his eyes we hide our faults all the more that here by confession we manifest them. End of section 1. Section 2 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, from the earliest period to the present time, Volume 1 by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The last entry into Jerusalem, Pierre, Abelard. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. That is, he entered Jerusalem. Yet now he entered not Jerusalem, which by interpretation is the vision of peace, but the home of tyranny. For now the elders of the city have so manifestly conspired against him that he can no longer find a place of refuge within it. This is not to be attributed to his helplessness, but to his patience. He could be harboured there securely, seeing that no one can do him harm by violence, and that he has the power to incline the hearts of men whither he wills. For in that same city he freely did whatever he willed to do, and when he sent his disciples thither, and commanded them that they should loose the ass and the colt, and bring them to him, and said that no man would forbid them, he accomplished that which he said, although he was not ignorant of the conspiracy against himself. Of which he saith to his disciples whom he sends, Go ye into the castle over against you, that is, to the place which is equally opposed to God and to you, no longer to be called a city, an assembly of men living under the law, but a castle of tyrannical fortification. Go confidently, saith he, into the place, though such it is, and though it is therefore opposed to you, and do with all security that which I command you. Whence he adds also, And if any man say aught unto you, say that the Lord hath need of them, and he will straightway send them away. A wonderful confidence of power, as if the Lord, using his own right of command, lays his own injunction on those whom he knows already to have conspired for his death. Thus he commands, thus he enjoins, thus he compels obedience. Nor do they who are sent hesitate in accomplishing that which is laid upon them, confident as they are in the strength of the power of him who sends them. By that power they who were chiefly concerned in this conspiracy had been more than once ejected from the temple, where many were not able to resist one. And they too, after this ejection and conspiracy, as we have said, when he was daily teaching in the temple, knew how intrepid he showed himself to be, into whose hands the Father had given all things. And last of all, when he desired to celebrate the Passover in the same night in which he had foreordained to be betrayed, he again sent his disciples whither he willed, and prepared a home for himself in the city itself, wherein he might keep the feast. He then, who so often showed his power in such things as these, now also, if he had desired it, could have prepared a home wherever he would, and had no need to return to Bethany. Therefore he did these two things intentionally. He showed that they whom he avoided were unworthy of his dwelling among them, and he gave himself in the last hours of his life to his beloved hosts, that they might have their own reception of him as the reward of their hospitality. End of section 2. Section 3 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The Divine Tragedy, Pierre Abelard. Whether therefore Christ is spoken of as about to be crowned or about to be crucified, it is said that he went forth, to signify that the Jews who were guilty of so great wickedness against him were given over to reprobation, and that his grace would now pass to the vast extent of the Gentiles, where the salvation of the cross and his own exaltation by the gain of many people, in the place of the one nation of the Jews, has extended itself. Whence also today we rightly go forth to adore the cross in the open plain, showing mystically that both glory and salvation had departed from the Jews, and had spread themselves among the Gentiles. But in that we afterwards returned in procession to the place whence we had set forth, we signify that in the end of the world the grace of God will return to the Jews, namely when, by the preaching of Enoch and Elijah, they shall be converted to him. Whence the Apostle, I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, that blindness in part has fallen upon Israel, until the fullness of the Gentiles shall come, and so all Israel shall be saved. Whence the place itself of Calvary, where the Lord was crucified, is now, as we know, contained in the city, whereas formerly it was without the walls. The crown wherewith his mother crowned him in the day of his espousals, and in the day of the gladness of his heart. For thus kings are wont to exhibit their glory when they betroth queens to themselves, and celebrate the solemnities of their nuptials. Now the day of the Lord's crucifixion was, as it were, the day of his betrothal, because it was then that he associated the church to himself as his bride, and on the same day descended into hell, and setting free the souls of the faithful, accomplished in them that which he had promised to the thief. Verily, I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Today, he says, of the gladness of his heart, because in his body he suffered the torture of pain, but while the flesh inflicted on him torments through the outward violence of men, his soul was filled with joy on account of our salvation, which he thus brought to pass. Whence also, when he went forth to his crucifixion, he stilled the women that were lamenting him, and said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and your children. As if he said, Grieve not for me in these my sufferings, as if by their means I should fall into any real destruction, but rather lament for that heavy vengeance which hangs over you and your children, because of that which they have committed against me. So we also, brethren, should rather weep for ourselves than for him, and for the faults which we have committed, not for the punishments which he bore. Let us so rejoice with him and for him, as to grieve for our own offences, and for that the guilty servant committed the transgression, while the innocent Lord bore the punishment. He taught us to weep, who is never said to have wept for himself, though he wept for Lazarus when about to raise him from the dead. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The States in the Union. Charles Francis Adams, 1807 to 1886. The son of one President of the United States and the grandson of another, Charles Francis Adams won for himself in his own right a position of prominence in the history of his times. He studied law in the office of Daniel Webster, and after beginning practice, was drawn into public life by his election to the Massachusetts legislature, in which he served from 1831 to 1838. A Whig in politics until the slavery issue became prominent, he was nominated for vice president on the Free Soil ticket with Van Buren in 1848. The Republican Party, which grew out of the Free Soil movement, elected him to Congress as a representative of the 3rd Massachusetts District in 1858 and re-elected him in 1860. In 1861, President Lincoln appointed him minister to England, and he filled with credit that place which had been filled by his father and grandfather before him. He died November 21st, 1886, leaving besides his own speeches and essays an edition of the works of John and John Quincy Adams in 22 volumes octavo. The States and the Union, delivered in the House of Representatives, January 31st, 1861. I confess, Mr. Speaker, that I should be very jealous, as a citizen of Massachusetts, of any attempt on the part of Virginia, for example, to propose an amendment to the Constitution designed to rescind or abolish the Bill of Rights prefixed to our own form of government. Yet I cannot see why such a proposition would be more unjustifiable than any counter-proposition to abolish slavery in Virginia as coming from Massachusetts. If I have in any way succeeded in mastering the primary elements of our forms of government, the first and fundamental idea is the reservation to the people of the respective states of every power of regulating their own affairs not specifically surrendered in the Constitution. The security of the state governments depends upon the fidelity with which this principle is observed. Even the intimation of any such interference as I have mentioned by way of example could not be made in earnest without at once shaking the entire foundation of the whole confederated Union. No man shall exceed me in jealousy of affection for the state rights of Massachusetts. So far as I remember, nothing of this kind was ever thought of heretofore, and I see no reason to apprehend that what has not happened thus far will be more likely to happen hereafter. But if the time ever come when it does occur, I shall believe the dissolution of the system to be much more certain than I do at this moment. For these reasons, I cannot imagine that there is the smallest foundation for uneasiness about the intentions of any considerable number of men in the free states to interfere in any manner whatever with slavery in the states, much less by the hopeless mode of amending the Constitution. To me it looks like panic, pure panic. How, then, is it to be treated? Is it to be neglected or ridiculed? Not at all. If a child in the nursery be frightened by the idea of a spectre, common humanity would prompt an effort by kindness to assuage the alarm. But in cases where the same feeling pervades the bosoms of multitudes of men, this imaginary evil grows up at once into a gigantic reality, and must be dealt with as such. It is at all times difficult to legislate against a possibility. The committee have reported a proposition intended to meet this case. It is a form of amendment of the Constitution which, in substance, takes away no rights whatever which the free states ever should attempt to use, whilst it vests exclusively in the slave states the right to use them or not, as they shall think proper, the whole treatment of the subject to which they relate being conceded to be a matter of common interest to them, exclusively within their jurisdiction and subject to their control. A time may arrive, in the course of years, when they will themselves desire some act of interference in a friendly and beneficent spirit. If so, they have the power reserved to them of initiating the very form in which it would be most welcome. If not, they have a security, so long as this government shall endure, that no sister state shall dictate any change against their will. I have now considered all the alleged grievances which have thus far been brought to our attention. First, the personal liberty laws which never freed a slave. Second, exclusion from a territory which slaveholders will never desire to occupy. Third, apprehension of an event which will never take place. For the sake of these three causes of complaint, all of them utterly without practical result, the slave-holding states, unquestionably the weakest section of this great confederacy, are voluntarily and precipitately surrendering the realities of solid power woven into the very texture of a government that now keeps 19 million freemen, willing to tolerate and, in one sense, to shelter institutions which, but for that, would meet with no more sympathy among them than they now do in the remainder of the civilized world. For my own part, I must declare that, even supposing these alleged grievances to be more real than I represent them, I think the measures of the committee dispose of them effectually and forever. They contribute directly all that can be legitimately done by Congress, and they recommend it to the legislatures of the states to accomplish the remainder. Why, then, is it that harmony is not restored? The answer is that you are not satisfied with this settlement, however complete. You must have more guarantees in the Constitution. You must make the protection and extension of slavery in the territories now existing, and hereafter to be acquired, a cardinal doctrine of our great charter. Without that, you are determined to dissolve the Union. How stands the case, then? We offer to settle the question finally in all of the present territory that you claim, by giving you every chance of establishing slavery that you have any right to require of us. You decline to take the offer, because you fear it will do you no good. Slavery will not go there. But if that be true, what is the use of asking for the protection anyhow, much less in the Constitution? Why require protection where you will have nothing to protect? All you appear to desire it for is New Mexico. Nothing else is left. Yet you will not accept New Mexico at once, because 10 years of experience have proved to you that protection has been of no use thus far. But, if so, how can you expect that it will be of so much more use hereafter as to make it worth dissolving the Union? But if we pass to the other condition, is it any more reasonable? Are we going to fight because we cannot agree upon the mode of disposing of our neighbors' lands? Are we to break up the union of these states, cemented by so many years of common sufferings, and resplendent with so many years of common glory, because it is insisted that we should incorporate into what we regard as the charter of our freedom a proclamation to the civilized world that we intend to grasp the territory of other nations whenever we can do it, for the purpose of putting into it certain institutions which some of us disapprove, and that, too, whether the people inhabiting that territory themselves approve of it or not? I am almost inclined to believe that they who first contrived this demand must have done so for the sake of presenting a condition which they knew beforehand must be rejected, or which, if accepted, must humiliate us in the dust forever. In point of fact, this proposal covers no question of immediate moment which may not be settled by another and less obnoxious one. Why is it then persevered in and the other rejected? The answer is obvious. You want the Union dissolved. You want to make it impossible for honorable men to become reconciled. If it be indeed so, then on you and you alone shall rest the responsibility of what may follow. If the Union be broken up, the reason why it happened shall remain on record forever. It was because you rejected one form of settling a question which might be offered and accepted with honor, in order to insist upon another which you knew we could not accept without disgrace. I answer for myself only when I say that, if the alternative to the salvation of the Union be only that the people of the United States shall, before the Christian nations of the earth, print in broad letters upon the front of their charter of republican government the dogma of a slave propagandism over the remainder of the countries of the world, I will not consent to brand myself with what I deem such disgrace, let the consequences be what they may. But it is said that this answer closes the door of reconciliation. The slave-holding states will secede. And what then? This brings me to the last point which I desire to touch today, the proper course for the government to pursue in the face of these difficulties. Some of the friends with whom I act have not hesitated to express themselves in favor of coercion, and they have drawn very gloomy pictures of the fatal consequences to the prosperity and security of the whole Union that must ensue. For my own sake, I am glad that I do not partake so largely in these fears. I see no obstacle to the regular continuance of the government in not less than 20 states, and perhaps more, the inhabitants of which have not in a moment been deprived of that peculiar practical wisdom in the management of their affairs which is the secret of their past success. Several new states will, before long, be ready to take their places with us and make good, in part, the loss of the old ones. The mission of furnishing a great example of free government to the nations of the earth will still be in our hands, impaired, I admit, but not destroyed, and I doubt not our power to accomplish it yet in spite of the temporary drawback. Even the problem of coercion will go on to solve itself without our aid. For if the sentiment of this union becomes so far universal and permanent in the dissatisfied states as to show no prospect of good from resistance, and there be no acts of aggression attempted on their part, I will not say that I may not favor the idea of some arrangement of a peaceful character, though I do not now see the authority under which it can be originated. The new confederacy can scarcely be other than a secondary power. It can never be a maritime state. It will begin with the necessity of keeping 8 millions of its population to watch 4 millions, and with the duty of guarding, against the egress of the latter, several thousand miles of unexposed border, beyond which there will be no right of reclamation. Of the ultimate result of a similar experiment, I cannot, in my own mind, have a moment's doubt. At the last session I ventured to place on record, in this House, a prediction by which I must abide, let the effect of the future on my sagacity be what it may. I have not yet seen any reason to doubt its accuracy. I now repeat it. The experiment will ignominiously fail. But there are exceptions to the adoption of this peaceful policy which it will not be wise to overlook. If there be violent and wanton attacks upon the persons or the property of the citizens of the United States or of their government, I see not how demands for immediate redress can be avoided. If any interruptions should be attempted of the regular channels of trade on the great water courses or on the ocean, they cannot long be permitted. And if any considerable minorities of citizens should be persecuted or proscribed on account of their attachment to the Union, and should call for protection, I cannot deny the obligation of this government to afford it. There are persons in many of the states whose patriotic declarations and honorable pledges of support of the Union may bring down upon them more than the ill will of their infatuated fellow citizens. It would be impossible for the people of the United States to look upon any proscription of them with indifference. These are times which should bring together all men, by whatever party name they may have been heretofore distinguished, upon common ground. When I heard the gentlemen from Virginia the other day so bravely and so forcibly urging their manly arguments in support of the Union, the Constitution, and the enforcement of the laws, my heart involuntarily bounded towards them as brethren sacredly engaged in a common cause. Let them, said I to myself, accept the offered settlement of the differences that remain between us, on some fair basis like that proposed by the committee, and then what is to prevent us all, who yet believe that the Union must be preserved, from joining heart and hand our common forces to effect it? When the cry goes out that the ship is in danger of sinking, the first duty of every man on board, no matter what his particular vocation, is to lend all the strength he has to the work of keeping her afloat. What? Shall it be said that we waver in the view of those who begin by trying to expunge the sacred memory of the 4th of July? Shall we help them to obliterate the associations that cluster around the glorious struggle for independence, or stultify the labors of the patriots who erected this magnificent political edifice upon the adamantine base of human liberty? Shall we surrender the fame of Washington and the Lawrence, of Gadsden and the Lees, of Jefferson and Madison, and of the myriads of heroes whose names are imperishably connected with the memory of a united people? Never. Never. End of section 4. Section 5 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, From the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The Battle of Gettysburg. Charles Francis Adams. Charles Francis Adams, Jr., son of Charles Francis Adams, keeps up the tradition of his family so well that unless it is John Adams himself, no other member of the family surpasses him as an orator. He was born in Boston, May 27, 1835, graduating at Harvard and studying law in the office of R. H. Dana, Jr. His peaceful pursuits were interrupted by the Civil War, which he entered first lieutenant, coming out a brevet brigadier general. He was a chief of squadron in the Gettysburg campaign and served in Virginia afterwards. He was for 6 years president of the Union Pacific Railroad and is well known both as a financier and as an author. The address on the Battle of Gettysburg is generally given as his masterpiece, but he has delivered a number of other orations of high and well-sustained eloquence. The Battle of Gettysburg, delivered at Quincy, Massachusetts, July 4, 1869. 6 years ago this anniversary, we, and not only we who stood upon the sacred and furrowed field of battle, but you and our whole country, were drawing breath after the struggle of Gettysburg. For 3 long days we had stood the strain of conflict, and now, at last, when the nation's birthday dawned, the shattered rebel columns had suddenly withdrawn from our front, and we drew that long breath of deep relief which none have ever drawn who have not passed in safety through the shock of doubtful battle. Nor was our country gladdened then by news from Gettysburg alone. The army that day twined noble laurel garlands round the proud brow of the motherland. Vicksburg was, thereafter, to be forever associated with the Declaration of Independence and the glad anniversary rejoicings as they rose from every town and village and city of the loyal North, mingled with the last sullen echoes that died away from our cannon over Cemetery Ridge, and were answered by glad shouts of victory from the far Southwest. To all of us of this generation, and specially to such of us as were ourselves part of those great events, this celebration, therefore, now has and must ever retain a special significance. It belonged to us as well as to our fathers. As upon this day 93 years ago this nation was brought into existence through the efforts of others, so upon this day 6 years ago I am disposed to believe through our own efforts it dramatically touched the climax of its great argument. The time that has since elapsed enables us now to look back and to see things in their true proportions. We begin to realize that the years we have so recently passed through, though we did not appreciate it at the time, were the heroic years of American history. Now that their passionate excitement is over, it is pleasant to dwell upon them, to recall the rising of a great people, the call to arms as it boomed from our hilltops and clashed from our steeples, the eager patriotism of that fierce April which kindled new sympathies in every bosom, which caused the miser to give freely of his wealth, the wife with eager hands to pack the knapsack of her husband, and mothers with eyes glistening with tears of pride to look out upon the shining bayonets of their boys. Then came the frenzy of impatience and the defeat entailed upon us by rashness and inexperience, before our nation settled down solidly and patiently to its work, determined to save itself from destruction, and then followed the long, weary years of doubt and mingled fear and hope, until at last that day came 6 years ago which we now celebrate, the day which saw the flood tide of rebellion reach the high water mark, whence it never after ceased to recede. At the moment, probably, none of us, either at home or at the seat of war, realized the grandeur of the situation, the dramatic power of the incidents, or the titanic nature of the conflict. To you who were at home, mothers, fathers, wives, sisters, brothers, citizens of the common country, if nothing else, the agony of suspense, the anxiety, the joy, and too often the grief which was to know no end, which marked the passage of those days, left little either of time or inclination to dwell upon aught save the hard reality of the drama. To others who more immediately participated in those great events, the daily vexations and annoyances, the hot and dusty day, the sleepless, anxious night, the rain upon the unsheltered bivouac, the dead lassitude which succeeded the excitement of action, the cruel orders which recognized no fatigue and made no allowance for labors undergone, all these small trials of the soldier's life made it possible to but few to realize the grandeur of the drama to which they were playing a part. Yet we were not wholly oblivious of it. Now and then I come across strange evidences of this in turning over the leaves of the few weather-stained, dog-eared volumes which were the companions of my life in camp. The title page of one bears witness to the fact that it was my companion at Gettysburg, and in it I recently found some lines of Browning's noble poem of Soul, marked and altered to express my sense of our situation, and bearing date upon this very 5th of July. The poet had described in them the fall of snow in the springtime from a mountain, under which nestled a valley. The altering of a few words made them well describe the approach of our army to Gettysburg. Quote, "Fold on fold, all at once, we crowded thunderously down to your feet. And there fronts yon, stark black, but alive yet, your army of old, with its rents, the successive bequeathing of conflicts untold. Yea, each harm got in fighting your battles, each furrow and scar of its head thrust twixt you and the tempest. All hail, here we are." End quote. And there we were, indeed, and then and there was enacted such a celebration as I hope may never again be witnessed there or elsewhere on another 4th of July. Even as I stand here before you, through the lapse of years and the shifting experiences of the recent past, visions and memories of those days rise thick and fast before me. We did, indeed, crowd thunderously down to their feet. Of the events of those 3 terrible days I may speak with feeling and yet with modesty, for small indeed was the part which those with whom I served were called upon to play. When those great bodies of infantry drove together in the crash of battle, the clouds of cavalry which had hitherto covered up their movements were swept aside to the flanks. Our work for the time was done, nor had it been an easy or a pleasant work. The road to Gettysburg had been paved with our bodies and watered with our blood. 3 weeks before, in the middle days of June, I, a captain of cavalry, had taken the field at the head of 100 mounted men, the joy and pride of my life. Through 20 days of almost incessant conflict, the hand of death had been heavy upon us, and now upon the eve of Gettysburg, 34 of the 100 only remained, and our comrades were dead on the field of battle, or languishing in hospitals, or prisoners in the hands of the enemy. 6 brave young fellows we had buried in one grave where they fell on the heights of Aldie. It was late on the evening of the 1st of July that there came to us rumors of heavy fighting at Gettysburg, nearly 40 miles away. The regiment happened then to be detached, and its orders for the 2nd were to move in the rear of Sedgwick's corps and see that no man left the column. All that day we marched to the sound of the cannon. Sedgwick, very grim and stern, was pressing forward his tired men, and we soon saw that for once there would be no stragglers from the ranks. As the day grew old and as we passed rapidly up from the rear to the head of the hurrying column, the roar of the battle grew more distinct, until at last we crowned a hill, and the contest broke upon us. Across the deep valley, some 2 miles away, we could see the white smoke of the bursting shells, while below the sharp incessant rattle of the musketry told of the fierce struggle that was going on. Before us ran the straight, wide, dusty road, choked with artillery, ambulances, caissons, ammunition trains, all pressing forward to the field of battle, while mixed among them their bayonets gleaming through the dust like wavelets of a river of steel, tired, footsore, hungry, thirsty, begrimed with sweat and dust. The gallant infantry of Sedgwick's corps hurried to the sound of the cannon as men might have flocked to a feast. Moving rapidly forward, we crossed the brook which ran so prominently across the map of the field of battle, and halted on its further side to await our orders. Hardly had I dismounted from my horse when, looking back, I saw that the head of the column had reached the brook and deployed and halted on its other bank, and already the stream was filled with naked men shouting with pleasure as they washed off the sweat of their long day's march. Even as I looked, the noise of the battle grew louder, and soon the symptoms of movement were evident. The rappel was heard. The bathers hurriedly clad themselves. The ranks were formed, and the sharp, quick snap of the percussion caps told us the men were preparing their weapons for action. Almost immediately, a general officer rode rapidly to the front of the line, addressed to it a few brief, energetic words. The short, sharp order to move by the flank was given, followed immediately by the double quick. The officer placed himself at the head of the column, and that brave infantry which had marched almost 40 miles since the setting of yesterday's sun, which during the day had hardly known either sleep or food or rest or shelter from the July heat, now, as the shadows grew long, hurried forward on the run to take its place in the front of battle and to bear up the reeling fortunes of the day. It is said that at the crisis of Solferino, Marshal MacMahon appeared with his corps upon the field of battle, his men having run for 7 miles. We need not go abroad for examples of endurance and soldierly bearing. The achievement of Sedgwick and the brave Sixth Corps as they march upon the field of Gettysburg on the 2nd day of July far excels the vaunted efforts of the French Zouaves. 24 hours later, we stood on the same ground. Many dear friends had yielded up their young lives during the hours which had elapsed. But though 20,000 fellow creatures were wounded or dead around us, though the floodgates of heaven seemed opened and the torrents fell upon the quick and the dead, yet the elements seemed electrified with a certain magic influence of victory, and as the great army sank down, overwearied in its tracks, it felt that the crisis and danger was past, that Gettysburg was immortal. May I not, then, well express the hope that never again may we or ours be called upon so to celebrate this anniversary? And yet, now that the passionate hopes and fears of those days are all over, now that the grief which can never be forgotten is softened and modified by the soothing hand of time, now that the distracting doubts and untold anxieties are buried and almost forgotten, we love to remember the gathering of the hosts, to bear again in memory the shock of battle, and to wonder at the magnificence of the drama. The passion and the excitement are gone, and we can look at the work we have done and pronounce upon it. I do not fear the sober second judgment. Our work was a great work. It was well done, and it was done thoroughly. Someone has said, "Happy is the people which has no history." Not so, as it is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So it is better to have lived greatly, even though we have suffered greatly, than to have passed a long life of inglorious ease. Our generation, yes, we ourselves have been a part of great things. We have suffered greatly and greatly rejoiced. We have drunk deep of the cup of joy and of sorrow. We have tasted the agony of defeat, and we have supped full with the pleasures of victory. We have proved ourselves equal to great deeds, and have learned what qualities were in us, which in more peaceful times we ourselves did not suspect. And indeed, I would here in closing fine address a few words to such of you, if any such are here, who, like myself, may have been soldiers during the war of the rebellion. We should never more be partisans. We have been a part of great events in the service of the common country. We have worn her uniform. We have received her pay and devoted ourselves to the death, if need be, in her service. When we were blackened by the smoke of Antietam, we did not ask or care whether those who stood shoulder to shoulder beside us, whether he who led us, whether those who sustained us, were Democrats or Republicans, conservatives or radicals. We ask only that they might prove as true as was the steel we grasp, and as brave as we ourselves would fain have been. When we stood like a wall of stone vomiting fire from the heights of Gettysburg, nailed to our position through 3 long days of mortal hell, did we ask each other whether that brave officer who fell while gallantly leading the countercharge, whether that cool gunner steadily serving his piece before us amid the storm of shot and shell, whether the poor wounded, mangled, gasping comrades, crushed and torn and dying in agony around us, had voted for Lincoln or Douglas, for Breckinridge or Bell. We then were full of other thoughts. We prized men for what they were worth to the common country of us all, and recked not of empty words. Was the man true? Was he brave? Was he earnest? Was all we thought of then. Not did he vote or think with us, or label himself with our party name? This lesson let us try to remember. We cannot give to party all that we once offered to country, but our duty is not yet done. We are no longer, what we have been, the young guard of the Republic. We have earned an exemption from the dangers of the field and camp, and the old musket or the crossed sabres hang harmless over our winter fires, never more to be grasped in these hands henceforth devoted to more peaceful labors, but the duties of the citizen, and of the citizen who has received his baptism in fire, are still incumbent upon us. Though young in years, we should remember that henceforth, and as long as we live in the land, we are the ancients, the veterans of the Republic. As such, it is for us to protect in peace what we preserved in war. It is for us to look at all things with a view to the common country, and not to the exigencies of party politics. It is for us ever to bear in mind the higher allegiance we have sworn, and to remember that he who has once been a soldier of the motherland degrades himself forever when he becomes the slave of faction. Then, at last, if through life we ever bear these lessons freshly in mind, will it be well for us? Will it be well for our country? Will it be well for those whose names we bear, that our bones also do not molder with those of our brave comrades beneath the sods of Gettysburg, or that our graves do not look down on the swift-flowing Mississippi from the historic heights of Vicksburg? End of section 5.
Section 6 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fassio. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Inaugural Address, John Adams. John Adams, 1735 to 1826. John Adams, the second President of the United States, was not a man of the strong emotional temperament which so often characterizes the great orator. He was fitted by nature for a student and scholar rather than to lead men by the direct appeal the orator makes to their emotions, their passions, or their judgment. His inclinations were towards the church, but after graduating from Harvard College, which he entered at the age of 16, he had a brief experience as a school teacher and found it so distasteful to him that he adopted the law as a relief, without waiting to consult his inclinations further. Quote, "Necessity drove me to this determination," unquote, he writes. Quote, "But my inclination was to preach." Unquote. He began the practice of law in his native village of Braintree, Massachusetts, and took no prominent part in public affairs until 1765, when he appeared as counsel for the town of Boston in proceedings growing out of the Stamp Act difficulties. From this time on his name is constantly associated with the great events of the Revolution. That he never allowed his prejudices as a patriot to blind him to his duties as a lawyer, he showed by appearing as counsel for the British troops who killed Crispus Attucks, Samuel Gray, and others in the Boston riot of 1770. He was associated in this case with Josiah Quincy, and the two distinguished patriots conducted the case with such ability that the soldiers were acquitted, as no doubt they should have been. Elected a member of the Continental Congress, Mr. Adams did work in it which identified him in an enduring way with the formative period of Republican institutions in America. This must be remembered in passing upon his acts when as President, succeeding Washington, he is brought into strong contrast with the extreme Republicans of the French school. In the Continental Congress, contrasted with English Royalists and Conservatives, Mr. Adams himself appeared an extremist, as later on, under the same law of contrast, he appeared conservative when those who were sometimes denounced as Jacobins and Levelers were fond of denouncing him as a disguised Royalist. Prior to his administration as President, he had served as Commissioner to the Court of France, Minister Plenipotentiary for the purpose of negotiating a treaty of peace and commerce with Great Britain, Commissioner to conclude a treaty with the States General of Holland, Minister to England after the conclusion of peace, and finally as Vice President under Washington. His services in every capacity in which he was engaged for his country showed his great ability and zeal, but in the struggle over the Alien and Sedition Acts his opponents gave him no quarter, and when he retired from the presidency, it was with the feeling, shared to some extent by his great opponent Jefferson, that republics never have a proper regard for the services and sacrifices of statesmen, though they are only too ready to reward military heroes beyond their deserts. The author of Familiar Letters on Public Affairs writes of Mr. Adams, quote, "He was a man of strong mind, great learning, and eminent ability to use knowledge both in speech and writing. He was ever a firm believer in Christianity, not from habit and example, but from a diligent investigation of its proofs. He had an uncompromising regard for his own opinion, and was strongly contrasted with Washington in this respect. He seemed to have supposed that his opinions could not have been corrected by those of other men, or bettered by any comparison." Unquote. It might be inferred from this that Mr. Adams was as obstinate in prejudice as in opinion, but as he had demonstrated to the contrary in taking the unpopular cause of the British soldiers at the beginning of his public career, he showed it still more strikingly by renewing and continuing until his death a friendship with Jefferson, which had been interrupted by the fierce struggle over the Alien and Sedition Act. Inaugural Address, March 4th, 1797. When it was first perceived in early times that no middle course for America remained, between unlimited submission to a foreign legislature and a total independence of its claims, men of reflection were less apprehensive of danger from the formidable powers of fleets and armies they must determine to resist, than from those contests and dissensions which would certainly arise concerning the forms of government to be instituted over the whole and over the parts of this extensive country. Relying, however, on the purity of their intentions, the justice of their cause, and the integrity and intelligence of the people, under an overruling Providence, which had so signally protected this country from the first, the representatives of this nation, then consisting of little more than half of its present numbers, not only broke to pieces the chains which were forging, and the rod of iron that was lifted up, but frankly cut asunder the ties which had bound them, and launched into an ocean of uncertainty. The zeal and ardor of the people during the Revolutionary War, supplying the place of government, commanded a degree of order, sufficient at least for the temporary preservation of society. The Confederation, which was early felt to be necessary, was prepared from the models of the Bavarian and Helvetic confederacies, the only examples which remain, with any detail and precision, in history, and certainly the only ones which the people at large had ever considered. But, reflecting on the striking difference, in so many particulars, between this country and those where a courier may go from the seat of government to the frontier in a single day, it was then certainly foreseen by some who assisted in Congress at the formation of it, that it could not be durable. Negligence of its regulations, inattention to its recommendations, if not disobedience to its authority, not only in individuals but in states, soon appeared with their melancholy consequences. Universal languor, jealousies, rivalries of states, decline of navigation and commerce, discouragement of necessary manufactures, universal fall in the value of lands and their produce, contempt of public and private faith, loss of consideration and credit with foreign nations, and, at length, in discontents, animosities, combinations, partial conventions, and insurrection, threatening some great national calamity. In this dangerous crisis, the people of America were not abandoned by their usual good sense, presence of mind, resolution, or integrity. Measures were pursued to concert a plan to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty. The public disquisitions, discussions, and deliberations issued in the present happy constitution of government. Employed in the service of my country abroad during the whole course of these transactions, I first saw the Constitution of the United States in a foreign country. Irritated by no literary altercation, animated by no public debate, heated by no party animosity, I read it with great satisfaction, as the result of good heads, prompted by good hearts, as an experiment better adapted to the genius, character, situation, and relations of this nation and country than any which had ever been proposed or suggested. In its general principles and great outlines, it was conformable to such a system of government as I have ever most esteemed, and in some states, my own native state in particular, had contributed to establish. Claiming a right of suffrage common with my fellow citizens in the adoption or rejection of a constitution, which was to rule me and my posterity, as well as them and theirs, I did not hesitate to express my approbation of it on all occasions, in public and in private. It was not then, nor has been since, any objection to it, in my mind, that the Executive and Senate were not more permanent. Nor have I entertained a thought of promoting any alteration in it, but such as the people themselves, in the course of their experience, should see and feel to be necessary or expedient, and by the representatives in Congress and the state legislature, according to the Constitution itself, adopt and ordain. Returning to the bosom of my country, after a painful separation from it for 10 years, I had the honor to be elected to a station under the new order of things, and I have repeatedly laid myself under the most serious obligations to support the Constitution. The operation of it has equaled the most sanguine expectations of its friends, and from a habitual attention to it, satisfaction in its administration, and delight in its effects upon the peace, order, prosperity, and happiness of the nation, I have acquired a habitual attachment to it, and veneration for it. What other form of government, indeed, can so well deserve our esteem and love? There may be little solidity in an ancient idea that congregations of men into cities and nations are the most pleasing objects in the sight of superior intelligences. But this is very certain, that to a benevolent human mind there can be no spectacle presented by any nation more pleasing, more noble, majestic, or august, than an assembly like that which has so often been seen in this and the other chamber of Congress, of a government in which the executive authority, as well as that of all the branches of the legislature, are exercised by citizens selected at regular periods by their neighbors, to make and execute laws for the general good. Can anything essential, anything more than mere ornament and decoration be added to this by robes or diamonds? Can authority be more amiable or respectable when it descends from accident, or institutions established in remote antiquity, than when it springs fresh from the hearts and judgments of an honest and enlightened people? For it is the people that are represented. It is their power and majesty that is reflected. And only for their good, in every legitimate government, under whatever form it may appear. The existence of such a government as ours for any length of time is a full proof of a general dissemination of knowledge and virtue throughout the whole body of the people. And what object of consideration more pleasing than this can be presented to the human mind? If natural pride is ever justifiable or excusable, it is when it springs not from power or riches, grandeur or glory, but from the conviction of national innocence, information, and benevolence. In the midst of these pleasing ideas, we should be unfaithful to ourselves if we should ever lose sight of the danger to our liberties, if anything partial or extraneous should infect the purity of our free, fair, virtuous, and independent elections. If an election is to be determined by a majority of a single vote, and that can be procured by a party through artifice or corruption, the government may be the choice of a party for its own ends, not of the nation for the national good. If that solitary suffrage can be obtained by foreign nations by flattery or menaces, by fraud or violence, by terror, intrigue, or venality, the government may not be the choice of the American people, but of foreign nations. It may be foreign nations who govern us, and not we, the people, who govern ourselves. And candid men will acknowledge that in such cases choice would have little advantage to boast of over lot or chance. Such is the amiable and interesting system of government, and such are some of the abuses to which it may be exposed, which the people of America have exhibited to the admiration and anxiety of the wise and virtuous of all nations for 8 years, under the administration of a citizen who, by a long course of great actions, regulated by prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude, conducting a people inspired with the same virtues, and animated with the same ardent patriotism and love of liberty, to independence and peace, to increasing wealth and unexampled prosperity, has merited the gratitude of his fellow citizens, commanded the highest praises of foreign nations, and secured immortal glory with posterity. In that retirement, which is his voluntary choice, may he long live to enjoy the delicious recollection of his services, the gratitude of mankind, the happy fruits of them to himself and the world, which are daily increasing, and that splendid prospect of the future fortunes of his country, which is opening from year to year. His name may be still a rampart, and the knowledge that he lives a bulwark against all open or secret enemies of his country's peace. This example has been recommended to the imitation of his successors by both houses of Congress, and by the voice of the legislatures and the people throughout the nation. On this subject it might become me better to be silent, or to speak with diffidence. But as something may be expected, the occasion, I hope, will be admitted as an apology, if I venture to say that if a preference upon principle, of a free republican government, formed upon long and serious reflection, after a diligent and impartial inquiry after truth, if an attachment to the Constitution of the United States, and a conscientious determination to support it, until it shall be altered by the judgments and wishes of the people, be expressed in the mode described in it, if a respectful attention to the Constitution of the individual States, and a constant caution and delicacy toward the State governments, if an equal and impartial regard to the rights, interests, honor, and happiness of all the States in the Union, without preference or regard to a northern or southern, eastern or western position, their various political opinions on essential points, or their personal attachments, if a love of virtuous men of all parties and denominations, if a love of science or letters, and a wish to patronize every rational effort to encourage schools, colleges, universities, academies, and every institution of propagating knowledge, virtue, and religion among all classes of people, not only for their benign influence on the happiness of life in all its stages and classes, and of society in all its forms, but as the only means of preserving our Constitution from its natural enemies, the spirit of sophistry, the spirit of party, the spirit of intrigue, profligacy, and corruption, and the pestilence of foreign influence, which is the angel of destruction to elective governments. If a love of equal laws, of justice and humanity in the interior administration, if an inclination to improve agriculture, commerce, and manufactures for the necessity, convenience, and defense, if a spirit of equity and humanity toward the aboriginal nations of America, and a disposition to ameliorate their condition by inclining them to be more friendly to us, and our citizens to be more friendly to them, if an inflexible determination to maintain peace and inviolable faith with all nations, and the system of neutrality and impartiality among the belligerent powers of Europe which has been adopted by the government, and so solemnly sanctioned by both houses of Congress, and applauded by the legislatures of the states and by public opinion, until it shall be otherwise ordained by Congress. If a personal esteem for the French nation, formed in a residence of 7 years chiefly among them, and a sincere desire to preserve the friendship, which has been so much for the honor and interest of both nations. If, while the conscious honor and integrity of the people of America, and the internal sentiment of their own power and energies must be preserved, an earnest endeavor to investigate every just cause, and remove every colorable pretense of complaint. If an intention to pursue, by amicable negotiation, a reparation for the injuries that have been committed on the commerce of our fellow citizens, by whatever nation, and if success cannot be obtained, to lay the facts before the legislature, that they may consider what further measures the honor and interest of the government and its constituents demand. If a resolution to do justice, as far as may depend upon me, at all times and to all nations, and maintain peace, friendship, and benevolence with all the world, if an unshaken confidence in the honor, spirit, and resources of the American people, on which I have so often hazarded my all, and never been deceived, if elevated ideas of the high destinies of this country, and of my own duties towards it, founded on a knowledge of the moral principles and intellectual improvements of the people, deeply engraven on my mind in early life, and not obscured, but exalted, by experience and age. And with humble reverence, I feel it my duty to add, if a veneration for the religion of the people who profess and call themselves Christians, and a fixed resolution to consider a decent respect for Christianity among the best recommendations for the public service, can enable me, in any degree, to comply with your wishes, it shall be my strenuous endeavor that this sagacious injunction of the two houses shall not be without effect. With this great example before me, with the sense and spirit, the faith and honor, the duty and interest of the same American people, pledged to support the Constitution of the United States, I entertain no doubt of its continuance in all its energy, and my mind is prepared, without hesitation, to lay myself under the most solemn obligations to support it to the utmost of my power. And may that Being who is supreme over all, the patron of order, the fountain of justice, and the protector in all ages of the world of virtuous liberty, continue his blessing upon this nation and its government, and give it all possible success and duration, consistent with the ends of his providence. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. The Boston Massacre. First day's speech in defense of the British soldiers accused of murdering Attucks, Gray, and others in the Boston riot of 1770. May it please your honor and you, gentlemen of the jury, I am for the prisoners at the bar, and shall apologize for it only in the words of the Marquis of Beccaria. If I can but be the instrument of preserving one life, his blessings and tears of transport shall be a sufficient consolation for me for the contempt of all mankind. As the prisoners stand before you for their lives, it may be proper to recollect with what temper the law requires we should proceed to this trial. The form of proceeding at their arraignment has discovered that the spirit of the law upon such occasions is conformable to humanity, to common sense and feeling, that it is all benignity and candor. And the trial commences with the prayer of the court, expressed by the clerk to the supreme judge of judges, empires, and worlds, God send you a good deliverance. We find in the rules laid down by the greatest English judges, who have been the brightest of mankind, we are to look upon it as more beneficial that many guilty persons should escape unpunished than one innocent should suffer. The reason is because it is of more importance to the community that innocence should be protected than it is that guilt should be punished. For guilt and crimes are so frequent in the world that all of them cannot be punished, and many times they happen in such a manner that it is not of much consequence to the public whether they are punished or not. But when innocence itself is brought to the bar and condemned, especially to die, the subject will exclaim, "It is immaterial to me whether I behave well or ill, for virtue itself is no security." And if such a sentiment as this should take place in the mind of the subject, there would be an end to all security whatsoever. I will read the words of the law itself. The rules I shall produce to you from Lord Chief Justice Hale, whose character as a lawyer, a man of learning and philosophy, and a Christian, will be disputed by nobody living. One of the greatest and best characters the English nation ever produced. His words are these: Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 2. Tutius semper esterare, inaquietando quam impuniendo ex parte misericordiae, quam ex parte justitiae. It is always safer to err in acquitting than punishing, on the part of mercy than the part of justice. The next is from the same authority, 305. Tutius errator ex parte mitiore. It is always safer to err on the milder side, the side of mercy. Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, 509. The best rule in doubtful cases is rather to incline to acquittal than conviction. And on page 300, quod dubitas ne fecere, where you are doubtful, never act. That is, if you doubt of the prisoner's guilt, never declare him guilty. This is always the rule, especially in cases of life. Another rule from the same author, 289, where he says, in some cases, presumptive evidences go far to prove a person guilty, though there is no express proof of the fact to be committed by him. But then it must be very warily expressed, for it is better 5 guilty persons should escape unpunished than 1 innocent person should die. The next authority shall be from another judge of equal character, considering the age wherein he lived, that is, Chancellor Fortescue in Praise of the Laws of England, page 59. This is a very ancient writer on the English law. His words are, "Indeed, one would rather, much rather, that 20 guilty persons escape punishment of death than one innocent person be condemned and suffer capitally." Lord Chief Justice Hale says, "It is better 5 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer." Lord Chancellor Fortescue, you see, carries the matter further and says, "Indeed, one had rather, much rather, that 20 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person suffer capitally." Indeed, this rule is not peculiar to the English law. There never was a system of laws in the world in which this rule did not prevail. It prevailed in the ancient Roman law, and, which is more remarkable, it prevails in the modern Roman law. Even the judges in the courts of Inquisition, who with racks, burnings, and scourges examine criminals, even there they preserve it as a maxim that it is better the guilty should escape punishment than the innocent suffer. Satios est nocentem absolvi quam innocentem damnari. This is the temper we ought to set out with, and these the rules we are to be governed by. And I shall take it for granted as a first principle that the 8 prisoners at the bar had better be all acquitted, though we should admit them all to be guilty, than that any one of them should, by your verdict, be found guilty, being innocent. I shall now consider the several divisions of law under which the evidence will arrange itself. The action now before you is homicide, that is, the killing of one man by another. The law calls it homicide, but it is not criminal in all cases for one man to slay another. Had the prisoners been on the plains of Abraham and slain 100 Frenchmen apiece, the English law would have considered it as a commendable action, virtuous and praiseworthy, so that every instance of killing a man is not a crime in the eye of the law. There are many other instances which I cannot enumerate. An officer that executes a person under sentence of death, etc. So that, gentlemen, every instance of one man's killing another is not a crime, much less a crime to be punished with death. But to descend to more particulars. The law divides homicide into 3 branches. The first is justifiable, the second, excusable, and the third, felonious. Felonious homicide is subdivided into 2 branches. The first is murder, which is killing with malice aforethought. The second is manslaughter, which is killing a man on a sudden provocation. Here, gentlemen, are 4 sorts of homicide, and you are to consider whether all the evidence amounts to the first, second, third, or fourth of these heads. The fact was the slaying 5 unhappy persons that night. You are to consider whether it was justifiable, excusable, or felonious, and if felonious, whether it was murder or manslaughter. One of these 4 it must be. You need not divide your attention to any more particulars. I shall, however, before I come to the evidence, show you several authorities which will assist you and me in contemplating the evidence before us. I shall begin with justifiable homicide. If an officer, a sheriff, execute a man on the gallows, draw and quarter him, as in the case of high treason, and cut off his head, this is justifiable homicide. It is his duty. So also, gentlemen, the law has planted fences and barriers around every individual. It is a castle round every man's person as well as his house. As the love of God and our neighbor comprehends the whole duty of man, so self-love and social comprehend all the duties we owe to mankind. And the first branch is self-love, which is not only our indisputable right, but our clearest duty. By the laws of nature, this is interwoven in the heart of every individual. God Almighty, whose law we cannot alter, has implanted it there, and we can annihilate ourselves as easily as root out this affection for ourselves. It is the first and strongest principle in our nature. Justice Blackstone calls it the primary canon in the law of nature, that precept of our holy religion which commands us to love our neighbor as ourselves does not command us to love our neighbor better than ourselves or so well. No Christian divine has given this interpretation. The precept enjoins that our benevolence to our fellow men should be as real and sincere as our affection to ourselves, not that it should be as great in degree. A man is authorized, therefore, by common sense and the laws of England, as well as those of nature, to love himself better than his fellow subject. If two persons are cast away at sea and get on a plank, a case by Sir Francis Bacon, and the plank is insufficient to hold them both, the one has a right to push the other off to save himself. The rules of the common law, therefore, which authorize a man to preserve his own life at the expense of another's, are not contradicted by any divine or moral law. We talk of liberty and property, but if we cut up the law of self-defense, we cut up the foundations of both. And if we give up this, the rest is of very little value. And therefore this principle must be strictly attended to, for whatsoever the law pronounces in the case of these 8 soldiers will be the law to other persons and after ages. All the persons that have slain mankind in this country from the beginning to this day had better have been acquitted than that a wrong rule and precedent should be established. I shall now read to you a few authorities on the subject of self-defense. Foster 273 in the case of justifiable self-defense. The injured party may repel force with force in defense of person, habitation, or property against one who is manifestly intendeth and endeavoreth with violence or surprise to commit a known felony upon either. In these cases, he is not obliged to retreat, but pursue his adversary till he finds himself out of danger, and a conflict between them he happeneth to kill, such killing is fiable. I must entreat you to consider the words of this authority. The injured person may repel force by force against any who endeavoreth to commit any kind of felony on him or his. Here the rule is, I have a right to stand on my own defense if you intend to commit felony. If any of the persons made an attack on these soldiers with an intention to rob them, if it was but to take their hats feloniously, they had a right to kill them on the spot and had no business to retreat. If a robber meet me in the street and command me to surrender my purse, I have a right to kill him without asking any questions. If a person commit a bare assault on me, this will not justify killing. But if he assault me in such a manner as to discover an intention to kill me, I have a right to destroy him, that I may put it out of his power to kill me. In the case you will have to consider, I do not know there was any attempt to steal from these persons. However, there were some persons concerned who would probably enough have stolen if there had been anything to steal, and many were there who had no such disposition. But this is not the point we aim at. The question is, are you satisfied the people made the attack in order to kill the soldiers? If you are satisfied that the people, whoever they were, made that assault with a design to kill or maim the soldiers, this was such an assault as will justify the soldiers' killing in their own defense. Further, it seems to me we may make another question whether you are satisfied that their real intention was to kill or maim or not. If any reasonable man in the situation of one of these soldiers would have had reason to believe in the time of it that the people came with an intention to kill him, whether you have this satisfaction now or not in your own minds, they were justifiable, at least excusable in firing. You and I may be suspicious that the people who made this assault on the soldiers did it to put them to flight, on purpose that they might go exulting about the town afterwards in triumph. But this will not do. You must place yourselves in the situation of Weems and Kilroy. Consider yourselves as knowing that the prejudice of the world about you thought you came to dragoon them into obedience to statutes, instructions, mandates, and edicts, which they thoroughly detested. That many of these people were thoughtless and inconsiderate, old and young, sailors and landsmen, Negroes and mulattoes, that they, the soldiers, had no friends about them. The rest were in opposition to them, with all the bells ringing to call the town together to assist the people in King Street, for they knew by that time that there was no fire. The people shouting, huzzaying, and making the mob whistle, as they call it, which, when a boy makes it in the street, is no formidable thing, but when made by a multitude is a most hideous shriek, almost as terrible as an Indian yell, the people crying, kill them, knock them over. Heaving snowballs, oyster shells, clubs, white birch sticks, 3.5 inches in diameter. Consider yourselves in this situation, and then judge whether a reasonable man in the soldier's situation would not have concluded they were going to kill him. I believe if I were to reverse the scene, I should bring it home to our own bosoms. Suppose Colonel Marshall, when he came out of his own door and saw these grenadiers coming down with swords, etc., had thought it proper to have appointed a military watch. Suppose he had assembled Gray and Attucks that were killed, or any other person in town, and appointed them in that situation as a military watch, and there had come from Murray's barracks 30 or 40 soldiers with no other arms than snowballs, cakes of ice, oyster shells, cinders, and clubs, and attack this military watch in this manner, what do you suppose would have been the feelings and reasonings of any of our householders? I confess, I believe they would not have borne one half of what the witnesses have sworn the soldiers bore, till they had shot down as many as were necessary to intimidate and disperse the rest, because the law does not oblige us to bear insults to the danger of our lives, to stand still with such a number of people around us, throwing such things at us and threatening our lives until we are disabled to defend ourselves. Foster 274. Where a known felony is attempted upon the person, be it to rob or murder, here the party assaulted may repel force with force, and even his own servant, then attendant on him, or any other person present may interpose for the preventing mischief, and if death ensue, the party so interposing will be justified. In this case, nature and social duty cooperate. Hawkins, P.C., Chapter 28, Section 25, towards the end. Yet it seems that a private person, a fortiori, an officer of justice, who happens unavoidably to kill another in endeavoring to defend himself from or suppress dangerous rioters, may justify the fact inasmuch as he only does his duty in aid of the public justice. Section 24. And I concede no reason why a person who, without provocation, is assaulted by another in any place whatsoever in such a manner as plainly shows on intent to murder him, as by discharging a pistol or pushing at him with a drawn sword, etc., may not justify killing such an assailant as much as if he had attempted to rob him. For is not he who attempts to murder me more injurious than he who barely attempts to rob me? And can it be more justifiable to fight for my goods than for my life? And it is not only highly agreeable to reason that a man in such circumstances may lawfully kill another, but it seems also to be confirmed by the general tenor of our books, which, speaking of homicide, se defiendo, suppose it done in some quarrel or affray. Hawkins, page 71, section 14. And so, perhaps the killing of dangerous rioters may be justified by any private persons who cannot otherwise suppress them or defend themselves from them, inasmuch as every private person seems to be authorized by the law to arm himself for the purposes aforesaid. Here, every private person is authorized to arm himself, and on the strength of this authority, I do not deny the inhabitants had a right to arm themselves at that time for their defense, not for offense. That distinction is material and must be attended to. Hawkins, page 75, section 14. And not only he who on an assault retreats to the wall or some such strait, beyond which he can go no further before he kills the other, is judged by the law to act upon unavoidable necessity, but also he who, being assaulted in such a manner and in such a place that he cannot go back without manifestly endangering his life, kills the other without retreating at all. Section 16. And an officer who kills one that insults him in the execution of his office, and where a private person that kills one who feloniously assaults him in the highway, may justify the fact without ever giving back at all. There is no occasion for the magistrate to read the Riot Act. In the case before you, I suppose you will be satisfied when you come to examine the witnesses and compare it with the rules of the common law, abstracted from all mutiny acts and articles of war, that these soldiers were in such a situation that they could not help themselves. People were coming from Royal Exchange Lane and other parts of the town with clubs and cordwood sticks. The soldiers were planted by the wall of the custom house. They could not retreat. They were surrounded on all sides, for there were people behind them as well as before them. There were a number of people in the Royal Exchange Lane. The soldiers were so near to the custom house that they could not retreat unless they had gone into the brick wall of it. I shall show you presently that all the party concerned in this unlawful design were guilty of what any one of them did. If anybody threw a snowball, it was the act of the whole party. If any struck with a club or threw a club, and the club had killed anybody, the whole party would have been guilty of murder in the law. Lord Chief Justice Holt, in Moggridge's case, Keeling 128, says, "Now it has been held that if A of his malice prepare assaults B to kill him, and B draws his sword and attacks A and pursues him, then A, for his safety, gives back and retreats to a wall, and B, still pursuing him with his drawn sword, A, in his defense, kills B. This is murder in A. For A, having malice against B, and in pursuance thereof endeavoring to kill him, is answerable for all the consequences of which he was the original cause. It is not reasonable for any man that is dangerously assaulted, and when he perceives his life in danger from his adversary, but to have liberty for the security of his own life, to pursue him that maliciously assaulted him. For he that has manifested that he has malice against another is not at to be trusted with a dangerous weapon in his hand. And so resolved by all the judges when they met at Sergeant's Inn in preparation for my Lord Morley's trial. In the case here, we will take Montgomery, if you please, when he was attacked by the stout man with a stick, who aimed it at his head, with a number of people round him crying out, "Kill them! Kill them!" Had he not a right to kill the man? If all the party were guilty of the assault made by the stout man, and all of them had discovered malice in their hearts, had not Montgomery a right, according to Lord Chief Justice Holt, to put it out of their power to wreak their malice upon him? I will not at present look for any more authorities in the point of self-defense. You will be able to judge from these how far the law goes in justifying or excusing any person in defense of himself, or taking away the life of another who threatens him in life or limb. The next point is this, that in case of an unlawful assembly, all and every one of the assembly is guilty of all and every unlawful act committed by any one of that assembly in prosecution of the unlawful design set out upon. End of section 7. Section 8 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Rules of law should be universally known. Whatever effect they may have on politics, they are rules of common law, the law of the land. And it is certainly true that wherever there is an unlawful assembly, let it consist of many persons or of a few, every man in it is guilty of every unlawful act committed by any one of the whole party, be they more or be they less, in pursuance of their unlawful design. This is the policy of the law, to discourage and prevent riots, insurrections, turbulence, and tumults. In the continual vicissitudes of human things, amidst the shocks of fortune and the whirls of passion that take place at certain critical seasons, even in the mildest government, the people are liable to run into riots and tumults. There are church quakes and state quakes in the moral and political world, as well as earthquakes, storms, and tempests in the physical. Thus much, however, must be said in favor of the people and of human nature, that it is a general, if not a universal truth, that the aptitude of the people to mutinies, seditions, tumults, and insurrections is in direct proportion to the despotism of the government. In governments completely despotic, that is, where the will of one man is the only law, this disposition is most prevalent. In aristocracies next. In mixed monarchies, less than either of the former, in complete republics the least of all, and under the same form of governments as in a limited monarchy, for example, the virtue and wisdom of the administrations may generally be measured by the peace and order that are seen among the people. However this may be, such is the imperfection of all things in this world, that no form of government and perhaps no virtue or wisdom in the administration can at all times avoid riots and disorders among the people. Now, it is from this difficulty that the policy of the law has framed such strong discouragements to secure the people against tumults, because, when they once begin, there is danger of their running to such excesses as will overturn the whole system of government. There is the rule from the reverend sage of the law, so often quoted before, Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 437. All present, aiding and assisting, are equally principal with him that gave the stroke whereof the party died. For though one gave the stroke, yet in interpretation of law it is the stroke of every person that was present, aiding and assisting. Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 440. If divers come with one assent to do mischief, as to kill, to rob or beat, and one doeth it, they are all principals in the felony. If many be present, and one only give the stroke whereof the party dies, they are all principal, if they came for that purpose. Now, if the party at Dock Square came with an intention only to beat the soldiers, and began to affray with them, and any of them had been accidentally killed, it would have been murder, because it was an unlawful design they came upon. If but one does it, they are all considered in the eye of the law guilty. If one gives the mortal stroke, they are all principals here, therefore there is a reversal of the scene. If you are satisfied that these soldiers were there on a lawful design, and it should be proved any of them shot without provocation and killed anybody, he only is answerable for it. First, Hale's Pleas of the Crown, Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 444. Although, if many come upon an unlawful design, and one of the company till one of the adverse party in pursuance of that design, all are principals. Yet if many be together upon a lawful account, and one of the company kill another of the adverse party, without any particular abatement of the rest to this fact of homicide, they are not all guilty that are of the company, but only those that gave the stroke or actually abetted him to do it. Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 445. In case of a riotous assembly to rob or steal deer, or to do any unlawful act of violence, there the offense of one is the offense of all the company. In another place, Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 439, the Lord Dacre and divers others went to steal deer in the park of one Pelham. Raydon, one of the company, killed the keeper in the park, the Lord Dacre and the rest of the company being in the other part of the park. Yet it was adjudged murder in them all, and they died for it. And he quotes Crompton 25, Dalton 93, page 241. So that in so strong a case as this, where this nobleman set out to hunt deer in the ground of another, he was in one part of the park, and his company in another part, yet they were all guilty of murder. The next is Hale's Pleas of the Crown, Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 440. The case of Drayton Bassett, divers persons doing an unlawful act, all are guilty of what is done by one. Foster 353, 354. A general resolution against all opposers, whether such resolution appears upon evidence to have been actually and implicitly entered into by the Confederates, or may reasonably be collected from their number, arms, or behavior at or before the scene of action, such resolutions so proved have always been considered as strong ingredients in cases of this kind. And in cases of homicide committed in consequence of them, every person present in the sense of the law when the homicide has been involved in the guilt of him that gave the mortal blow. Foster. The cases of Lord Dacre, mentioned by Hale, and of Pudsey, reported by Compton and cited by Hale, turned upon this point. The offenses they respectively stood charged with as principals were committed far out of their sight and hearing, and yet both were held to be present. It was sufficient that at the instant the facts were committed, they were of the same party and upon the same pursuit, and under the same engagements and expectations of mutual defense and support with those that did the facts. Thus far I have proceeded, and I believe it will not be hereafter disputed by anybody, that this law ought to be known to everyone who has any disposition to be concerned in an unlawful assembly. Whatever mischief happens in the prosecution of the design they set out upon, all are answerable for it. It is necessary we should consider the definitions of some other crimes as well as murder. Sometimes one crime gives occasion to another. An assault is sometimes the occasion of manslaughter, sometimes of excusable homicide. It is necessary to consider what is a riot. 1 Hopkins, Chapter 65, Section 2, I shall give you the definition of it. Wheresoever more than 3 persons use force or violence for the accomplishment of any design whatever, all concerned are rioters. Were there not more than 3 persons in Dock Square? Did they not agree to go to King Street and attack the main guard? Where, then, is the reason for hesitation at calling it a riot? If we cannot speak the law as it is, where is our liberty? And this is law, that wherever more than 3 persons are gathered together to accomplish anything with force, it is a riot. 1 Hopkins, Chapter 65, Section 2. Wherever more than 3 persons use force and violence, all who are concerned therein are rioters. But in some cases, wherein the law authorizes force, it is lawful and commendable to use it, as for a sheriff, 2 and 67 Poff, 121, or constable 3H, 7, 10, 6, or perhaps even for a private person, Poff, 121, Moore, 656, to assemble a competent number of people in order with force to oppose rebels or enemies or rioters, and afterwards with such force actually to suppress them. I do not mean to apply the word rebel on this occasion. I have no reason to suppose that ever there was one in Boston, at least among the natives of the country. But rioters are in the same situation as far as my argument is concerned, and proper officers may suppress rioters and so may even private persons. If we strip ourselves free from all military laws, mutiny acts, articles of war, and soldiers' oaths, and consider these prisoners as neighbors, if any of their neighbors were attacked in King Street, they had a right to collect together to suppress this riot and combination. If any number of persons meet together at a fair or market and happen to fall together by the ears, they are not guilty of a riot, but of a sudden affray. Here is another paragraph which I must read to you. 1 Hawkins, chapter 65, section 3. If a number of persons being met together at a fair or market, or on any other lawful or innocent occasion happen on a sudden quarrel to fall together by the ears, they are not guilty of a riot, but of a sudden affray only, of which none are guilty but those who actually began it, etc. It would be endless as well as superfluous to examine whether every particular person engaged in a riot were in truth one of the first assembly or actually had a previous knowledge of the design thereof. I have endeavored to produce the best authorities and to give you the rules of law in their words, for I desire not to advance anything of my own. I choose to lay down the rules of law from authorities which cannot be disputed. Another point is this: whether and how far a private person may aid another in distress. Suppose a press gang should come on shore in this town and assault any sailor or householder in King Street in order to carry him on board one of His Majesty's ships and impress him without any warrant as a seaman in His Majesty's service. How far do you suppose the inhabitants would think themselves warranted by law to interpose against that lawless press gang? I agree that such a press gang would be as unlawful an assembly as that was in King Street. If they were to press an inhabitant and carry him off for a sailor, would not the inhabitants think themselves warranted by law to interpose in behalf of their fellow citizen? Now, gentlemen, if the soldiers had no right to interpose in the relief of the sentry, the inhabitants would have no right to interpose with regard to the citizen, for whatever is law for a soldier is law for a sailor and for a citizen. They all stand upon an equal footing in this respect. I believe we shall not have it disputed that it would be lawful to go into King Street and help an honest man there against the pressmaster. We have many instances in the books which authorize it. Now, suppose you should have a jealousy in your minds that the people who made this attack upon the sentry had nothing in their intention more than to take him off his post, and that was threatened by some. Suppose they intended to go a little further and tar and feather him, or to ride him, as the phrase is in Hudibras, he would have had a good right to have stood upon his defense, the defense of his liberty. And if he could not preserve that without the hazard of his own life, he would have been warranted in depriving those of life who were endeavoring to deprive him of his. That is a point I would not give up for my right hand, nay, for my life. Well, I say, if the people did this, or if this was only their intention, surely the officers and soldiers had a right to go to his relief, and therefore they set out upon a lawful errand. They were, therefore, a lawful assembly if we only consider them as private subjects and fellow citizens without regard to mutiny acts, articles of war, or soldiers' oaths. A private person, or any number of private persons, has a right to go to the assistance of a fellow subject in distress or danger of his life when assaulted and in danger from a few or a multitude. Keel 136. If a man perceives another by force to be injuriously treated, oppressed and restrained of his liberty, though the person abused doth not complain or call for aid or assistance, and others out of compassion shall come to his rescue and kill any of those that shall so restrain him, that is manslaughter. Kiel. A and others without any warrant impress B to serve the king at sea. B quietly submitted and went off with the pressmaster. Huguet and the others pursued them and required a sight of their warrant, but they showing a piece of paper that was not a sufficient warrant, thereupon Huguet with the others drew their swords, and the pressmasters theirs, and so there was a combat. And those who endeavored to rescue the pressed man killed one of the pretended pressmasters. This was but manslaughter, for when the liberty of one subject is invaded, it affects all the rest. It is a provocation to all people as being of ill example and pernicious consequences. Lord Raymond, 1301. The Queen versus Tully et al. Lord Chief Justice Holt says, the prisoner, i.e. Tully, in this had sufficient provocation, for if one be impressed upon an unlawful authority, it is a sufficient provocation to all people out of compassion, and where the liberty of the subject is invaded, it is a provocation to all the subjects of England, etc., and surely a man ought to be concerned for Magna Carta and the laws. And if anyone against the law imprisons a man, he is an offender against Magna Carta. I am not insensible to Sir Michael Foster's observations on these cases, but apprehend they do not invalidate the authority of them as far as I now apply them to the purposes of my argument. If a stranger, a mere fellow subject, may interpose to defend the liberty, he may, too, defend the life of another individual. But, according to the evidence, some imprudent people before the century proposed to take him off his post. Others threatened his life, and intelligence of this was carried to the main guard before any of the prisoners turned out. They were then ordered out to relieve the sentry, and any of our fellow citizens might lawfully have gone upon the same errand. They were therefore a lawful assembly. I have but one point of law more to consider, and that is this. In the case before you, I do not pretend to prove that every one of the unhappy persons slain was concerned in the riot. The authorities read to you just now say it would be endless to prove whether every person that was present and in a riot was concerned in planning the first enterprise or not. Nay, I believe it but justice to say some were perfectly innocent of the occasion. I have reason to suppose that one of them was Mr. Maverick. He was a very worthy young man, as he has been represented to me, and had no concern in the rioters' proceedings of that night, and I believe the same may be said in favor of one more at least, Mr. Caldwell, who was slain, and therefore many people may think that as he and perhaps another was innocent, therefore innocent blood having been shed, that must be expiated by the death of somebody or other. I take notice of this because one gentleman was nominated by the sheriff for a juryman upon this trial because he had said he believed Captain Preston was innocent, but innocent blood had been shed, and therefore somebody ought to be hanged for it, which he thought was indirectly giving his opinion in this cause. I am afraid many other persons have formed such an opinion. I do not take it to be a rule that where innocent blood is shed, the person must die. In the instance of the Frenchmen on the plains of Abraham, they were innocent, fighting for their king and country. Their blood is as innocent as any. There may be multitudes killed when innocent blood is shed on all sides, so that it is not an invariable rule. I will put a case in which I dare say all will agree with me. Here are two persons, the father and the son, go out a-hunting. They take different roads. The father hears a rushing among the bushes, takes it to be game, fires, and kills his son through a mistake. Here is innocent bloodshed, but yet nobody will say the father ought to die for it. So that the general rule of law is that whenever one person has a right to do an act, and that act by any accident takes away the life of another, it is excusable. It bears the same regard to the innocent as to the guilty. If two men are together and attack me, and I have a right to kill them, I strike at them, and by mistake strike a third and kill him, as I had a right to kill the first, my killing the other will be excusable, as it happened by accident. If I, in the heat of passion, aim a blow at the person who has assaulted me, and aiming at him I kill another person, it is but manslaughter. Foster 261, Section 3. If an action unlawful in itself is done deliberately and with intention of mischief, or great bodily harm to particulars, or of mischief indiscriminately, fall it where it may, and death ensues, against or beside the original intention of the party, it will be murder. But if such mischievous intention doth not appear, which is matter of fact, and to be collected from circumstances, and the act was done heedlessly and inconsiderately, it will be manslaughter, not accidental death, because the act upon which death ensued was unlawful. Suppose in this case the mulatto man was the person who made the assault. Suppose he was concerned in the unlawful assembly, and this party of soldiers, endeavoring to defend themselves against him, happened to kill another person who was innocent, though the soldiers had no reason that we know of to think any person there, at least of that number who were crowding about them, innocent. They might, naturally enough, presume all to be guilty of the riot and assault, and to come with the same design. I say, if on firing on those who were guilty, they accidentally killed an innocent person, it was not their fault. They were obliged to defend themselves against those who were pressing upon them. They are not answerable for it with their lives. For on supposition it was justifiable or excusable to kill Attucks or any other person, it will be equally justifiable or excusable if in firing at them they killed another who was innocent, or if the provocation was such as to mitigate the guilt of manslaughter, it will equally mitigate the guilt if they killed an innocent man undesignedly in aiming at him who gave the provocation, according to Judge Foster. And as this point is of such consequence, I must produce some more authorities for it. 1 Hawkins 84. Also, if a third person accidentally happened to be killed by one engaged in a combat, upon a sudden quarrel, it seems that he who killed him is guilty of manslaughter only, etc. Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, 442, to the same point. And Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, Part 1, 404, and 4 Black, 27. I shall now consider one question more, and that is concerning provocation. We have hitherto been considering self-defense and how far persons may go in defending themselves against aggressors, even by taking away their lives, and now proceed to consider such provocations as the law allows to mitigate or extenuate the guilt of killing, where it is not justifiable or excusable. An assault and battery committed upon a man in such a manner as not to endanger his life is such a provocation as the law allows to reduce killing down to the crime of manslaughter. Now, the law has been made on more considerations than we are capable of making at present. The law considers a man as capable of bearing anything and everything but blows. I may reproach a man as much as I please. I may call him a thief, robber, traitor, scoundrel, coward, lobster, bloody back, etc. And if he kill me, it will be murder, if nothing else but words proceed. But if from giving him such kind of language I proceed to take him by the nose or fillip him on the forehead, that is an assault. That is a blow. The law will not oblige a man to stand still and bear it. There is the distinction. Hands off, touch me not. As soon as you touch me, if I run you through the heart, it is but manslaughter. The utility of this distinction, the more you think of it, the more you will be satisfied with it. It is an assault whenever a blow is struck, let it be ever so slight, and sometimes even without a blow. The law considers man as frail and passionate. When his passions are touched, he will be thrown off his guard, and therefore the law makes allowance for this frailty. Considers him as in a fit of passion, not having the possession of his intellectual faculties, and therefore does not oblige him to measure out his blows with a yardstick or weigh them in a scale. Let him kill with a sword, gun, or hedge stake. It is not murder, but only manslaughter. Keeling's Report 135. Regina versus Magridge. Rules supported by authority and general consent, showing what are always allowed to be sufficient provocations. First, if one man upon any words shall make an assault upon another, either by pulling him by the nose or filliping him on the forehead, and he that is so assaulted shall draw his sword and immediately run the other through, that is but manslaughter, for the peace is broken by the person killed, and with an indignity to him that received the assault. Besides, he that was so affronted might reasonably apprehend that he that treated him in that matter might have some further design upon him. So that here is the boundary. When a man is assaulted and kills in consequence of that assault, it is but manslaughter. I will just read as I go along the definition of assault. 1 Hawkins, chapter 62, section 1. An assault is an attempt or offer with force or violence to do a corporal hurt to another, as by striking at him with or without a weapon, or presenting a gun at him at such a distance to which the gun will carry, or pointing a pitchfork at him, or by any other such like act done in angry, threatening manner, etc., but no words can amount to an assault. Here is the definition of an assault, which is a sufficient provocation to soften killing down to manslaughter. 1 Hawkins, chapter 31, section 36. Neither can be thought guilty of a greater crime than manslaughter, who, finding a man in bed with his wife, or being actually struck by him, or pulled by the nose or filliped upon the forehead, immediately kills him, or in the defense of his person from an unlawful arrest, or in the defense of his house from those who, claiming a title to it, attempt forcibly to enter it, and to that purpose shoot at it, etc. Every snowball, oyster shell, cake of ice, or bit of cinder that was thrown that night at the sentinel was an assault upon him. Every one that was thrown at the party of soldiers was an assault upon them, whether it hit any of them or not. I am guilty of an assault if I present a gun at any person, and if I insult him in that manner and he shoots me, it is but manslaughter. Foster, 295, 396. To what I have offered with regard to sudden rencounters, let me add that the blood already too much heated kindleth afresh at every passer blow. And in the tumult of the passions, in which the mere instinct of self-preservation has no inconsiderable share, the voice of reason is not heard, and therefore the law, in condescension to the infirmities of flesh and blood, doth extenuate the offense. Insolent, scurrilous, or slanderous language, when it precedes an assault, aggravates it. Foster, 316. We all know that words of reproach, how grating and offensive soever, are in the eye of the law no provocation in the case of voluntary homicide, and yet every man who hath considered the human frame, or but attended to the workings of his own heart, knoweth that affronts of that kind pierce deeper, and stimulate in the veins more effectually than a slight injury done to a third person, though under the color of justice possibly can. I produce this to show the assault in this case was aggravated by the scurrilous language which preceded it. Such words of reproach stimulate in the veins and exasperate the mind, and no doubt if an assault and battery succeeds them, killing under such provocation is softened to manslaughter, but killing without such provocation makes it murder. End of the first day's speech. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time. Volume 1 by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Section 9, Oration at Plymouth, by John Quincy Adams. John Quincy Adams, 1767 to 1848. No other American president, not even Thomas Jefferson, has equaled John Quincy Adams in literary accomplishments. His orations and public speeches will be found to stand for a tradition of painstaking scholastic finish, hardly to be found elsewhere in American orations, and certainly not among the speeches of any other president. As a result of the pains he took with them, they belong rather to literature than to politics, and it is possible that they will not be generally appreciated at their real worth for several generations still to come. If, as is sometimes alleged in such cases, they gain in literary finish at the expense of force, it is not to be forgotten that forcible speech, which, ignoring all rules, carries its point by assault, may buy immediate effect at the expense of permanent respectability. And if John Quincy Adams, who labored, as Cicero did, to give his addresses the greatest possible literary finish, does not rank with Cicero among orators, it is certain that respectability will always be willingly conceded him by every generation of his countrymen. Some idea of the extent of his early studies may be gained from his father's letter to Benjamin Waterhouse, written from Auteuil, France, in 1785. John Quincy Adams, being then only in his 18th year, the elder Adams said of him, quote, "If you were to examine him in English and French poetry, I know not where you would find anybody his superior. In Roman and English history, few persons of his age. It is rare to find a youth possessed of such knowledge. He has translated Virgil's Aeneid, Suetonius, the whole of Sallust, Tacitus, Agricola, his Germany, and several other books of his Annals, a great part of Horace, some of Ovid, and some of Caesar's commentaries in writing, besides a number of Tully's orations. In Greek his progress has not been equal, yet he has studied morsels in Aristotle's Poetics, in Plutarch's Lives, and Lucian's Dialogues, the choice of Hercules in Xenophon, and lately he has gone through several books of Homer's Iliad." End quote. The elder Adams concludes the list of his son's accomplishments with a catalogue of his labors in mathematics hardly inferior in length to that cited in the classics. Even if it were true, as has been urged by the political opponents of the Adams family, that no one of its members has ever shown more than respectable natural talent, it would add overwhelming weight to the argument in favor of the laborious habits of study which have characterized them to the third and fourth generations, and from the time of John Adams until our own, have made them men of mark and far-reaching national influence. In national politics, John Quincy Adams, the last of the line of colonial gentlemen who achieved the presidency, stood for education, for rigid ideas of moral duty, for dignity, for patriotism, for all the virtues which are best cultivated through processes of segregation. He ended an epoch in which it was possible for a man who, as he did, wrote poems on religion and society, and paraphrased the Psalms into English verse, to be elected president. It has hardly been possible since his day. Chosen as a Democrat in 1825, Mr. Adams was really the first Whig president. His speeches are important, historically, because they define political tendencies as a result of which the Whig Party took the place of the Federalist. Oration at Plymouth. Delivered at Plymouth on the 22nd day of December, 1802, in commemoration of the landing of the Pilgrims. Among the sentiments of most powerful operation upon the human heart, and most highly honorable to the human character, are those of veneration for our forefathers and of love for our posterity. They form the connecting links between the selfish and the social passions. By the fundamental principle of Christianity, the happiness of the individual is interwoven by innumerable and imperceptible ties with that of his contemporaries. By the power of filial reverence and parental affection, individual existence is extended beyond the limits of individual life, and the happiness of every age is chained in mutual dependence upon that of every other. Respect for his ancestors excites, in the breast of man, interest in their history, attachment to their characters, concern for their errors, involuntary pride in their virtues. Love for his posterity spurs him to exertion for their support, stimulates him to virtue for their example, and fills him with the tenderest solicitude for their welfare. Man, therefore, was not made for himself alone. No, he was made for his country, by the obligations of the social compact. He was made for his species, by the Christian duties of universal charity. He was made for all ages past, by the sentiment of reverence for his forefathers. And he was made for all future times by the impulse of affection for his progeny. Under the influence of these principles, quote, existence sees him spurn her bounded reign. End quote. They redeem his nature from the subjection of time and space. He is no longer a, quote, puny insect shivering at a breeze, end quote. He is the glory of creation, formed to occupy all time and all extent, bounded, during his residence upon earth, only to the boundaries of the world, and destined to life and immortality in brighter regions, when the fabric of nature itself shall dissolve and perish. The voice of history has not, in all its compass, a note but answers in unison with these sentiments. The barbarian chieftain who defended his country against the Roman invasion, driven to the remotest extremity of Britain, and stimulating his followers to battle by all that has power of persuasion upon the human heart, concluded his persuasion by an appeal to these irresistible feelings. Quote, "Think of your forefathers and of your posterity." End quote. The Romans themselves, at the pinnacle of civilization, were actuated by the same impressions, and celebrated, in anniversary festivals, every great event which had signalized the annals of their forefathers. To multiply instances where it were impossible to adduce an exception would be to waste your time and abuse your patience. But in the sacred volume, which contains the substance of our firmest faith and of our most precious hopes, these passions not only maintain their highest efficacy, but are sanctioned by the express injunctions of the divine legislator to his chosen people. The revolutions of time furnish no previous example of a nation shooting up to maturity and expanding into greatness with the rapidity which has characterized the growth of the American people. In the luxuriance of youth and in the vigor of manhood, it is pleasing and instructive to look backwards upon the helpless days of infancy, but in the continual and essential changes of a growing subject, the transactions of that early period would be soon obliterated from the memory but for some periodical call of attention to aid the silent records of the historian. Such celebrations arouse and gratify the kindliest emotions of the bosom. They are faithful pledges of the respect we bear to the memory of our ancestors and of the tenderness with which we cherish the rising generation. They introduce the sages and heroes of ages past to the notice and emulation of succeeding times. They are at once testimonials of our gratitude and schools of virtue to our children. These sentiments are wise, they are honorable, they are virtuous. Their cultivation is not merely innocent pleasure, it is incumbent duty. Obedient to their dictates, you, my fellow citizens, have instituted and paid frequent observance to this annual solemnity. And what event of weightier intrinsic importance or of more extensive consequences was ever selected for this honorary distinction? In reverting to the period of our origin, other nations have generally been compelled to plunge into the chaos of impenetrable antiquity, or to trace a lawless ancestry into the caverns of ravishers and robbers. It is your peculiar privilege to commemorate, in this birthday of your nation, an event ascertained in its minutest details, an event of which the principal actors are known to you familiarly, as if belonging to your own age, an event of a magnitude before which imagination shrinks at the imperfection of her powers. It is your further happiness to behold in those eminent characters, who were most conspicuous in accomplishing the settlement of your country, men upon whose virtue you can dwell with honest exultation. The founders of your race are not handed down to you, like the father of the Roman people, as the sucklings of a wolf. You are not descended from a nauseous compound of fanaticism and sensuality, whose only argument was the sword, and whose only paradise was a brothel. No Gothic scourge of God, no Vandal pest of nations, no fabled fugitive from the flames of Troy, no bastard Norman tyrant, appears among the list of worthies who first landed on the rock, which your veneration has preserved as a lasting monument of their achievement. The great actors of the day we now solemnize were illustrious by their intrepid valor no less than by their Christian graces. But the clarion of conquest has not blazoned forth their names to all the winds of heaven. Their glory has not been wafted over oceans of blood to the remotest regions of the earth. They have not erected to themselves colossal statues upon pedestals of human bones to provoke and insult the tardy hand of heavenly retribution, but theirs was, quote, the better fortitude of patience and heroic martyrdom, end quote. Theirs was the gentle temper of Christian kindness, the rigorous observance of reciprocal justice, the unconquerable soul of conscious integrity. Worldly fame has been parsimonious of her favor to the memory of those generous companions. Their numbers were small, their stations in life obscure, the object of their enterprise unostentatious, the theater of their exploits remote. How could they possibly be favorites of worldly fame, that common crier whose existence is only known by the assemblage of multitudes, that pander of wealth and greatness, so eager to haunt the palaces of fortune, and so fastidious to the houseless dignity of virtue, that parasite of pride, ever scornful to meekness, and ever obsequious to insolent power, that heedless trumpeter, whose ears are deaf to modest merit, and whose eyes are blind to bloodless distant excellence. When the persecuted companions of Robinson, exiles from their native land, anxiously sued for the privilege of removing 1,000 leagues more distant to an untried soil, a rigorous climate, and a savage wilderness, for the sake of reconciling their sense of religious duty with their affections for their country, few, perhaps none of them, formed a conception of what would be, within 2 centuries, the result of their undertaking. When the jealous and niggardly policy of their British sovereign denied them even the humblest of requests, and instead of liberty would barely consent to promise connivance, neither he nor they might be aware that they were laying the foundations of a power, and that he was sowing the seeds of a spirit which, in less than 200 years, would stagger the throne of his descendants, and shake his united kingdoms to the center. So far is it from the ordinary habits of mankind to calculate the importance of events in their elementary principles, that had the first colonists of our country ever intimated as a part of their designs the project of founding a great and mighty nation, the finger of scorn would have pointed them to the cells of Bedlam as an abode more suitable for hatching vain empires than the solitude of a transatlantic desert. These consequences, then so little foreseen, have unfolded themselves, in all their grandeur, to the eyes of the present age. It is a common amusement of speculative minds to contrast the magnitude of the most important events with the minuteness of their primeval causes, and the records of mankind are full of examples for such contemplations. It is, however, a more profitable employment to trace the constituent principles of future greatness in their kernel, to detect in the acorn at our feet the germ of that majestic oak, whose roots shoot down to the center, and whose branches aspire to the skies. Let it be, then, our present occupation to inquire and endeavor to ascertain the causes first put in operation at the period of our commemoration, and already productive of such magnificent effects, to examine with reiterated care and minute attention the characters of those men who gave the first impulse to a new series of events in the history of the world, to applaud and emulate those qualities of their minds which we shall find deserving of our admiration, to recognize with candor those features which forbid approbation or even require censure, and finally, to lay alike their frailties and their perfections to our own hearts, either as warning or as example. Of the various European settlements upon this continent, which have finally merged into one independent nation, the first establishments were made at various times by several nations, and under the influence of different motives. In many instances, the conviction of religious obligation formed one, and a powerful inducement of the adventures, but in none, excepting the settlement at Plymouth, did they constitute the sole and exclusive actuating cause. Worldly interest and commercial speculation entered largely into the views of other settlers, but the commands of conscience were the only stimulus to the emigrants from Leyden. Previous to their expedition hither, they had endured a long banishment from their native country. Under every species of discouragement, they undertook the voyage. They performed it in spite of numerous and almost insuperable obstacles. They arrived upon a wilderness bound with frost and hoary with snow, without the boundaries of their charter, outcasts from all human society, and coasted 5 weeks together in the dead of winter on this tempestuous shore, exposed at once to the fury of the elements, to the arrows of the native savage, and to the impending horrors of famine. Courage and perseverance have a magical talisman, before which difficulties disappear and obstacles vanish into air. These qualities have ever been displayed in their mightiest perfection as attendants in the retinue of strong passions. From the first discovery of the Western Hemisphere by Columbus until the settlement of Virginia, which immediately preceded that of Plymouth, the various adventurers from the ancient world had exhibited upon innumerable occasions that ardor of enterprise and that stubbornness of pursuit which set all danger at defiance and chained the violence of nature at their feet. But they were all instigated by personal interests. Avarice and ambition had turned their souls to that pitch of exaltation. Selfish passions were the parents of their heroism. It was reserved for the first settlers of New England to perform achievements equally arduous, to trample down obstructions equally formidable, to dispel dangers equally terrific, under the single inspiration of conscience. To them, even liberty herself was but a subordinate and secondary consideration. They claimed exemption from the mandates of human authority as militating with their subjection to a superior power. Before the voice of heaven, they silenced even the calls of their country. Yet, while so deeply impressed with the sense of religious obligation, they felt in all its energy the force of that tender tie which binds the heart of every virtuous man to his native land. It was to renew that connection with their country which had been severed by their compulsory expatriation that they resolved to face all the hazards of a perilous navigation and all the labors of a toilsome distant settlement. Under the mild protection of the Batavian government, they enjoyed already that freedom of religious worship for which they had resigned so many comforts and enjoyments at home, but their hearts panted for a restoration to the bosom of their country. Invited and urged by the open-hearted and truly benevolent people who had given them an asylum from the persecution of their own kindred to form their settlement within the territories then under their jurisdiction, the love of their country predominated over every influence save that of conscience alone, and they preferred the precarious chance of relaxation from the bigoted rigor of the English government to the certain liberality and alluring offers of the Hollanders. Observe, my countrymen, the generous patriotism, the cordial union of soul, the conscious yet unaffected vigor which beam in their application to the British monarch. Quote, "They are well weaned from the delicate milk of their mother country, and inured to the difficulties of a strange land. They were knit together in a strict and sacred bond to take care of the good of each other and of the whole. It was not with them as with other men, whom small things could discourage or small discontents cause to wish themselves again at home." End quote. Children of these exalted pilgrims, is there one among you who can hear the simple and pathetic energy of these expressions without tenderness and admiration? Venerated shades of our forefathers, no, ye were indeed not ordinary men. That country which had ejected you so cruelly from her bosom, you still delighted to contemplate in the character of an affectionate and beloved mother. The sacred bond which knit you together was indissoluble while you lived, and oh, may it be to your descendants the example and the pledge of harmony to the latest period of time. The difficulties and dangers which so often had defeated attempts of similar establishments were unable to subdue souls tempered like yours. You heard the rigid interdictions, you saw the menacing forms of toil and danger, forbidding your access to this land of promise, but you heard without dismay. You saw and disdained retreat. Firm and undaunted in the confidence of that sacred bond, conscious of the purity and convinced of the importance of your motives, you put your trust in the protecting shield of Providence, and smiled defiance at the combining terrors of human malice and of elemental strife. These, in the accomplishment of your undertaking, you were summoned to encounter in their most hideous forms. These you met with that fortitude and combated with that perseverance which you had promised in their anticipation. These you completely vanquished in establishing the foundations of New England, and the day which we now commemorate is the perpetual memorial of your triumph. It were an occupation peculiarly pleasing to cull from our early historians and exhibit before you every detail of this transaction, to carry you in imagination on board their bark at the first moment of her arrival in the bay, to accompany Carver, Winslow, Bradford, and Standish in all their excursions upon the desolate coast, to follow them into every rivulet and creek where they endeavored to find a firm footing, and to fix, with a pause of delight and exultation, the instant when the first of these heroic adventurers alighted on the spot where you, their descendants, now enjoy the glorious and happy reward of their labors. But in this grateful task, your former orators on this anniversary have anticipated all that the most ardent industry could collect, and gratified all that the most inquisitive curiosity could desire. To you, my friends, every occurrence of that momentous period is already familiar. A transient allusion to a few characteristic instances which mark the peculiar history of the Plymouth settlers may properly supply the place of a narrative which, to this auditory, must be superfluous. One of these remarkable incidents is the execution of that instrument of government by which they formed themselves into a body politic, the day after their arrival upon the coast, and previous to their first landing. This is, perhaps, the only instance in human history of that positive, original social compact which speculative philosophers have imagined as the only legitimate source of government. Here was a unanimous and personal assent by all the individuals of the community to the association by which they became a nation. It was the result of circumstances and discussions which had occurred during their passage from Europe, and is a full demonstration that the nature of civil government, abstracted from the political institutions of their native country, had been an object of their serious meditation. The settlers of all the former European colonies had contented themselves with the powers conferred upon them by their respective charters, without looking beyond the seal of the royal parchment for the measure of their rights and the rule of their duties. The founders of Plymouth had been impelled by the peculiarities of their situation to examine the subject with deeper and more comprehensive research. After 12 years of banishment from the land of their first allegiance, during which they had been under an adoptive and temporary subjection to another sovereign, they must naturally have been led to reflect upon the relative rights and duties of allegiance and subjection. They had resided in a city, the seat of a university, where the polemical and political controversies of the time were pursued with uncommon fervor. In this period they had witnessed the deadly struggle between the two parties, into which the people of the United Provinces, after their separation from the Crown of Spain, had divided themselves. The contest embraced within its compass not only theological doctrines, but political principles, and Maurice and Barnevelt were the temporal leaders of the same rival factions, of which Episcopus and Polyander were the ecclesiastical champions. That the investigation of the fundamental principles of government was deeply implicated in these dissensions is evident from the immortal work of Grotius upon the rights of war and peace, which undoubtedly originated from them. Grotius himself had been a most distinguished actor and sufferer in those important scenes of internal convulsion, and his work was first published very shortly after the departure of our forefathers from Leyden. It is well known that in the course of the contest Mr. Robinson more than once appeared, with credit to himself, as a public disputant against Episcopus, and from the manner in which the fact is related by Governor Bradford, it is apparent that the whole English Church at Leyden took a zealous interest in the religious part of the controversy. As strangers in the land, it is presumable that they wisely and honorably avoided entangling themselves in the political contentions involved with it. Yet the theoretic principles, as they were drawn into discussion, could not fail to arrest their attention, and must have assisted them to form accurate ideas concerning the origin and extent of authority among men, independent of positive institutions. The importance of these circumstances will not be duly weighed without taking into consideration the state of opinion then prevalent in England. The general principles of government were there little understood and less examined. The whole substance of human authority was centered in the simple doctrine of royal prerogative, the origin of which was always traced, in theory, to divine institution. 20 years later, the subject was more industriously sifted, and for half a century became one of the principal topics of controversy between the ablest and most enlightened men in the nation. The instrument of voluntary association executed on board the Mayflower testifies that the parties to it had anticipated the improvement of their nation. Another incident from which we may derive occasion for important reflections was the attempt of these original settlers to establish among them that community of goods and of labor which fanciful politicians, from the days of Plato to those of Rousseau, have recommended as the fundamental law of a perfect republic. This theory results, it must be acknowledged, from principles of reasoning most flattering to the human character. If industry, frugality, and disinterested integrity were alike the virtues of all, there would, apparently, be more of the social spirit in making all property a common stock, and giving to each individual a proportional title to the wealth of the whole. Such is the basis upon which Plato forbids, in his Republic, the division of property. Such is the system upon which Rousseau pronounces the first man who enclosed a field with a fence and said, quote, "This is mine," unquote, a traitor to the human species. A wiser and more useful philosophy, however, directs us to consider man according to the nature in which he was formed, subject to infirmities which no wisdom can remedy, to weaknesses which no institution can strengthen, to vices which no legislation can correct. Hence it becomes obvious that separate property is the natural and indisputable right of separate exertion, that community of goods without community of toil is oppressive and unjust, that it counteracts the laws of nature which prescribe that he only who sows the seed shall reap the harvest, that it discourages all energy by destroying its rewards, and makes the most virtuous and active members of society the slaves and drudges of the worst. Such was the issue of this experiment among our forefathers, and the same event demonstrated the error of the system in the elder settlement of Virginia. Let us cherish that spirit of harmony which prompted our forefathers to make the attempt, under circumstances more favorable to its success than, perhaps, ever occurred upon earth. Let us no less admire the candor with which they relinquished it, upon discovering its irremediable inefficacy. To found principles of government upon too advantageous an estimate of the human character is an error of inexperience, the source of which is so amiable that it is impossible to censure it with severity. We have seen the same mistake committed in our own age, and upon a larger theater. Happily for our ancestors, their situation allowed them to repair it before its effects had proved destructive. They had no pride of vain philosophy to support, no perfidious rage of faction to glut, by persevering in their mistakes until they should be extinguished in torrents of blood. As the attempt to establish among themselves the community of goods was a seal of that sacred bond which knit them so closely together, so the conduct they observed towards the natives of the country displays their steadfast adherence to the rules of justice and their faithful attachment to those of benevolence and charity. No European settlement ever formed upon this continent has been more distinguished for undeviating kindness and equity towards the savages. There are, indeed, moralists who have questioned the right of the Europeans to intrude upon the possessions of the aboriginals in any case, and under any limitations whatsoever. But have they maturely considered the whole subject? The Indian right of possession itself stands, with regard to the greatest part of the country, upon a questionable foundation. Their cultivated fields, their constructed habitations, a space of ample sufficiency for their subsistence, and whatever they had annexed to themselves by personal labor, was undoubtedly, by the laws of nature, theirs. But what is the right of a huntsman to the forest of 1,000 miles over which he has accidentally ranged in quest of prey? Shall the liberal bounties of Providence to the race of man be monopolized by one of 10,000 for whom they were created? Shall the exuberant bosom of the common mother, amply adequate to the nourishment of millions, be claimed exclusively by a few hundreds of her offspring? Shall the lordly savage not only disdain the virtues and enjoyments of civilization himself, but shall he control the civilization of a world? Shall he forbid the wilderness to blossom like a rose? Shall he forbid the oaks of the forest to fall before the axe of industry, and to rise again transformed into the habitations of ease and elegance? Shall he doom an immense region of the globe to perpetual desolation, and to hear the howlings of the tiger and the wolf silence forever the voice of human gladness? Shall the fields and the valleys, which a beneficent God has formed to teem with the life of innumerable multitudes, be condemned to everlasting barrenness? Shall the mighty rivers, poured out by the hand of nature as channels of communication between numerous nations, roll their waters in sullen silence and eternal solitude to the deep? Have hundreds of commodious harbors, 1,000 leagues of coast, and a boundless ocean been spread in the front of this land, and shall every purpose of utility to which they could apply be prohibited by the tenant of the woods? No, generous philanthropists. Heaven has not been thus inconsistent with the works of its hands. Heaven has not thus placed at irreconcilable strife its moral laws with its physical creation. The Pilgrims of Plymouth obtained their right of possession to the territory on which they settled by titles as fair and unequivocal as any human property can be held. By their voluntary association, they recognized their allegiance to the government of Britain, and in process of time received whatever powers and authorities could be conferred upon them by a charter from their sovereign. The spot on which they fixed had belonged to an Indian tribe, totally extirpated by that devouring pestilence which had swept the country shortly before their arrival. The territory, thus free from all exclusive possession, they might have taken by the natural right of occupancy. Desirous, however, of giving ample satisfaction to every pretense of prior right, by formal and solemn conventions with the chiefs of the neighboring tribes, they acquired the further security of a purchase. At their hands the children of the desert had no cause of complaint. On the great day of retribution, what thousands, what millions of the American race will appear at the bar of judgment to arraign their European invading conquerors? Let us humbly hope that the fathers of the Plymouth colony will then appear in the whiteness of innocence. Let us indulge in the belief that they will not only be free from all accusation of injustice to these unfortunate sons of nature, but that the testimonials of their acts of kindness and benevolence towards them will plead the cause of their virtues, as they are now authenticated by the record of history upon earth. Religious discord has lost her sting. The cumbrous weapons of theological warfare are antiquated. The field of politics supplies the alchemists of our times with materials of more fatal explosion, and the butchers of mankind no longer travel to another world for instruments of cruelty and destruction. Our age is too enlightened to contend upon topics which concern only the interests of eternity. The men who hold in proper contempt all controversies about trifles, except such as inflame their own passions, have made it a commonplace censure against your ancestors, that their zeal was enkindled by subjects of trivial importance, and that, however aggrieved by the intolerance of others, they were alike intolerant themselves. Against these objections your candid judgment will not require an unqualified justification, but your respect and gratitude for the founders of the state may boldly claim an ample apology. The original grounds of their separation from the Church of England were not objects of a magnitude to dissolve the bonds of communion, much less those of charity, between Christian brethren of the same essential principles. Some of them, however, were not inconsiderable, and numerous inducements concurred to give them an extraordinary interest in their eyes. When that portentous system of abuses, the papal dominion, was overturned, a great variety of religious sects arose in its stead in the several countries, which for many centuries before had been screwed beneath its subjection. The fabric of the Reformation, first undertaken in England upon a contracted basis by a capricious and sanguinary tyrant, had been successfully overthrown and restored, renewed and altered, according to the varying humors and principles of 4 successive monarchs. To ascertain the precise point of division between the genuine institutions of Christianity and the corruptions accumulated upon them in the progress of 15 centuries was found a task of extreme difficulty throughout the Christian world. Men of the profoundest learning, of the sublimest genius, and of the purest integrity, after devoting their lives to the research, finally differed in their ideas upon many great points, both of doctrine and discipline. The main question, it was admitted on all hands, most intimately concerned the highest interests of man, both temporal and eternal. Can we wonder that men who felt their happiness here and their hopes of hereafter, their worldly welfare and the kingdom of heaven at stake, should sometimes attach an importance beyond their intrinsic weight to collateral points of controversy connected with the all-involving object of the Reformation? The changes in the forms and principles of religious worship were introduced and regulated in England by the hand of public authority, but that hand had not been uniform or steady in its operations. During the persecutions inflicted in the interval of popish restoration under the reign of Mary upon all who favored the Reformation, many of the most zealous reformers had been compelled to fly their country. While residing on the continent of Europe, they had adopted the principles of the most complete and rigorous Reformation as taught and established by Calvin. On returning afterwards to their native country, they were dissatisfied with the partial Reformation, at which, as they conceived, the English establishment had rested, and claiming the privilege of private conscience, upon which alone any departure from the Church of Rome could be justified, they insisted upon the right of adhering to the system of their own preference, and, of course, upon that of nonconformity to the establishment prescribed by the royal authority. The only means used to convince them of error and reclaim them from dissent was force, and force served but to confirm the opposition it was meant to suppress. By driving the founders of the Plymouth colony into exile, it constrained them to absolute separation from the Church of England, and by the refusal afterwards to allow them a positive toleration, even in this American wilderness, the Council of James I rendered that separation irreconcilable. Viewing their religious liberties here as held only by sufferance, yet bound to them by all the ties of conviction, and by all their sufferings for them, could they forbear to look upon every dissenter among themselves with a jealous eye? Within 2 years after their landing, they beheld a rival settlement attempted in their immediate neighborhood, and not long after, the laws of self-preservation compelled them to break up a nest of revelers, who boasted of protection from the mother country, and who had recurred to the easy but pernicious resource of feeding their wanton idleness by furnishing the savages with the means, the skill, and the instruments of European destruction. Toleration, in that instance, would have been self-murder, and many other examples might be alleged, in which their necessary measures of self-defense have been exaggerated into cruelty, and their most indispensable precautions distorted into persecution. Yet shall we not pretend that they were exempt from the common laws of mortality, or entirely free from all the errors of their age. Their zeal might sometimes be too ardent, but it was always sincere. At this day, religious indulgence is one of our clearest duties, because it is one of our undisputed rights. While we rejoice that the principles of genuine Christianity have so far triumphed over the prejudices of a former generation, let us fervently hope for the day when it will prove equally victorious over the malignant passions of our own. In thus calling your attention to some of the peculiar features in the principles, the character, and the history of our forefathers, it is as wide from my design as I know it would be from your approbation to adorn their memory with a chaplet plucked from the domain of others. The occasion and the day are more peculiarly devoted to them, and let it never be dishonored with a contracted or exclusive spirit. Our affections as citizens embrace the whole extent of the Union, and the names of Raleigh, Smith, Winthrop, Calvert, Penn, and Oglethorpe excite in our minds recollections equally pleasing and gratitude equally fervent with those of Carver and Bradford. 2 centuries have not yet elapsed since the first European foot touched the soil which now constitutes the American Union. 2 centuries more, and our numbers must exceed those of Europe itself. The destinies of this empire, as they appear in prospect before us, disdain the powers of human calculation. Yet, as the original founder of the Roman state is said once to have lifted upon his shoulders the fame and fortunes of all his posterity, so let us never forget that the glory and greatness of all our descendants is in our hands. Preserve in all their purity, refine, if possible, from all their alloy, those virtues which we this day commemorate as the ornament of our forefathers. Adhere to them with inflexible resolution as to the horns of the altar. Instill them with unwearied perseverance into the minds of your children. Bind your souls and theirs to the national union as the cords of life are centered in the heart, and you shall soar with rapid and steady wing to the summit of human glory. Nearly a century ago, one of those rare minds to whom it is given to discern future greatness in its seminal principles upon contemplating the situation of this continent, pronounced, in a vein of poetic inspiration, quote, "Westward the star of empire takes its way." End quote. Let us unite in ardent supplication to the founder of nations and the builder of worlds, that what then was prophecy may continue unfolding into history, that the dearest hopes of the human race may not be extinguished in disappointment, and that the last may prove the noblest empire of time. End of Section 9. Oration at Plymouth by John Quincy Adams. Section 10 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time. Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Lafayette, by John Quincy Adams. Delivered in Congress, December 31st, 1834. On the 6th of September, 1757, Lafayette was born. The kings of France and Britain were seated upon their thrones by virtue of the principle of hereditary succession, variously modified and blended with different forms of religious faith, and they were waging war against each other, and exhausting the blood and treasure of their people for causes in which neither of the nations had any beneficial or lawful interest. In this war, the father of Lafayette fell in the cause of his king, but not of his country. He was an officer of an invading army, the instrument of his sovereign's wanton ambition and lust of conquest. The people of the electorate of Hanover had done no wrong to him or to his country. When his son came to an age capable of understanding the irreparable loss that he had suffered, and to reflect upon the causes of his father's fate, there was no drop of consolation mingled in the cup from the consideration that he had died for his country. And when the youthful mind was awakened to meditation upon the rights of mankind, the principles of freedom, and theories of government, it cannot be difficult to perceive in the illustrations of his own family records the source of that aversion to hereditary rule, perhaps the most distinguishing feature of his own political opinions, and to which he adhered through all the vicissitudes of his life. Lafayette was born a subject of the most absolute and most splendid monarchy of Europe, and in the highest rank of her proud and chivalrous nobility. He had been educated at a college of the University of Paris, founded by the royal munificence of Louis XIV, or Cardinal Richelieu. Left an orphan in early childhood with the inheritance of a princely fortune, he had been married at 16 years of age to a daughter of the house of Noailles, the most distinguished family of the kingdom, scarcely deemed in public consideration inferior to that which wore the crown. He came into active life at the change from boy to man, a husband and a father in the full enjoyment of everything that avarice could covet, with a certain prospect before him of all that ambition could crave. Happy in his domestic affections, incapable, from the benignity of his nature, of envy, hatred, or revenge, a life of ignoble ease and indolent repose seemed to be that which nature and fortune had combined to prepare before him. To men of ordinary mold, this condition would have led to a life of luxurious apathy and sensual indulgence. Such was the life into which, from the operation of the same causes, Louis XV had sunk, with his household and court, while Lafayette was rising to manhood, surrounded by the contamination of their example. Had his natural endowments been even of the higher and nobler order of such as adhere to virtue, even in the lap of prosperity and in the bosom of temptation, he might have lived and died a pattern of the nobility of France, to be classed, in after times, with the Turens and the Montausiers of the age of Louis XIV, or with the Villards or the Lamignons of the age immediately preceding his own. But as in the firmament of heaven that rolls over our heads, there is, among the stars of the first magnitude, one so preeminent in splendor as, in the opinion of astronomers, to constitute a class by itself, so in the 1400 years of the French monarchy, among the multitudes of great and mighty men which it has evolved, the name of Lafayette stands unrivaled in the solitude of glory. In entering upon the threshold of life, a career was to open before him. He had the option of the court and the camp. An office was tendered to him in the household of the king's brother, the Count de Provence, since, successively, a royal exile and a reinstated king. The servitude and inaction of a court had no charms for him. He preferred a commission in the army, and, at the time of the Declaration of Independence, was a captain of the dragoons in garrison at Metz. There, at an entertainment given by his relative, the Maréchal de Broglie, the commandant of the place, to the Duke of Gloucester, brother to the British king, and then a transient traveller through that part of France, he learns, as an incident of intelligence received that morning by the English prince from London, that the Congress of Rebels at Philadelphia had issued a Declaration of Independence. A conversation ensues upon the causes which have contributed to produce this event, and upon the consequences which may be expected to flow from it. The imagination of Lafayette has caught across the Atlantic tide the spark emitted from the Declaration of Independence. His heart has kindled at the shock, and before he slumbers upon his pillow, he has resolved to devote his life and fortune to the cause. You have before you the cause and the man. The self-devotion of Lafayette was twofold. First, to the people, maintaining a bold and seemingly desperate struggle against oppression and for national existence. Secondly, and chiefly, to the principles of their declaration, which then first unfurled before his eyes the consecrated standard of human rights. To that standard, without an instant of hesitation, he repaired. Where it would lead him, it is scarcely probable that he himself then foresaw. It was then identical with the stars and stripes of the American Union, floating to the breeze from the Hall of Independence at Philadelphia. Nor sordid avarice nor vulgar ambition could point his footsteps to the pathway leading to that banner. To the love of ease or pleasure nothing could be more repulsive. Something may be allowed to the beatings of the youthful breast which make ambition virtue, and something to the spirit of military adventure, imbibed from his profession, and which he felt in common with many others. France, Germany, Poland, furnished to the armies of this Union, in our revolutionary struggle, no inconsiderable number of officers of high rank and distinguished merit. The names of Pulaski and de Kalb are numbered among the martyrs of our freedom, and their ashes repose in our soil side by side with the canonized bones of Warren and of Montgomery. To the virtues of Lafayette a more protracted career and happier earthly destinies were reserved. To the moral principle of political action the sacrifices of no other man were comparable to his. Youth, health, fortune, the favor of his king, the enjoyment of ease and pleasure, even the choicest blessings of domestic felicity, he gave them all for toil and danger in a distant land, and an almost hopeless cause, but it was the cause of justice and of the rights of humankind. Pronounce him one of the first men of his age, and you have not yet done him justice. Try him by that test to which he sought in vain to stimulate the vulgar and selfish spirit of Napoleon. Class him among the men who, to compare and seat themselves, must take in the compass of all ages. Turn back your eyes upon the records of time, summon from the creation of the world to this day the mighty dead of every age and every clime, and where, among the race of merely mortal men, shall one be found who, as the benefactor of his kind, shall claim to take precedence of Lafayette? There have doubtless been in all ages men whose discoveries or inventions, in the world of matter or of mind, have opened new avenues to the dominion of man over the material creation, have increased his means or his faculties of enjoyment, have raised him in nearer approximation to that higher and happier condition, the object of his hopes and aspirations in his present state of existence. Lafayette discovered no new principle of politics or of morals. He invented nothing in science. He disclosed no new phenomenon in the laws of nature. Born and educated in the highest order of feudal nobility under the most absolute monarchy of Europe, in possession of an affluent fortune and master of himself and of all his capabilities, at the moment of attaining manhood, the principle of republican justice and of social equality took possession of his heart and mind, as if by inspiration from above. He devoted himself, his life, his fortune, his hereditary honors, his towering ambition, his splendid hopes, all to the cause of liberty. He came to another hemisphere to defend her. He became one of the most effective champions of our independence, but, that once achieved, he returned to his own country, and thenceforward took no part in the controversies which have divided us. In the events of our revolution, and in the forms of policy which we have adopted for the establishment and perpetuation of our freedom, Lafayette found the most perfect form of government. He wished to add nothing to it. He would gladly have abstracted nothing from it. Instead of the imaginary republic of Plato, or the utopia of Sir Thomas More, he took a practical existing model in actual operation here, and never attempted or wished more than to apply it faithfully to his own country. It was not given to Moses to enter the promised land, but he saw it from the summit of Pisgah. It was not given to Lafayette to witness the consummation of his wishes in the establishment of a republic and the extinction of all hereditary rule in France. His principles were in advance of the age and hemisphere in which he lived. A Bourbon still reigns on the throne of France, and it is not for us to scrutinize the title by which he reigns. The principles of elective and hereditary power, blended in reluctant union in his person, like the red and white roses of York and Lancaster, may postpone to aftertime the last conflict to which they must ultimately come. The life of the patriarch was not long enough for the development of his whole political system. Its final accomplishment is in the womb of time. The anticipation of this event is the more certain from the consideration that all the principles for which Lafayette contended were practical. He never indulged himself in wild and fanciful speculations. The principle of hereditary power was, in his opinion, the bane of all republican liberty in Europe. Unable to extinguish it in the Revolution of 1830, so far as concerned the chief magistracy of the nation, Lafayette had the satisfaction of seeing it abolished with reference to the peerage. An hereditary crown, stripped of the support which it may derive from an hereditary peerage, however compatible with Asiatic despotism, is an anomaly in the history of the Christian world, and in the theory of free government. There is no argument producible against the existence of an hereditary peerage, but applies with aggravated weight against the transmission, from sire to son, of an hereditary crown. The prejudices and passions of the people of France rejected the principle of inherited power in every station of public trust, excepting the first and highest of them all, but there they clung to it, as did the Israelites of old to the savory deities of Egypt. This is not the time nor the place for a disquisition upon the comparative merits, as a system of government, of a republic, and a monarchy surrounded by republican institutions. Upon this subject there is among us no diversity of opinion, and if it should take the people of France another half-century of internal and external war, of dazzling and delusive glories, of unparalleled triumphs, humiliating reverses, and bitter disappointments, to settle it to their satisfaction, the ultimate result can only bring them to the point where we have stood from the day of the Declaration of Independence, to the point where Lafayette would have brought them, and to which he looked as a consummation devoutly to be wished. Then, too, and then only, will be the time when the character of Lafayette will be appreciated at its true value throughout the civilized world. When the principle of hereditary dominion shall be extinguished in all the institutions of France, when government shall no longer be considered as property transmissible from sire to son, but as a trust committed for a limited time, and then to return to the people whence it came, as a burdensome duty to be discharged, and not as a reward to be abused, when any claim, to political power by inheritance shall, in the estimation of the whole French people, be held as it now is by the whole people of the North American Union, then will be the time for contemplating the character of Lafayette, not merely in the events of his life, but in the full development of his intellectual conceptions, of his fervent aspirations, of the labors and perils and sacrifices of his long and eventful career upon earth, and thenceforward till the hour when the trump of the archangel shall sound to announce that time shall be no more. The name of Lafayette shall stand enrolled upon the annals of our race, high on the list of the pure and disinterested benefactors of mankind. End of section 10. Lafayette by John Quincy Adams.
Section 11 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The World's Best Orations, From the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The Jubilee of the Constitution, John Quincy Adams. Delivered at New York, April 30th, 1839. Fellow citizens and brethren, associates of the New York Historical Society, would it be an unlicensed trespass of the imagination to conceive that on the night preceding the day of which you now commemorate the 50th anniversary, on the night preceding that 30th of April, 1789, when from the balcony of your City Hall the Chancellor of the State of New York administered to George Washington the solemn oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of his ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, that in the visions of the night the guardian angel of the Father of our country had appeared before him, in the venerated form of his mother, and, to cheer and encourage him in the performance of the momentous and solemn duties that he was about to assume, had delivered to him a suit of celestial armor, a helmet consisting of the principles of piety, of justice, of honor, of benevolence, with which from his earliest infancy he had hitherto walked through life, in the presence of all his brethren, a spear studded with the self-evident truths of the Declaration of Independence, a sword, the same with which he had led the armies of his country through the War of Freedom to the summit of the triumphal arc of independence, a corselet and couches of long experience and habitual intercourse in peace and war with the world of mankind, his contemporaries of the human race, in all their stages of civilization, and, last of all, the Constitution of the United States, a shield, embossed by heavenly hands with the future history of his country. Yes, gentlemen, on that shield the Constitution of the United States was sculpted, by forms unseen and in character then invisible to mortal eye, the predestined and prophetic history of the one confederated people of the North American Union. They had been the settlers of 13 separate and distinct English colonies, along the margin of the shore of the North American continent, contiguously situated, but chartered by adventurers of characters variously diversified, including sectarians, religious and political, of all the classes which for the 2 preceding centuries had agitated and divided the people of the British Islands, and with them were intermingled the descendants of Hollanders, Swedes, Germans, and French fugitives from the persecution of the revoker of the Edict of Nantes. In the bosoms of this people, thus heterogeneously composed, there was burning, kindled at different furnaces, but all furnaces of affliction, one clear, steady flame of liberty, bold and daring enterprise, stubborn endurance of privation, unflinching intrepidity in facing danger, and inflexible adherence to conscientious principle, had steeled to energetic and unyielding hardihood the characters of the primitive settlers of all these colonies. Since that time, 2 or 3 generations of men had passed away, but they had increased and multiplied with unexampled rapidity, and the land itself had been the recent theater of a ferocious and bloody 7 years' war between the 2 most powerful and most civilized nations of Europe contending for the possession of this continent. Of that strife, the victorious combatant had been Britain. She had conquered the provinces of France. She had expelled her rival totally from the continent, over which, bounding herself by the Mississippi, she was thenceforth to hold divided empire only with Spain. She had acquired undisputed control over the Indian tribes still tenanting the forest unexplored by the European man. She had established an uncontested monopoly of the commerce of all her colonies. But forgetting all the warnings of preceding ages, forgetting the lessons written in the blood of her own children, through centuries of departed time, she undertook to tax the people of the colonies without their consent. Resistance, instantaneous, unconcerted, sympathetic, inflexible resistance, like an electric shock, startled and roused the people of all the English colonies on this continent. This was the first signal of the North American Union. The struggle was for chartered rights, for English liberties, for the cause of Algernon Sidney and John Hampden, for trial by jury, the habeas corpus, and Magna Charta. But the English lawyers had decided that Parliament was omnipotent, and Parliament, in its omnipotence, instead of trial by jury in the habeas corpus, enacted admiralty courts in England to try Americans for offenses charged against them as committed in America. Instead of the privileges of Magna Charta, nullified the charter itself of Massachusetts Bay, shut up the port of Boston, sent armies and navies to keep the peace and teach the colonies that John Hampden was a rebel and Algernon Sidney a traitor. English liberties had failed them. From the omnipotence of Parliament, the colonists appealed to the rights of man and the omnipotence of the God of battles. Union, Union, was the instinctive and simultaneous cry throughout the land. Their Congress, assembled at Philadelphia, once, twice, had petitioned the king, had remonstrated to Parliament, had addressed the people of Britain for the rights of Englishmen, in vain. Fleets and armies, the blood of Lexington, and the fires of Charleston and Falmouth had been the answer to petition, remonstrance, and address. The dissolution of allegiance to the British crown, the severance of the colonies from the British Empire, and their actual existence as independent states were definitively established, in fact, by war and peace. The independence of each separate state had never been declared of right. It never existed, in fact. Upon the principles of the Declaration of Independence, the dissolution of the ties of allegiance, the assumption of sovereign power, and the institution of civil government are all acts of transcendent authority which the people alone are competent to perform, and accordingly it is in the name and by the authority of the people that two of these acts, the dissolution of allegiance with the severance from the British Empire and the declaration of the United Colonies as free and independent states, were performed by that instrument. But there still remained the last and crowning act, which the people of the Union alone were competent to perform, the institution of civil government for that compound nation, the United States of America. At this day it cannot but strike us as extraordinary that it does not appear to have occurred to any one member of that assembly, which had been laid down in terms so clear, so explicit, so unequivocal, the foundation of all just government in the imprescriptible rights of man and the transcendent sovereignty of the people, and who in those principles had set forth their only personal vindication from the charges of rebellion against their king, and of treason to their country, that their last crowning act was still to be performed upon the same principles. That is, the institution by the people of the United States of a civil government to guard and protect and defend them all. On the contrary, that same assembly which issued the Declaration of Independence, instead of continuing to act in the name and by the authority of good people of the United States, had immediately after the appointment of the committee to prepare the Declaration, appointed another committee of one member from each colony to prepare and digest the form of confederation to be entered into between the colonies. That committee reported on the 12th of July, 8 days after the Declaration of Independence had been issued, a draft of Articles of Confederation between the colonies. This draft was prepared by John Dickinson, then a delegate from Pennsylvania, who voted against the Declaration of Independence and never signed it, having been superseded by a new election of delegates from that state, 8 days after his draft was reported. There was thus no congeniality of principle between the Declaration of Independence and the Articles of Confederation. The foundation of the former was a superintending providence, the rights of man, and the constituent revolutionary power of the people. That of the latter was the sovereignty of organized power and the independence of the separate or disunited states. The fabric of the Declaration and that of the Confederation were each consistent with its own foundation, but they could not form one consistent symmetrical edifice. They were the productions of different minds and of adverse passions, one ascending for the foundation of human government to the laws of nature and of God, written upon the heart of man, the other resting upon the basis of human institutions and prescriptive law and colonial charter. The cornerstone of the one was right, that of the other was power. Where, then, did each state get the sovereignty, freedom, and independence which the Articles of Confederation declare it retains? Not from the whole people of the whole Union, not from the Declaration of Independence, not from the people of the state itself. It was assumed by agreement between the legislatures of the several states and their delegates in Congress, without authority from or consultation of the people at all. In the Declaration of Independence, the enacting and constituent party dispensing and delegating sovereign power is the whole people of the United Colonies. The recipient party, invested with power, is the United Colonies, declared United States. In the Articles of Confederation, this order of agency is inverted. Each state is a constituent and enacting party, and the United States in Congress assembled a recipient of delegated power, and that power delegated with such a penurious and carking hand that it had more the aspect of a revocation of the Declaration of Independence than an instrument to carry it into effect. None of these indispensably necessary powers were ever conferred by the state legislatures upon the Congress of the Federation, and well was it that they never were. The system itself was radically defective. Its incurable disease was an apostasy from the principles of the Declaration of Independence. A substitution of separate state sovereignties in the place of the constituent sovereignty of the people was the basis of the Confederate Union. In the Congress of the Confederation, the masterminds of James Madison and Alexander Hamilton were constantly engaged through the closing years of the Revolutionary War and those of peace which immediately succeeded. That of John Jay was associated with them shortly after the peace, in the capacity of Secretary to the Congress for Foreign Affairs. The incompetency of the Articles of Confederation for the management of the affairs of the Union at home and abroad was demonstrated to them by the painful and mortifying experience of every day. Washington, though in retirement, was brooding over the crucial injustice suffered by his associates in arms, the warriors of the Revolution, over the prostration of the public credit and the faith of the nation, in the neglect to provide for the payment even of the interest upon the public debt, over the disappointed hopes of the friends of freedom, in the language of the address from Congress to the States of the 18th of April, 1783, the pride and boast of America that the rights for which she contended were the rights of human nature. At his residence at Mount Vernon in March 1785, the first idea was started of a revisal of the Articles of Confederation by an organization of means differing from that of a compact between the state legislatures and their own delegates in Congress. A convention of delegates from the state legislatures, independent of the Congress itself, was the expedient which presented itself for effecting the purpose, and an augmentation of the powers of Congress for the regulation of commerce, as the object for which this assembly was to be convened. In January 1786, the proposal was made and adopted in the legislature of Virginia and communicated to the other state legislatures. The convention was held at Annapolis in September of that year. It was attended by delegates from only 5 of the central states, who, on comparing their restricted powers with the glaring and universally acknowledged defects of the Confederation, reported only a recommendation for the assemblage of another convention of delegates to meet at Philadelphia in May 1787 from all the states and with enlarged powers. The Constitution of the United States was the work of this convention, but in its construction the convention immediately perceived that they must retrace their steps and fall back from a league of friendship between sovereign states to the constituent sovereignty of the people, from power to right, from the irresponsible despotism of state sovereignty to the self-evident truths of the Declaration of Independence. In that instrument, the right to institute and to alter governments among men was ascribed exclusively to the people. The ends of government were declared to be to secure the natural rights of man, and that when the government degenerates from the promotion to the destruction of that end, the right and the duty accrues to the people to dissolve this degenerate government and to institute another. The signers of the Declaration further averred that the one people of the United Colonies were then precisely in that situation, with a government degenerated into tyranny and called upon by the laws of nature and of nature's God to dissolve that government and to institute another. Then, in the name and by the authority of the good people of the colonies, they pronounced the dissolution of their allegiance to the king and their eternal separation from the nation of Great Britain, and declared the United Colonies independent states. And here, as the representatives of the one people, they had stopped. They did not require the confirmation of this act, for the power to make the declaration had already been conferred upon them by the people, delegating the power, indeed, separately in the separate colonies, not by colonial authority, but by the spontaneous revolutionary movement of the people in them all. From the day of that declaration, the constituent power of the people had never been called into action. A confederacy had been substituted in the place of a government, and state sovereignty had usurped the constituent sovereignty of the people. The convention assembled at Philadelphia had themselves no direct authority from the people. Their authority was all derived from the state legislatures. But they had the Articles of Confederation before them, and they saw and felt the wretched condition into which they had brought the whole people, and that the Union itself was in the agonies of death. They soon perceived that the indispensably needed powers were such as no state government, no combination of them, was by the principles of the Declaration of Independence competent to bestow. They could emanate only from the people. A highly respectable portion of the Assembly, still clinging to the Confederacy of States, proposed, as a substitute for the Constitution, a mere revival of the Articles of Confederation, with a grant of additional powers to the Congress. Their plan was respectfully and thoroughly discussed, but the want of a government and of the sanction of the people to the delegation of powers happily prevailed. A constitution for the people, and the distribution of the legislative, executive, and judicial powers was prepared. It announced itself as the work of the people themselves, and as this was unquestionably a power assumed by the convention, not delegated to them by the people, they religiously confined it to a simple power to propose, and carefully provided that it should be no more than a proposal until sanctioned by the Confederation Congress, by the state legislatures, and by the people of the several states, in conventions specially assembled by authority of their legislatures, for the single purpose of examining and passing upon it. And thus was consummated the work commenced by the Declaration of Independence, a work in which the people of the North American Union, acting under the deepest sense of responsibility to the supreme ruler of the universe, had achieved the most transcendent act of power that social man in his mortal condition can perform, even that of dissolving the ties of allegiance by which he is bound to his country, of renouncing that country itself, of demolishing its government, of instituting another government, and of making for himself another country in its stead. And on that day, of which you now commemorate the 50th anniversary, on that 30th day of April, 1789, was this mighty revolution not only in the affairs of our own country, but in the principles of government over civilized man, accomplished. The revolution itself was a work of 13 years, and had never been completed until that day. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States are part of one consistent whole, founded upon one and the same theory of government, then new in practice, though not as a theory, for it had been working itself into the mind of man for many ages, and had been especially expounded in the writings of Locke, though it had never before been adopted by a great nation in practice. There are yet, even as this day, many speculative objections to this theory. Even in our own country, there are still philosophers who deny the principles asserted in the Declaration as self-evident truths, who deny the natural equality and inalienable rights of man, who deny that the people are the only legitimate source of power, who deny that all just power of government are derived from the consent of the governed. Neither your time, nor perhaps the cheerful nature of this occasion, permit me here to enter upon the examination of this anti-revolutionary theory, which arrays state sovereignty against the constituent sovereignty of the people, and distorts the Constitution of the United States into a league of friendship between confederate corporations. I speak to matters of fact. There is the Declaration of Independence, and there is the Constitution of the United States. Let them speak for themselves. The grossly immoral and dishonest doctrine of despotic state sovereignty, the exclusive judge of its own obligations, and responsible to no power on earth or in heaven, for the violation of them is not there. The Declaration says it is not in me. The Constitution says it is not in me. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Samuel Adams, 1723 to 1803. Samuel Adams, called by his contemporaries the father of the American Revolution, drew up in 1764 the instructions of the people of Boston to their representatives in the Massachusetts General Assembly, containing what is said to be the first official denial of the right of the British Parliament to tax the colonists. Deeply religious by nature, having what Everett calls a most angelic voice, studying sacred music as an avocation, and exhibiting through life the fineness of nerve and sensitiveness of temperament which gave him his early disposition to escape the storms of life by a career in the pulpit. Circumstances, or rather his sense of fitness, dominating his physical weakness, imposed on him the work of leading in what results have shown to be the greatest revolution of history. So sensitive physically that he had a tremulous motion of the head when speaking. His intellectual force was such that he easily became a leader of popular opposition to royal authority in New England. Unlike Jefferson in being a fluent public speaker, he resembled him in being the intellectual heir of Sidney and Locke. He showed very early in life the bent which afterwards forced him, as it did the naturally timid and retiring Jefferson, to take the leadership of the uneducated masses of the people against the wealth, the culture, and the conservatism of the colonial aristocracy. After passing through the Lovell School, he graduated at Harvard College, and on proposing a thesis for his second degree, as college custom required, he defended the proposition that it is lawful to resist the supreme authority if the commonwealth cannot otherwise be preserved. Like questions had been debated during the Middle Ages, from the time returning crusaders brought back with them copies of Aristotle and other great Greek philosophers whose authority was still reverenced at Byzantium and Baghdad when London and Paris knew nothing of them. Out of the denial of one set of schoolmen that a divine right to rule, greater than that derived from the people, could exist in kings, grew the political controversy which preceded the English Revolution against the Stuarts. Our revolution grew out of the English as the French grew out of ours, and in putting on his seal Cromwell's motto, "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God," Jefferson the Virginian illustrated the same intellectual heredity which Samuel Adams, the New Englander, showed in asserting the right of the people composing the Commonwealth to resist the supreme authority when in their judgment its exercise had become prejudicial to their rights or their interests. From 1764, when he was chosen to present the denial made by the people of Boston of the English Parliament's right to tax them, until he joined Jefferson in forcing on the then unprepared mind of the public the idea of a complete and final separation from the mother country, his aggressive denunciations of the English government's attempts at absolutism made him so hated by the English administration and its colonial representatives that, with John Hancock, he was specially exempted from General Gage's amnesty proclamation of June 1775 as having committed offenses of too flagitious a nature to admit of any other consideration than that of condign punishment. joining with John Adams, Franklin, and Jefferson in forcing issues for complete separation from England and for the formal Declaration of Independence, Samuel Adams was himself the author of the celebrated circular letter addressed by the Assembly of Massachusetts to the speakers of the several assemblies in other colonies. In 1774, he was chosen a member of the Continental Congress, where he took a prominent part in preventing the possibility of compromise with England. In 1794, he succeeded Hancock as governor of Massachusetts, retiring in 1797 because of the increasing infirmities of age. Like many other statesmen of his time, he lived the greater part of his life in poverty, but his only son, dying before him, left him a property which supported him in his old age. It is said that his great oration on American independence, delivered at Philadelphia in August 1776 and published here, is the only complete address of his which has come down to us. It was translated into French and published in Paris, and it is believed that Napoleon borrowed from it the phrase, "a nation of shopkeepers," to characterize the English. American Independence. Countrymen and brethren, I would gladly have declined an honor to which I find myself unequal. I have not the calmness and impartiality which the infinite importance of this occasion demands. I will not deny the charge of my enemies, that resentment for the accumulated injuries of our country, and an ardor for her glory rising to enthusiasm, may deprive me of that accuracy of judgment and expression which men of cooler passions may possess. Let me beseech you, then, to hear me with caution, to examine your prejudice, and to correct the mistakes into which I may be hurried by my zeal. Truth loves an appeal to the common sense of mankind. Your unperverted understandings can best determine on subjects of a practical nature. The positions and plans, which are said to be above the comprehension of the multitude, may be always suspected to be visionary and fruitless. He who made all men hath made the truths necessary to human happiness obvious to all. Our forefathers threw off the yoke of popery and religion. For you is reserved the honor of leveling the popery of politics. They opened the Bible to all and maintained the capacity of every man to judge for himself in religion. Are we sufficient for the comprehension of the sublimest spiritual truths and unequal to material and temporal ones? Heaven hath trusted us with the management of things for eternity, and man denies us ability to judge of the present or to know from our feelings the experience that will make us happy. You can discern, they say, objects distant and remote, but cannot perceive those within your grasp. Let us have the distribution of present goods and cut out and manage as you please the interests of futurity. This day, I trust, the reign of political Protestantism will commence. We have explored the temple of royalty and found that the idol we have bowed down to has eyes which see not, ears that hear not our prayers, and a heart like the nether millstone. We have this day restored the sovereign to whom alone men ought to be obedient. He reigns in heaven, and with a propitious eye beholds his subjects, assuming that freedom of thought and dignity of self-direction which he bestowed on them. From the rising to the setting sun, may his kingdom come. Having been a slave to the influence of opinion early acquired, and distinctions generally received, I am ever inclined not to despise but pity those who are yet in darkness. But to the eye of reason, what can be more clear than that all men have an equal right to happiness. Nature made no other distinction than that of higher and lower degrees of power of mind and body. But what mysterious distribution of character has the craft of statesmen, more fatal than priestcraft, introduced? According to their doctrine, the offspring of perhaps the lewd embraces of a successful invader shall, from generation to generation, arrogate the right of lavishing on their pleasures a proportion of the fruits of the earth, more than sufficient to supply the wants of thousands of their fellow creatures, claim authority to manage them like beasts of burthen, and without superior industry, capacity, or virtue, nay, though disgraceful to humanity by their ignorance, intemperance, and brutality, shall be deemed best calculated to frame laws and to consult for the welfare of society. Were the talents and virtues which heaven has bestowed on men given merely to make them more obedient drudges, to be sacrificed to the follies and ambition of a few? Or were not the noble gifts so equally dispensed with a divine purpose and law that they should, as nearly as possible, be equally exerted, and the blessings of Providence be equally enjoyed by all? Away, then, with those absurd systems which, to gratify the pride of a few, debase the greater part of our species below the order of men. What an affront to the King of the universe to maintain that the happiness of a monster, sunk in debauchery and spreading desolation and murder among men, of a Caligula, a Nero, or a Charles, is more precious in his sight than that of millions of his suppliant creatures who do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with their God. No, in the judgment of heaven, there is no other superiority among men than a superiority in wisdom and virtue. And can we have a safer model in forming ours? The deity, then, has not given any order or family of men authority over others, and if any men have given it, they only could give it for themselves. Our forefathers, 'tis said, consented to be subject to the laws of Great Britain. I will not at present dispute it, nor mark out the limits and conditions of their submission. But will it be denied that they contracted to pay obedience and to be under the control of Great Britain because it appeared to them most beneficial in their then present circumstances and situations? We, my countrymen, have the same right to consult and provide for our happiness, which they had to promote theirs. If they had a view to posterity in their contracts, it must have been to advance the felicity of their descendants. If they erred in their expectations and prospects, we can never be condemned for a conduct which they would have recommended had they foreseen our present condition. Ye darkeners of counsel, who would make the property, lives, and religion of millions depend on the evasive interpretations of musty parchments, who would send us to antiquated charters of uncertain and contradictory meaning, to prove that the present generation are not bound to be victims to cruel and unforgiving despotism, tell us whether our pious and generous ancestors bequeathed to us the miserable privilege of having the rewards of our honesty, industry, the fruits of those fields which they purchased and bled for, wrested from us at the will of men, over whom we have no check. Did they contract for us that with folded arms we should expect that justice and mercy from brutal and inflamed invaders, which have been denied to our supplications at the foot of the throne? Were we to hear our character as a people ridiculed with indifference? Did they promise for us that our meekness and patience should be insulted, our coasts harassed, our towns demolished and plundered, and our wives and offspring exposed to nakedness, hunger, and death without our feeling the resentment of men and exerting those powers of self-preservation which God has given us? No man had once a greater veneration for Englishmen than I entertained. They were dear to me as branches of the same parental trunk and partakers of the same religion and laws. I still view with respect the remains of the Constitution as I would a lifeless body, which had once been animated by a great and heroic soul. But when I am aroused by the din of arms, when I behold legions of foreign assassins paid by Englishmen to imbrue their hands in our blood, when I tread over the uncoffined bodies of my countrymen, neighbors, and friends, when I see the locks of a venerable father torn by savage hands, and a feeble mother clasping her infants to her bosom and on her knees imploring their lives from her own slaves, who Englishmen have allured to treachery and murder. When I behold my country, once the seat of industry, peace, and plenty, changed by Englishmen to a theater of blood and misery, heaven forgive me if I cannot root out those passions which it has implanted in my bosom, and detest submission to a people who have either ceased to be human or have not virtue enough to feel their own wretchedness and servitude. Men who content themselves with the semblance of truth and a display of words talk much of our obligations to Great Britain for protection. Had she a single eye to our advantage? A nation of shopkeepers are very seldom so disinterested. Let us not be so amused with words. The extension of her commerce was her object. When she defended our coasts, she fought for her customers and convoyed our ships loaded with wealth, which we had acquired for her by our industry. She has treated us as beasts of burthen, whom the lordly masters cherish that they may carry a greater load. Let us inquire also against whom she has protected us, against her own enemies with whom we had no quarrel, or only on her account, and against whom we always readily exerted our wealth and strength when they were required. Were these colonies backward in giving assistance to Great Britain when they were called upon in 1739 to aid the expedition against Carthagena? They at that time sent 3,000 men to join the British army, although the war commenced without their consent. But the last war, 'tis said, was purely American. This is a vulgar error, which, like many others, has gained credit by being confidently repeated. The dispute between the courts of Great Britain and France related to the limits of Canada and Nova Scotia. The controverted territory was not claimed by any in the colonies, but by the Crown of Great Britain. It was therefore their own quarrel. The infringement of a right which England had by the Treaty of Utrecht of trading in the Indian country of Ohio was another cause of the war. The French seized large quantities of British manufacture and took possession of a fort which a company of British merchants and factors had erected for the security of their commerce. The war was therefore waged in defense of lands claimed by the Crown and for the protection of British property. The French at that time had no quarrel with America, and, as appears by letters sent from their commander-in-chief to some of the colonies, wished to remain in peace with us. The part, therefore, which we then took, and the miseries to which we exposed ourselves, ought to be charged to our affection to Britain. These colonies granted more than their proportion to the support of the war. They raised, clothed, and maintained nearly 25,000 men, And so sensible were the people of England of our great exertions, that a message was annually sent to the House of Commons purporting that His Majesty, being highly satisfied with the zeal and vigor with which his faithful subjects in North America had exerted themselves in defense of His Majesty's just rights and possessions, recommended to the House to take the same into consideration and enable him to give them a proper compensation. But what purpose can arguments of this kind answer? Did the protection we received annul our rights as men and lay us under an obligation of being miserable? Who among you, my countrymen, that is a father would claim authority to make your child a slave because you had nourished him in infancy? 'Tis a strange species of generosity which requires a return infinitely more valuable than anything it could have bestowed, that demands as a reward for a defense of our property a surrender of those inestimable privileges to the arbitrary will of vindictive tyrants, which alone give value to that very property. Political right and public happiness are different words for the same idea. They who wander into metaphysical labyrinths or have recourse to original contracts to determine the rights of men either impose on themselves or mean to delude others. Public utility is the only certain criterion. It is a test which brings disputes to a speedy decision and makes its appeal to the feelings of mankind. The force of truth has obliged men to use arguments drawn from this principle who were combating it in practice and speculation. The advocates for a despotic government and non-resistance to the magistrate employ reasons in favor of their systems drawn from a consideration of their tendency to promote public happiness. The author of nature directs all his operations to the production of the greatest good, and has made human virtue to consist in a disposition and conduct which tends to the common felicity of his creatures. An abridgment of the natural freedom of men by the institutions of political societies is vindicable only on this foot. How absurd, then, is it to draw arguments from the nature of civil society for the annihilation of those very ends which society was intended to procure? Men associate for their mutual advantage. Hence, the good and happiness of the members, that is, the majority of the members of any state, is the great standard by which everything relating to that state must finally be determined. And though it may be supposed that a body of people may be bound by a voluntary resignation, which they have been so infatuated as to make, of all their interest to a single person or to a few, it can never be conceived that the resignation is obligatory to their posterity, because it is manifestly contrary to the good of the whole that it should be so. These are the sentiments of the wisest and most virtuous champions of freedom. Attend to a portion on the subject from a book in our own defense, written, I had almost said, by the pen of inspiration. I lay no stress, says he, on charters. They derive their rights from a higher source. It is inconsistent with common sense to imagine that any people would ever think of settling in a distant country on any such condition, or that the people from whom they withdrew should forever be masters of their property and have power to subject them to any modes of government they pleased. And had there been express stipulation to this purpose in all the charters of the colonies, they would, in my opinion, be no more bound by them than if it had been stipulated with them that they should go naked or expose themselves to the incursions of wolves and tigers. Such are the opinions of every virtuous and enlightened patriot in Great Britain. Their petition to heaven is that there may be one free country left upon earth to which they may fly when venality, luxury, and vice shall have completed the ruin of liberty there. Courage, then, my countrymen. Our contest is not only whether we ourselves shall be free, but whether there shall be left to mankind an asylum on earth for civil and religious liberty. Dismissing, therefore, the justice of our cause as incontestable, the only question is, what is best for us to pursue in our present circumstances? The doctrine of dependence on Great Britain is, I believe, generally exploded, but as I would attend to the honest weakness of the simplest of men, you will pardon me if I offer a few words on that subject. We are now on this continent, to the astonishment of the world, 3 millions of souls united in one cause. We have large armies, well disciplined and appointed, with commanders inferior to none in military skill and superior in activity and zeal. We are furnished with arsenals and stores beyond our most sanguine expectations, and foreign nations are waiting to crown our success by their alliances. There are instances of, I would say, an almost astonishing providence in our favor, and our success has staggered our enemies and almost given faith to infidels. So we may truly say it is not our own arm which has saved us. The hand of heaven appears to have led us on to be perhaps humble instruments and means in the great providential dispensation which is completing. We have fled from the political Sodom. Let us not look back, lest we perish and become a monument of infamy and derision to the world. For can we ever expect more unanimity and a better preparation for defense, more infatuation of counsel among our enemies, and more valor and zeal among ourselves? The same force and resistance which are sufficient to procure us our liberties will secure us a glorious independence and support us in the dignity of free imperial states. We cannot suppose that our opposition has made a corrupt and dissipated nation more friendly to America, or created in them a greater respect for the rights of mankind. We can therefore expect a restoration and establishment of our privileges and a compensation for the injuries we have received from their want of power, from their fears, and not from their virtues. The unanimity and valor which will effect an honorable peace can render a future contest for our liberties unnecessary. He who has strength to chain down the wolf is a madman if he let him loose without drawing his teeth and paring his nails. From the day on which an accommodation takes place between England and America on any other terms than as independent states, I shall date the ruin of this country. A politic minister will study to lull us into security by granting us the full extent of our petitions. The warm sunshine of influence would melt down the virtue which the violence of the storm rendered more firm and unyielding. In a state of tranquility, wealth, and luxury, our descendants would forget the arts of war and the noble activity and zeal which made their ancestors invincible. Every art of corruption would be employed to loosen the bond of union which renders our resistance formidable. When the spirit of liberty which now animates our hearts and gives success to our arms is extinct, our numbers will accelerate our ruin and render us easier victims to tyranny. Ye abandoned minions of an infatuated ministry, if peradventure any should yet remain among us, remember that a Warren and Montgomery are numbered among the dead. Contemplate the mangled bodies of your countrymen, and then say, what should be the reward of such sacrifices? Bid us and your posterity bow the knee, supplicate the friendship, and plow and sow and reap, to glut the avarice of the men who have let loose on us the dogs of war, to riot in our blood and hunt us from the face of the earth? If ye love wealth better than liberty, the tranquility of servitude than the animating contest of freedom, go from us in peace. We ask not your counsels or arms. Crouch down and lick the hands which feed you. May your chains sit lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that ye were our countrymen. To unite the supremacy of Great Britain and the liberty of America is utterly impossible. So vast a continent, and of such a distance from the seat of empire, will every day grow more unmanageable. The motion of so unwieldy a body cannot be directed with any dispatch and uniformity without committing to the Parliament of Great Britain powers inconsistent with our freedom. The authority and force which would be absolutely necessary for the preservation of the peace and good order of this continent would put all our valuable rights within the reach of that nation. As the administration of government requires firmer and more numerous supports in proportion to its extent, the burdens imposed on us would be excessive, and we should have the melancholy prospect of their increasing on our posterity. The scale of officers, from the rapacious and needy commissioner to the haughty governor, and from the governor with his hungry train to perhaps a licentious and prodigal viceroy, must be upheld by you and your children. The fleets and armies which will be employed to silence your murmurs and complaints must be supported by the fruits of your industry. And yet, with all this enlargement of the expense and powers of government, the administration of it at such a distance and over so extensive a territory must necessarily fail of putting the laws into vigorous execution, removing private oppressions, and forming plans for the advancement of agriculture and commerce, and preserving the vast empire in any tolerable peace and security. If our posterity retain any spark of patriotism, they can never tamely submit to such burthens. This country will be made the field of bloody contention till it gain that independence for which nature formed it. It is, therefore, injustice and cruelty to our offspring, and would stamp us with the character of baseness and cowardice, to leave the salvation of this country to be worked out by them with accumulated difficulty and danger. Prejudice, I confess, may warp our judgments. Let us hear the decision of Englishmen on the subject who cannot be suspected of partiality. The Americans, they say, are but little short of half our number. To this number they have grown from a small body of original settlers by a very rapid increase. The probability is that they will go on to increase, and that in 50 or 60 years they will be double our number and form a mighty empire consisting of a variety of states, all equal or superior to ourselves in all the arts and accomplishments which give dignity and happiness to human life. In that period, will they be still bound to acknowledge that supremacy over them which we now claim? Can there be any person who will assert this, or whose mind does not revolt at the idea of a vast continent, holding all that is valuable to it at the discretion of a handful of people on the other side of the Atlantic? But if at that period this would be unreasonable, what makes it otherwise now? Draw the line if you can. But there is still a greater difficulty. Britain is now, I will suppose, the seat of liberty and virtue, and its legislature consists of a body of able and independent men who govern with wisdom and justice. The time may come when all will be reversed, when its excellent constitution of government will be subverted, when, pressed by debts and taxes, it will be greedy to draw to itself an increase of revenue from every distant province, in order to ease its own burdens, when the influence of the crown, strengthened by luxury and a universal profligacy of manners, will have tainted every heart, broken down every fence of liberty, and rendered us a nation of tame and contented vassals, when a general election will be nothing but a general auction of boroughs, and when the Parliament, the grand council of the nation, and once the faithful guardian of the state, and a terror to evil ministers, will be degenerated into a body of sycophants, dependent and venal, always ready to confirm any measures, and little more than a public court for registering royal edicts. Such, it is possible, may, some time or other, be the state of Great Britain. What will, at that period, be the duty of the colonies? Will they be still bound to unconditional submission? Must they always continue an appendage to our government and follow it implicitly through every change that can happen to it? Wretched condition, indeed, of millions of free men as good as ourselves! Will you say that we now govern equitably and that there is no danger of such revolution? Would to God that this were true! But you will not always say the same. Who shall judge whether we govern equitably or not? Can you give the colonies any security that such a period will never come? No. The period, countrymen, is already come. The calamities were at our door. The rod of oppression was raised over us. We were roused from our slumbers, and may we never sink into repose until we can convey a clear and undisputed inheritance to our posterity. This day we are called upon to give a glorious example of what the wisest and best of men were rejoiced to view only in speculation. This day presents the world with the most august spectacle that its annals ever unfolded. Millions of free men deliberately and voluntarily forming themselves into a society for their common defense and common happiness. Immortal spirits of Hampden, Locke, and Sidney, will it not add to your benevolent joys to behold your posterity rising to the dignity of men, and evincing to the world the reality and expediency of your systems, and in the actual enjoyment of that equal liberty which you were happy when on earth in delineating and recommending to mankind? Other nations have received their laws from conquerors. Some are indebted for a constitution to the suffering of their ancestors through revolving centuries. The people of this country alone have formally and deliberately chosen a government for themselves, and with open and uninfluenced consent bound themselves into a social compact. Here no man proclaims his birth or wealth as a title to honorable distinction, or to sanctify ignorance and vice with the name of hereditary authority. He who has most zeal and ability to promote public felicity, let him be the servant of the public. This is the only line of distinction drawn by nature. Leave the bird of night to the obscurity for which nature intended him, and expect only from the eagle to brush the clouds with his wings and look boldly in the face of the sun. Some who would persuade us that they have tender feelings for future generations, while they are insensible to the happiness of the present, are perpetually foreboding a train of dissensions under our popular system. Such men's reasoning amounts to this: give up all that is valuable to Great Britain, and then you will have no inducements to quarrel among yourselves, or suffer yourselves to be chained down by your enemies that you may not be able to fight with your friends. This is an insult on your virtue as well as your common sense. Your unanimity this day and through the course of the war is a decisive refutation of such invidious predictions. Our enemies have already had evidence that our present Constitution contains in it the justice and ardor of freedom and the wisdom and vigor of the most absolute system. When the law is the will of the people, it will be uniform and coherent, but fluctuation, contradiction, and inconsistency of counsels must be expected under those governments where every revolution in the ministry of a court produces one in the state, such being the folly and pride of all ministers, that they ever pursue measures directly opposite to those of their predecessors. We shall neither be exposed to the necessary convulsions of elective monarchies, nor to the want of wisdom, fortitude, and virtue to which hereditary succession is liable. In your hands it will be to perpetuate a prudent, active, and just legislature, and which will never expire until you yourselves lose the virtues which give it existence. And, brethren and fellow countrymen, if it was ever granted to mortals to trace the designs of Providence and interpret its manifestations in favor of their cause, we may, with humility of soul, cry out, not unto us, not unto us, but to thy name be the praise. The confusion of the devices among our enemies and the rage of the elements against them have done almost as much towards our success as either our counsels or our arms. The time at which this attempt on our liberty was made, when we were ripened into maturity, had acquired a knowledge of war, and were free from the incursions of enemies in this country, the gradual advances of our oppressors enabling us to prepare for our defense, the unusual fertility of our lands and clemency of the seasons, the success which at first attended our feeble arms, producing unanimity among our friends and reducing our internal foes to acquiescence. These are all strong and palpable marks and assurances that Providence is yet gracious unto Zion, that it will turn away the captivity of Jacob. Our glorious reformers, when they broke through the fetters of superstition, effected more than could be expected from an age so darkened. But they left much to be done by their posterity. They lopped off, indeed, some of the branches of popery, but they left the root and stock when they left us under the domination of human systems and decisions, usurping the infallibility which can be attributed to revelation alone. They dethroned one usurper only to raise up another. They refused allegiance to the Pope only to place the civil magistrate in the throne of Christ, vested with authority to enact laws and inflict penalties in his kingdom. And if we now cast our eyes over the nations of the earth, we shall find that, instead of possessing the pure religion of the gospel, they may be divided either into infidels who deny the truth or politicians who make religion a stalking horse for their ambition, or professors who walk in the trammels of orthodoxy and are more attentive to traditions and ordinances of men than to the oracles of truth. The civil magistrate has everywhere contaminated religion by making it an engine of policy, and freedom of thought and the right of private judgment and matters of conscience driven from every other corner of the earth direct their course to this happy country as their last asylum. Let us cherish the noble guests and shelter them under the wings of a universal toleration. Be this the seat of unbounded religious freedom. She will bring with her in her train industry, wisdom, and commerce. She thrives most when left to shoot forth in her natural luxuriance and asks from human policy only not to be checked in her growth by artificial encouragements. Thus, by the beneficence of Providence, we shall behold our empire arising, founded on justice and the voluntary consent of the people, and giving full scope to the exercise of those faculties and rights which most ennoble our species. Besides the advantages of liberty and the most equal constitution, heaven has given us a country with every variety of climate and soil, pouring forth in abundance whatever is necessary for the support, comfort, and strength of a nation. Within our own borders, we possess all the means of sustenance, defense, and commerce. At the same time, these advantages are so distributed among the different states of this continent as if nature had in view to proclaim to us, "Be united among yourselves, and you will want nothing from the rest of the world." The more northern states most amply supply us with every necessary and many of the luxuries of life, with iron, timber, and masts for ships of commerce or of war, with flax for the manufacture of linen, and seed either for oil or exportation. So abundant are our harvests that almost every part raises more than double the quantity of grain requisite for the support of the inhabitants. From Georgia and the Carolinas, we have, as well for our own wants as the purpose of supplying the wants of other powers, indigo, rice, hemp, naval stores, and lumber. Virginia and Maryland teem with wheat, Indian corn, and tobacco. Every nation whose harvest is precarious, or whose lands yield not those commodities which we cultivate, will gladly exchange their superfluities and manufactures for ours. We have already received many and large cargoes of clothing, military stores, etc., from our commerce with foreign powers, and in spite of the efforts of the boasted Navy of England, we shall continue to profit by this connection. The want of our naval stores has already increased the price of these articles to a great height, especially in Britain. Without our lumber, it will be impossible for those haughty islanders to convey the products of the West Indies to their own ports. For a while they may with difficulty effect it, but without our assistance, their resources soon must fail. Indeed, the West India Islands appear as the necessary appendages to this our empire. They must owe their support to it, and ere long, I doubt not, some of them will, from necessity, wish to enjoy the benefit of our protection. These natural advantages will enable us to remain independent of the world, or make it the interest of European powers to court our alliance, and aid in protecting us against the invasion of others. What argument, therefore, do we want to show the equity of our conduct, or motive of interest to recommend it to our prudence? Nature points out the path, and our enemies have obliged us to pursue it. If there is any man so base or so weak as to prefer a dependence on Great Britain to the dignity and happiness of living a member of a free and independent nation, let me tell him that necessity now demands what the generous principle of patriotism should have dictated. We have no other alternative than independence, or the most ignominious and galling servitude. The legions of our enemies thicken on our plains. Desolation and death mark their bloody career, whilst the mangled corpses of our countrymen seem to cry out to us as a voice from heaven. Will you permit our posterity to groan under the galling chains of our murderers? Has our blood been expended in vain? Is the only benefit which our constancy till death has obtained for our country that it should be sunk into a deeper and more ignominious vassalage? Recollect who are the men that demand your submission, to whose decrees you are invited to pay obedience. Men who, unmindful of their relation to you as brethren, of your long implicit submission to their laws, of the sacrifice which you and your forefathers made of your natural advantages for commerce to their avarice, formed a deliberate plan to wrest from you the small pittance of property which they had permitted you to acquire. Remember that the men who wish to rule over you are they who, in pursuit of this plan of despotism, annulled the sacred contracts which they had made with your ancestors, conveyed into your cities a mercenary soldiery to compel you to submission by insult and murder, who called your patience cowardice, your piety hypocrisy. Countrymen, the men who now invite you to surrender your rights into their hands are the men who have let loose the merciless savages to riot in the blood of their brethren, who have dared to establish popery triumphant in our land, who have taught treachery to your slaves and courted them to assassinate your wives and children. These are the men to whom we are exhorted to sacrifice the blessings which Providence holds out to us, the happiness, the dignity of uncontrolled freedom and independence. Let not your generous indignation be directed against any among us who may advise so absurd and maddening a measure. Their number is but few, and daily decreases, and the spirit which can render them patient of slavery will render them contemptible enemies. Our union is now complete, our constitution composed, established, and approved. You are now the guardians of your own liberties. We may justly address you as the Decemviri did the Romans, and say nothing that we propose can pass into a law without your consent. Be yourselves, O Americans, the authors of those laws on which your happiness depends. You have now in the field armies sufficient to repel the whole force of your enemies and their base and mercenary auxiliaries. The hearts of your soldiers beat high with the spirit of freedom. They are animated with the justice of their cause, and while they grasp their swords can look up to heaven for assistance. Your adversaries are composed of wretches who laugh at the rights of humanity, who turn religion into derision, and would, for higher wages, direct their swords against their leaders or their country. Go on, then, in your generous enterprise with gratitude to heaven for past success and confidence of it in the future. For my own part, I ask no greater blessing than to share with you the common danger and common glory. If I have a wish dearer to my soul than that my ashes may be mingled with those of a Warren and Montgomery, it is that these American states may never cease to be free and independent. End of section 12.
Section number 13 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. A Farewell. Aelred, 1109 to 1166. Saint Aelred, or Ethelred, was abbot of the Cistercian monastery of Rievaulx, Yorkshire, in the 12th century. 32 of his sermons, collected and published by Richard Gibbon, remain as examples of the pulpit eloquence of his age, but not very much is remembered of Aelred himself except that he was virtuous enough to be canonized, and was held in high estimation as a preacher during the Middle Ages. He died in 1166. His command of language is extraordinary, and he is remarkable for the cumulative power with which he adds clause to clause and sentence to sentence in working towards a climax. A Farewell. It is time that I should begin the journey to which the law of our order compels me, desire incites me, and affection calls me. But how, even for so short a time, can I be separated from my beloved ones? Separated, I say, in body, and not in spirit. And I know that in affection and spirit I shall be so much the more present by how much in body I am the more absent. I speak after the manner of men because of the infirmity of my flesh. My wish is that I may lay down among you the tabernacle of my flesh, that I may breathe forth my spirit in your hands, that ye may close the eyes of your Father, and that all my bones should be buried in your sight. Pray, therefore, O my beloved ones, that the Lord may grant me the desire of my soul. Call to mind, dearest brethren, that it is written of the Lord Jesus, when he was about to remove his presence from his disciples, that he, being assembled together with them, commanded them that they should not depart from Jerusalem. Following, therefore, his example, since after our sweet banquet we have now risen from the table, I, who in a little while am about to go away, command you, beseech you, warn you, not to depart from Jerusalem, for Jerusalem signifies peace. Therefore, we commend peace to you. We enjoin peace to you. Now, Christ himself, our peace, who hath united us, keep you in the unity of the Spirit and in the bond of peace, to whose protection and consolation I commend you under the wings of the Holy Ghost, that he may return you to me, and me to you in peace and with safety. Approach now, dearest sons, and in sign of the peace and love which I have commended to you, kiss your father, and let us all pray together that the Lord may make our way prosperous, and grant us when we return to find you in the same peace, who liveth and reigneth one God, through all ages of ages. Amen. End of section 13. Section number 14 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. A Sermon After Absence. Behold, I have returned, my beloved sons, my joy and my crown in the Lord. Behold, I have returned after many labors, after a dangerous journey. I am returned to you. I am returned to your love. This day is the day of exultation and joy, which, when I was in a foreign land, when I was struggling with the winds and with the sea, I so long desired to behold. And the Lord hath heard the desire of the poor. O love, how sweetly thou inflamest those that are absent! How deliciously thou feedest those that are present, and yet dost not satisfy the hungry, till thou makest Jerusalem to have peace and fillest it with the flour of wheat. This is the peace which, as you remember, I commended to you when the law of our order compelled me for a time to be separated from you. The peace which, now I have returned, I find, thanks be to God, among you. The peace of Christ, which, with a certain foretaste of love, feeds you in the way that shall satisfy you with the plenitude of the same love in your country. Well, beloved brethren, all that I am, all that I have, all that I know, I offer to your profit, I devote to your advantage. Use me as you will. Spare not my labor if it can in any way serve to your benefit. Let us return, therefore, if you please, or rather because you please, to the work which we have intermitted, and let us examine the Holy Ghost enduing us with the light of truth, the heavenly treasures which holy Isaiah has laid up under the guise of parables, when he writes that parable which the people, freed from his tyranny, shall take up against the king of Babylon. And it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou wast made to serve, that thou shalt take up this parable against the king of Babylon. Let us, therefore, understand the parable as a parable, not imagining that it was spoken against Nebuchadnezzar, the prince of that earthly Babylon, but rather against him who is from the north, the prince of confusion. If any one of us, then, who was once set in the confusion of vices and oppressed by the yoke of iniquity, now rejoices that he rests from his labors, and is without confusion for that which is past, and has cast off the yoke of that worst of slaveries, let him take up this parable against the king of Babylon. There is labor in vice. There is rest in virtue. There is confusion in lust. There is security in chastity. There is servitude in covetousness. There is liberty in charity. Now, there is a labor in vice, and labor for vice, and labor against vice. A labor in vice, when, for the sake of fulfilling our evil desires, the ancient enemy inflicts hard labor upon us. There is a labor for vice, when any one is either afflicted against his will, for the evil which he has done, or of his will is troubled by the labor of penance. There is a labor against vice, when he that is converted to God is troubled with divers temptations. There is also a confusion in vice, when a man, distracted by most evil passions, is not ruled by reason, but hurried along confusedly by the tumult of vices. A confusion for vice, when a man is found out and convicted of any crime, and is therefore confounded, or when a man repenting and confessing what he has done is purified by healthful confusion and confession. And there is a confusion against vice, when a man, converted to God, resists the temptation from which he suffers, by the recollection of former confusion. Wonder not if I have kept you longer today than my wont is, because desirous of you, after so long a hunger, I could not be easily satiated with your presence. Think not, indeed, that even now I am satiated. I leave off speaking because I am weary, not because I am satisfied. But I shall be satisfied when the glory of Christ shall appear, in whom I now embrace you with delight, you, with whom I hope that I shall be happily found in him, to whom is honor and glory to ages of ages. Amen. End of section 14. Section number 15 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Unmanliness. Fortitude comes next, which is necessary in temptation, since perfection of sanctity cannot be so uninterruptedly maintained in this life that its serenity will be disturbed by no temptations. But as our Lord God seems to us, in times when everything appears peaceful and tranquil, to be merciful and loving and the giver of joy, thus when he exposes us either to the temptations of the flesh or to the suggestions of demons, or when he afflicts us with the troubles, or wears us out with the persecutions of this world, he seems, as it were, a hard and angry master. And happy is he who becomes valiant in this his anger, now resisting, now fighting, now flying, so as to be found neither infirm through consenting, nor weak through despairing. Therefore, brethren, whoever is not found valiant in his anger cannot exult in his glory. If we have passed through fire and water, so that neither did the fire consume us, nor the water drown us, whose is the glory? Is it ours, so that we should exult in it as if it belonged to us? God forbid! How many exult, brethren, when they are praised by men, taking the glory of the gifts of God as if it were their own, and not exulting in the honor of Christ, who, while they seek that which is their own, and not the things of Jesus Christ, both lose that which is their own, and do not gain that which is Christ. He then exults in Christ's glory, who seeks not his glory but Christ's, and he understands that, in ourselves, there is nothing of which we can boast, since we have nothing that is our own. And this is the way in which, in individual men, the city of confusion is overthrown, when chastity expels luxury, fortitude overthrows temptations, humility excludes vanity. Furthermore, we have sanctification from the faith and sacraments of Christ, fortitude from the love of Christ, exultation in the hope of the promises of Christ. Let us each do what we can, that faith may sanctify us, love strengthen us, and hope make us joyful in Christ Jesus our Lord, to whom be honor and glory forever and ever. Amen. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Against Crowning Demosthenes. Aeschines, 389 to 314 B.C. Professor R.C. Jebb says of Aeschines, the rival of Demosthenes for supremacy at Athens, that when the Rhodians asked him to teach them oratory, he replied that he did not know it himself. He took pride in being looked upon as a representative of natural oratorical genius, who had had little help from the traditions of the schools. Quote, "If, however, Aeschines was no rhetorical artist," writes Dr. Jebb, "he brought to public speaking the twofold training of the actor and the scribe. He had a magnificent voice under perfect musical control. He compares me to the sirens," says Aeschines of his rival. End quote. First known as an actor, playing Tritagonist in the tragedies of Sophocles and the other great Athenian dramatists, Aeschines was afterwards clerk to one of the minor officials at Athens, then secretary to Aristophon and Eubulos, well-known public men, and later still secretary of the Ecclesia, or Assembly. The greatest event of his life was his contest with Demosthenes de Corona over the crown. When Ctesiphon proposed that Athens should bestow a wreath of gold on Demosthenes for his public services, Aeschines, after the bill proposing it had come before the assembly, challenged it, and gave notice of his intention to proceed against Ctesiphon for proposing an unconstitutional measure. One of the allegations in support of its unconstitutionality was that, quote, to record a bill describing Demosthenes as a public benefactor was to deposit a lying document among the public archives. End quote. The issues were thus joined between Aeschines and Demosthenes for one of the most celebrated forensic contests in history. Losing the case, Aeschines went into banishment. He died at Samos, B.C. 314, in his 75th year. He is generally ranked next to Demosthenes among Greek orators. For the following from the Oration of Aeschines, the reader is under obligations to Professor Jebb's admirable translation. Against crowning Demosthenes. Against Ctesiphon. Our days have not fallen on the common chances of mortal life. We have been set to bequeath a story of marvels to posterity. Is not the king of Persia, he who cut through Athos and bridged the Hellespont, he who demands earth and water from the Greeks, he who in his letters presumes to style himself Lord of all men from the sunrise to the sunset? Is he not struggling at this hour, no longer for authority over others, but for his own life? Do you not see the men who delivered the Delphian temple invested not only with that glory, but with the leadership against Persia? While Thebes, our neighbor city, has been in one day swept from the face of Greece. Justly it may be, in so far as her general policy was erroneous, yet in consequence of a folly which was no accident, but the judgment of heaven. The unfortunate Lacedaemonians, though they did but touch this affair in its first phase by the occupation of the temple, they who once claimed the leadership of Greece, are now to be sent to Alexander in Asia to give hostages, to parade their disasters, and to hear their own and their country's doom from his lips, when they have been judged by the clemency of the master they provoked. Our city, the common asylum of the Greeks, from which, of old, embassies used to come from all Greece to obtain deliverance for their several cities at our hands, is now battling, no more for the leadership of Greece, but for the ground on which it stands. And these things have befallen us since Demosthenes took the direction of our policy. The poet Hesiod will interpret such a case. There is a passage meant to educate democracies and to counsel cities generally, in which he warns us not to accept dishonest leaders. I will recite the lines myself, the reason, I think, for our learning the maxims of the poets in boyhood being that we may use them as men. Oft hath the bad man been the city's bane, oft hath his sin brought to the sinless pain. Oft hath all-seeing heaven sore vexed the town with dearth and death, and brought the people down. Cast down their walls and their most valiant slain, and on the seas made all their navies vain. Strip these lines of their poetic garb, look at them closely, and I think you will say these are no mere verses of Hesiod, that they are a prophecy of the administration of Demosthenes. For by the agency of that administration, our ships, our armies, our cities have been swept from the earth. Oh, yes, it will be replied, but then he is a friend of the Constitution. If, indeed, you have a regard only to his delicacy, you will be deceived as you were before, but not if you look at his character and the facts. I will help you to estimate the characteristics which ought to be found in a friend of the Constitution, in a sober-minded citizen. I will oppose to them the character that may be looked for in an unprincipled revolutionist. Then you shall draw your comparison, and consider on which part he stands. Not in his language, remember, but in his life. Now all, I think, will allow that these attributes should belong to a friend of the Constitution. First, that he should be of free descent by both parents, so that the disadvantage of birth may not embitter him against those laws which preserve the democracy. Second, that he should be able to show that some benefit has been done to the people by his ancestors, or, at the worst, that there had been no enmity between them which would prompt him to revenge the misfortunes of his fathers on the state. Third, he should be virtuous and temperate in his private life, so that no profligate expense may lead him into taking bribes to the hurt of the people. Next, he should be sagacious and able to speak, since our ideal is that the best course should be chosen by the intelligence and then commended to his hearers by the trained eloquence of the orator, though, if we cannot have both, sagacity must needs take rank before eloquence. Lastly, he must have a stout heart, or he may play the country false in the crisis of danger or of war. The friend of oligarchy must be the opposite of all this. I need not repeat the points. Now consider, does Demosthenes answer to these conditions? After accusing Demosthenes of being by parentage half a Scythian, Greek in nothing but language, the orator proceeds. In his private life, what is he? The tetrarch sank to rise a pettifogger, a spendthrift, ruined by his own follies. Then, having got a bad name in this trade too, by showing his speeches to the other side, he bounded on the stage of public life, where his profits out of the city were as enormous as his savings were small. Now, however, the flood of royal gold has floated his extravagance. But not even this will suffice. No wealth could ever hold out long against vice. In a word, he draws his livelihood not from his own resources, but from your dangers. What, however, are his qualifications in respect to sagacity and to power of speech? A clever speaker, an evil liar. And what is the result to Athens? The speeches are fair, the deeds are vile. Then, as to courage, I have a word to say. If he denied his cowardice, or if you were not aware of it, the topic might have called for discussion. But since he himself admits in the assemblies, and you know it, it remains only to remind you of the laws on the subject. Solon, our ancient lawgiver, thought the coward should be liable to the same penalties as the man who refuses to serve or who has quitted his post. Cowardice, like other offenses, is indictable. Some of you will perhaps ask in amazement, is a man to be indicted for his temperament? He is. And why? In order that every one of us, fearing the penalties of the law more than the enemy, may be the better champion of his country. Accordingly, the lawgiver excludes alike the man who declines service, the coward and the deserter of his post, from the lustral limits in the marketplace, and suffers no such person to receive a wreath of honor or to enter places of public worship. But you, Ctesiphon, exhort us to set a crown on the head to which the laws refuse it. You, by your private edict, call a forbidden guest into the forefront of our solemn festival, and invite into the temple of Dionysus that dastard by whom all temples have been betrayed. Remember then, Athenians, that the city whose fate rests with you is no alien city but your own. Give the prizes of ambition by merit, not by chance. Reserve your rewards for those whose manhood is truer, whose characters are worthier. Look at each other, and judge not only with your ears, but with your eyes, who of your number are likely to support Demosthenes. His young companions in the chase or the gymnasium? No, by the Olympian Zeus! He has not spent his life in hunting or in any healthful exercise, but in cultivating rhetoric to be used against men of property. Think of his boastfulness when he claims by his embassy to have snatched Byzantium out of the hands of Philip, to have thrown the Acharnians into revolt, to have astonished the Thebans with his harangue. He thinks that you have reached the point of fatuity at which you can be made to believe even this, as if your citizen were the deity of persuasion instead of a pettifogging mortal. And when at the end of his speech he calls as his advocates those who shared his bribes, imagine that you see upon this platform where I now speak before you an array drawn up to confront their profligacy, the benefactors of Athens, Solon, who set in order the democracy by his glorious laws, the philosopher, the good legislator, entreating you with the gravity which so well became him, never to set the rhetoric of Demosthenes above your oaths and above the laws. Aristides, who assessed the tribute of the Confederacy, and whose daughters after his death were dowered by the state, indignant at the contumely threatened to justice, and asking, "Are you not ashamed?" When Arthemios of Zelia brought Persian gold to Greece and visited Athens, our fathers well nigh put him to death, though he was our public guest, and proclaimed him expelled from Athens and from all territory that the Athenians rule, while Demosthenes, who has not brought us Persian gold, but has taken bribes for himself and has kept them to this day, is about to receive a golden wreath from you. And Themistocles, and they who died at Marathon and Plataea, aye, and the very graves of our forefathers, do you not think they will utter a voice of lamentation, if he who covenants with barbarians to work against Greece shall be crowned? End of section 16.
Section 17 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, from the earliest period to the present time. Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Defense of Mrs. Mary E. Surratt. Frederick A. Aiken, 1810 to 1878. In defending the unpopular cause of the British soldiers who were engaged in the Boston Massacre, John Adams said, quote, "May it please your honor and you, gentlemen of the jury, I am for the prisoner at the bar, and shall apologize for it only in the words of the Marquis of Beccaria. If I can but be the instrument of preserving one life, his blessings and tears of transport shall be a sufficient compensation to me for the contempt of all mankind." End quote. Something of the same idea inspires the fine opening of Aiken's defense of Mrs. Surratt. It lacks the sinewy assertiveness of Adams's terse and almost defiant apology for doing his duty as a lawyer in spite of public opinion, but it justifies itself and the plea it introduces. Until within the recent past, political antagonisms have been too strong to allow fair consideration for such orations as that of Aiken at the Surratt trial, but this is no longer the case. It can now be considered on its merits as an oration, without the assumption that it is necessary in connection with it to pass on the evidence behind it. The assassins of President Lincoln were tried by military commission under the War Department's order of May 6, 1865. The prosecution was conducted by Brigadier General Joseph Holt as Judge Advocate General, with Brevet Colonel H. L. Burnett of Indiana and Honorable John A. Bingham of Ohio assisting him. The attorneys for the defense were Reverdy Johnson of Maryland, Thomas Ewing of Kansas, W. E. Doster of Pennsylvania, Frederick A. Aiken of the District of Columbia, Walter S. Cox, John W. Clampett, and F. Stone of Maryland. The fault of the Adams oration in the case of the Boston Massacre is one of excessive severity of logic. Aiken errs in the direction of excessive ornament, but, Considering the importance of the occasion and the great stress on all engaged in the trial as well as on the public, the florid style may have served better than the force of severe logic could have done. Defense of Mrs. Mary E. Surratt. For the lawyer as well as the soldier, there is an equally pleasant duty, an equally imperative command. That duty is to shelter the innocent from injustice and wrong, to protect the weak from oppression, and to rally at all times and all occasions, when necessity demands it, to the special defense of those whom nature, custom, or circumstance may have placed in dependence upon our strength, honor, and cherishing regard. That command emanates and reaches each class from the same authoritative and omnipotent source. It comes from a superior whose right to command none dare question, and none dare disobey. In this command there is nothing of the lex talionis, which nearly 2,000 years ago nailed to the cross its divine author. Quote, Therefore all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. End quote. God has not only given us life, but he has filled the world with everything to make life desirable. And when we sit down to determine the taking away of that which we did not give, and which, when taken away, we cannot restore, we consider a subject the most solemn and momentous within the range of human thought and human action. Profoundly impressed with the innocence of our client, we enter upon the last duty in her case with the heartfelt prayer that her honorable judges may enjoy the satisfaction of not having a single doubt left on their minds in granting her an acquittal, either as to the testimony affecting her, or by the surrounding circumstances of the case. The first point that naturally arises in the presentation of the defense of our client is that which concerns the plea that has been made to the jurisdiction of the commission to try her, a plea which by no means implies anything against the intelligence, fairness, or integrity of the brilliant and distinguished officers who compose the court, but merely touches the question of the right of this tribunal under the authority by which it is convoked. This branch of her case is left to depend upon the argument already submitted by her senior counsel, the grand ducis colomencu of his profession, and which is exhaustive of the subject on which it treats. Therefore, in proceeding to the discussion of the merits of the case against her, the jurisdiction of the court, for the sake of argument, may be taken as conceded. But if it be granted that the jurisdiction is complete, the next preliminary inquiry naturally is as to the principles of evidence by which the great mass of accumulated facts is to be analyzed and weighed in the scales of justice and made to bias the minds of her judges, and it may be here laid down as a concessum in the case, that we are here in this forum, constrained and concluded by the same process in this regard that would bind and control us in any other court of civil origin, having jurisdiction over a crime such as is here charged. For it is asserted in all the books that court-martial must proceed, so far as the acceptance and the analysis of evidence is concerned, upon precisely those reasonable rules of evidence which time and experience, ab antiquo, surviving many ages of judicial wisdom, have unalterably fixed as unerring guides in the administration of the criminal law. Upon this conceded proposition, it is necessary to consume time by the multiplication of references. We are content with 2 brief citations from works of acknowledged authority. In Greenleaf, it is laid down, quote, that courts-martial are bound in general to observe the rules of the law of evidence by which the courts of criminal jurisdiction are governed. End quote. 3 Greenleaf, section 467. This covers all the great general principles of evidence, the points of difference being wholly as to minor matters. And it is also affirmed in Bennett, quote, that it has been laid down as an indisputable principle that whenever a legislative act erects a new jurisdiction, without prescribing any particular rules of evidence to it, the common law will supply its own rules, from which it will not allow such newly erected court to depart. The rules of evidence, then, that obtain in the criminal courts of the country must be the guides for the courts-martial, the end sought for being the truth. These rules laid down for the attainment of that end must be intrinsically the same in both cases. These rules constitute the law of evidence and involve the quality, admissibility, and effect of evidence and its application to the purposes of truth. End quote. Bennett, page 226, 327. Therefore, all the facts that tend against the accused, and all those that mate for her, are to be weighed and are to operate upon her conviction or acquittal precisely as they would in a court of law. If they present a case such as would there convict her, she may be found guilty here. And if, on the other hand, the rules of law upon these facts would raise any presumption, or create any doubt, or force any conclusions that would acquit her in a court of law, then she must be discharged, upon the same principles, by the Commission. This is a point which, in our judgment, we cannot too strongly impress upon the minds of her judges. The extraordinary character of the crime, the assassination that removed from us the President of the United States, makes it most desirable that the findings of this tribunal shall be so well founded in reason as to satisfy and secure public confidence and approval for many of the most material objects of the prosecution, and some of the most important ends of justice will be defeated and frustrated if convictions and acquittals, and more especially the former, shall be adjudged upon the grounds that are notoriously insufficient. Such a course of action would have a tendency to draw sympathy and support to the parties thus adjudged guilty, and would rob the result of this investigation of the wholesome support of professional and public opinion. The jurisdiction of the Commission, for example, is a matter that has already provoked considerable criticism and much warm disapproval. But in the case of persons clearly found to be guilty, the public mind would easily overlook any doubts that might exist as to the regularity of the court in the just sentence that would overtake acknowledged criminals. Thus, if Booth himself and a party of men clearly proved, by ocular evidence or confession, to have aided him, were here tried and condemned, and as a consequence executed, not much stress, we think, would be laid by many upon the irregularity of the mode by which they should reach that just death which all good citizens would affirm to be their deserts. But the case is far different when it affects persons who are only suspected, or against whom the evidence is weak and imperfect. For, if citizens may be arraigned and convicted for so grievous an offense as this upon insufficient evidence, every one will feel his own personal safety involved, and the tendency would be to intensify public feelings against the whole process of the trial. It would be felt and argued that they had been condemned upon evidence that would not have convicted them in a civil court, and that they had been deprived, therefore, of the advantage which they would have had for their defense. Reproach and contumely upon the government would be the natural result, and the first occasion would arise in all history for such demonstrations as would be sure to follow the condemnation of mere citizens, and particularly of a woman, upon evidence on which an acquittal would follow in a civil court. It is, therefore, not only a matter of highest concern to the accused themselves, as a question of personal and private right, but also of great importance upon considerations of general public utility and policy, that the results of this trial, as affecting each of the accused, among them Mrs. Surratt, shall be rigidly held within the bounds and limitations that would control in the premises if the parties were on trial in a civil court upon an indictment equivalent to the charges and specifications here. Conceding, as we have said, the jurisdiction for the purpose of this branch of the argument, we hold to the principle first enunciated as the one great, all-important, and controlling rule that is to guide the Commission in the findings they are now about to make. In order to apply this principle to the case of our client, we do not propose to range through the general rules of evidence with a view to seeing how they square with the facts as proven against her. In the examination of the evidence in detail, many of these must, from necessity, be briefly alluded to, but there is only one of them to which we propose in this place to advert specifically, and that is the principle that may be justly said to lie at the foundation of all the criminal law, a principle so just that it seems to have sprung from the brain of wisdom herself, and so undoubted and universal as to stand upon the recognition of all the times and all the mighty intellects through and by which the common law has been built up. We allude, of course, to that principle which declares that, quote, every man is held to be innocent until he shall be proven guilty, end quote. A principle so natural that it has fastened itself upon the common reason of mankind and been immemorially adopted as a cardinal doctrine in all courts of justice worthy of the name. It is by reason of this great underlying legal tenet that we are in possession of the rule of law, administered by all the courts, which, in mere technical expression, may be termed, quote, the presumption of innocence in favor of the accused, end quote. And it is from hence that we derive that further application of the general principle, which has also become a rule of law, and of universal application wherever the common law is respected, and with which we have more particularly to deal, by which it is affirmed in common language that in any prosecution for crime, quote, the accused must be acquitted where there is reasonable doubt of his guilt, end quote. We hardly think it necessary to adduce authorities for this position before any tribunal. In a civil court we certainly should waive the citations, for the principle as stated would be assumed by any civil judge, and would, indeed, be the starting point for any investigation whatever. Though a maxim so common and conceded, it is fortified by the authority of all the great lights of the law. Before reference is made to them, however, we wish to impress upon the minds of the court another and important rule to which we shall have occasion to refer. Quote, the evidence in support of a conspiracy is generally circumstantial, end quote. Russell on Crimes, Volume 2, 698. In regard to circumstantial evidence, all the best and ablest writers, ancient and modern, agree in treating it as wholly inferior in cogency, force, and effect to direct evidence. And now for the rule that must guide the jury in all cases of reasonable doubt. Quote, if evidence leave reasonable ground for doubt, the conclusion cannot be morally certain, however great may be the preponderance of probability in its favor. End quote. Wills on Circumstantial Evidence, Law Library, Volume 41. Quote, the burden of proof in every criminal case is on the government to prove all the material allegations in the indictment. And if, on the whole evidence, the jury have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, they are bound to acquit him. If the evidence lead to a reasonable doubt, that doubt will avail in favor of the prisoner. End quote. 1 Greenleaf, Section 34. Note. Perhaps one of the best and clearest definitions of the meaning of a, quote, reasonable doubt, end quote, is found in an opinion given in Dr. Webster's case by the learned and accurate Chief Justice of Massachusetts. He said, quote, the evidence must establish the truth of the fact to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces and directs the understanding and satisfies the reason and judgment of those who are bound to act conscientiously upon it. End quote. Commonwealth v. Webster, 5 Cush 320. Far back in the early history of English jurisprudence, we find that it was considered a most serious abuse of the common law, quote, that justices and their officers who kill people by false judgment be not destroyed as other murderers, which King Alfred caused to be done, who caused 44 justices in 1 year to be hanged for their false judgment. He hanged Freeburn because he judged Tarpin to die, whereas the jury were in doubt of their verdict. For in doubtful cases we ought rather to save than to condemn. End quote. The spirit of the Roman law partook of the same care and caution in the condemnation of those charged with crime. The maxim was, quote, Satius est impunitum, relinqui, facinus, nocentis, quam innocentum damnare, end quote. That there may be no mistake concerning the fact that this commission is bound as a jury by these rules, the same as juries in civil courts, we again quote from Bennett. Quote, it is in the province of the court-martial, to decide all questions on the admissibility of evidence. Whether there is any evidence is a question for the court as judges, but whether the evidence is sufficient is a question for the court as jury to determine. And this rule applies to the admissibility of every kind of evidence, written as well as oral. End quote. Bennett, pages 225-226. These citations may be indefinitely multiplied, for this principle is as true in the law as any physical fact in the exact sciences. It is not contended, indeed, that any degree of doubt must be of a reasonable nature, so as to overset the moral evidence of guilt. A mere possibility of innocence will not suffice, for, upon human testimony, no case is free from possible innocence. Even the more direct evidence of crime may be possibly mistaken, but the doubt required by the law must be consonant with reason, and of such a nature that in analogous circumstances it would affect the action of a reasonable creature concerning his own affairs. We may make the nature of such a doubt clearer to the court by alluding to a very common rule in the application of the general principle in certain cases, and the rule will readily appeal to the judgment of the court as a remarkable and singularly beautiful example of the inexorable logic with which the law applies its own unfailing reason. Thus, in case of conspiracy, and some others, where many persons are charged with joint crime, and where the evidence against most of them must, of necessity, be circumstantial, the plea of, quote, reasonable doubt, unquote, becomes peculiarly valuable to the separate accused, and the mode in which it is held, it can best be applied, is the test whether the facts as proved, circumstantial, as supposed, can be made to consist just as reasonably with a theory that is essentially different from the theory of guilt. If, therefore, in the developments of the whole facts of a conspiracy, all the particular facts against a particular person can be taken apart and shown to support a reasonable theory that excludes the theory of guilt, it cannot be denied that the moral proof of the latter is so shaken as to admit the rule concerning the presumption of innocence. For surely no man should be made to suffer because certain facts are proved against him, which are consistent with guilt, when it can be shown that they are also, and more reasonably, consistent with innocence. And, as touching the conspiracy here charged, we suppose there are hundreds of innocent persons, acquaintances of the actual assassin, against whom, on the social rule of nocitur a sociis, mercifully set aside in law, many facts might be elicited that would corroborate a suspicion of participation in his crime, but it would be monstrous that they should suffer from that theory when the same facts are rationally explainable on other theories. The distinguished Assistant Judge Advocate, Mr. Bingham, who has brought to the aid of the prosecution in this trial such ready and trenchant astuteness in the law, has laid the following down as an invariable rule, and it will pass into the books as such. Quote, "A party who conspires to do a crime may approach the most upright man in the world with whom he had been, before the criminality was known to the world, on terms of intimacy, and whose position in the world was such that he might be on terms of intimacy with reputable gentlemen. It is the misfortune of a man that is approached in that way. It is not his crime, and it is not colorably his crime either." End quote. This rule of construction, we humbly submit, in connection with the question of doubt, has a direct and most weighty bearing upon the case of our client. Some indication of the mode in which we propose to apply it may be properly stated here. Now, in all the evidence, there is not a shadow of direct and positive proof which connects Mrs. Surratt with a participation in this conspiracy alleged, or with any knowledge of it. Indeed, considering the active part she is charged with taking, and the natural communicativeness of her sex, the case is most singularly and wonderfully barren of even circumstantial facts concerning her. But all there is circumstantial. Nothing is proved against her except some few detached facts and circumstances lying around the outer circle of the alleged conspiracy, and by no means necessarily connected with guilty intent or guilty knowledge. It becomes our duty to see, 1. What these facts are, 2. The character of the evidence in support of them, and of the witnesses by whom they are said to be proven, and 3. Whether they are consistent with a reasonable theory by which guilt is excluded. We assume, of course, as a matter that does not require argument, that she has committed no crime at all, even if these facts be proved, unless there is the necessary express or implied criminal intent, for guilty knowledge and guilty intent are the constituent elements, the principles of all crime. The intent and malice, too, in her case, must be express, for the facts proved against her, taken in themselves, are entirely and perfectly innocent, and are not such as give rise to a necessary implication of malice. This will not be denied. Thus, when one commits a violent homicide, the law will presume the requisite malice. But when one only delivers a message, which is an innocent act in itself, the guilty knowledge, malice, and intent that are absolutely necessary to make it criminal must be expressly proven before any criminal consequences can attach to it. And, to quote, "Knowledge and intent, when material, must be shown by the prosecutor." End quote. Wharton's American Criminal Law, Section 631. The intent to do a criminal act as defined by Bouvier implies and means a preconceived purpose and resolve and determination to commit the crime alleged. To quote again, quote, "But the intent or guilty knowledge must be brought directly home to the defendant." End quote. Wharton's American Criminal Law, 635. Quote, "When an act in itself indifferent becomes criminal, if done with a particular intent, then the intent must be proved and found." End quote. 3 Greenleaf, Section 13. End of Section 17. Section 18 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations from the Earliest Period to the Present Time. Volume 1 by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Defense of Mrs. Mary E. Surratt. Part 2. Frederick A. Aiken. In the light of these principles, let us examine the evidence as it affects Mrs. Surratt. 1. What are the acts she has done? The specification against her in the general charge is as follows. Quote, and in further prosecution of the said conspiracy, Mary E. Surratt did, at Washington City, and within the military department and military lines aforesaid, on or before the 6th day of March, A.D. 1865, and on divers other days and times between that day and the 20th of April, A.D. 1865, receive and entertain, harbor and conceal, aid and assist the said John Wilkes Booth, David E. Harold, Louis Payne, John H. Surratt, Michael O'Laughlin, George A. Atzerodt, Samuel Arnold, and their confederates, with knowledge of the murderous and traitorous conspiracy aforesaid, and with intent to aid, abet, and assist them in the execution thereof, and in escaping from justice after the murder of the said Abraham Lincoln, as aforesaid. End quote. The first striking fact prove is her acquaintance with John Wilkes Booth, that he was an occasional visitor at her house. From the evidence, if it can be relied on, it distinctly appears that this acquaintance commenced the latter part of January, in the vicinage of 3 months only before the assassination of the President, and, with slight interruptions, it was continued down to the day of the assassination of the President. Whether he was first invited to the house and introduced to the family by Weichman, John H. Surratt, or some other person, the evidence does not disclose. When asked by the judge advocate, whom did he call to see, the witness Weichman responded, he generally called for Mr. Surratt, John H. Surratt, and in the absence of John H. Surratt, he would call for Mrs. Surratt. Before calling the attention of the Commission to the next evidence of importance against Mrs. Surratt, we desire to refresh the recollection of the court as to the time and manner and by whom, according to the testimony of Lloyd, the carbines were first brought to his, Lloyd's, house. From the official record, the following is taken. Question. Will you state whether or not some 5 or 6 weeks before the assassination of the President, any or all of these men about whom I have inquired came to your house? Answer. They were there. Question. All 3 together? Answer. Yes. John H. Surratt, Harold, and Atzerodt were there together. Question. What did they bring to your house, and what did they do there? Answer. When they drove up there in the morning, John H. Surratt and Atzerodt came first. They went from my house and went toward T.B., a post office kept about 5 miles below there. They had not been gone more than half an hour when they returned with Harold. Then the 3 were together, Harold, Surratt, and Atzerodt. Question. What did they bring to your house? Answer. I saw nothing until they all 3 came into the barroom. I noticed one of the buggies, the one I supposed Harold was driving or went down in, standing at the front gate. All 3 of them, when they came into the barroom, drank, I think, and then John Surratt called me into the front parlor, and on the sofa were 2 carbines with ammunition. I think he told me they were carbines. Question. Anything besides the carbines and ammunition? Answer. There was also a rope and a monkey wrench. Question. How long a rope? Answer. I cannot tell. It was a coil, a right smart bundle, probably 16 to 20 feet. Question. Were those articles left at your house? Answer. Yes, sir. Surratt asked me to take care of them, to conceal the carbines. I told him that there was no place to conceal them, and I did not wish to keep such things in the house. Question. You say that he asked you to conceal those articles for him? Answer. Yes, sir, he asked me to conceal them. I told him there was no place to conceal them. He then carried me into a room that I had never been in, which was just immediately above the storeroom, as it were, in the back building of the house. I had never been in that room previous to that time. He showed me where I could put them, underneath the joists of the house, the joists of the second floor of the main building. This little unfinished room will admit anything between the joists. Question. Were they put in that place? Answer. They were put in there according to his directions. Question. Were they concealed in that condition? Answer. Yes, sir, I put them in there. I stated to Colonel Wells through mistake that Surratt put them there, but I put them in there myself. I carried the arms up myself. Question. How much ammunition was there? Answer. 1 cartridge box. Question. For what purpose and for how long did he ask you to keep these articles? Answer. I am very positive that he said he would call for them in a few days. He said that he just wanted them to stay for a few days and he would call for them. It also appears in evidence against Mrs. Surratt, if the testimony is to be relied on, that on the Tuesday previous to the murder of the President, the 11th of April, she met John M. Lloyd, a witness for the prosecution, at Uniontown when the following took place. Question by the Judge Advocate. Did she say anything to you in regard to those carbines? Answer. When she first broached the subject to me, I did not know what she had reference to. Then she came out plainer, and I am quite positive she asked me about the shooting irons. I am quite positive about that, but not altogether positive. I think she named shooting irons or something to call my attention to those things, for I had almost forgot about their being there. I told her that they were hid away far back, that I was afraid that the house would be searched, and they were shoved far back. She told me to get them out ready. They would be wanted soon. Question. Was her question to you first whether they were still there, or what was it? Answer. Really, I cannot recollect the first question she put to me. I could not do it to save my life. On the afternoon of the 14th of April, at about 5:30, Lloyd again met Mrs. Surratt at Surrattsville, at which time, according to his version, she met him by the woodpile near the house, and told him to have those shooting irons ready that night, as there would be some parties calling for them, and that she gave him something wrapped in a piece of paper and asked him to get 2 bottles of whiskey ready also. This message to Mr. Lloyd is the second item of importance against Mrs. Surratt, and in support of the specification against her. The third and last fact that makes against her in the minds of the court is the one narrated by Major H. W. Smith, a witness for the prosecution, who states that while at the house of Mrs. Surratt on the night of the 17th of April, assisting in making arrest of its inmates, the prisoner Payne came in. He, Smith, stepped to the door of the parlor and said, "Mrs. Surratt, will you step here a minute?" As Mrs. Surratt came forward, he asked her this question: "Do you know this man?" She replied, quoting the witness's language, "Before God, sir, I do not know this man, and I have never seen him." An addition to this is found in the testimony of the same witness as he was drawn out by the Judge Advocate. The witness repeats the language of Mrs. Surratt. "Before God, sir, I do not know this man, and I have never seen him, and did not hire him to dig a gutter for me. The fact of the photographs and card of the state arms of Virginia have ceased to be of the slightest importance, since the explanations given in evidence concerning them, and need not be alluded to. If there is any doubt as to whom they all belonged, reference to the testimony of Mrs. Surratt and Fitzpatrick will settle it. These three circumstances constitute the part played by the accused Mary E. Surratt in this great conspiracy. They are the acts she has done. They are all that 2 months of patient and unwearying investigation and the most thorough search for evidence that was probably ever made have been able to develop against her. The acquaintance with Booth, the message to Lloyd, the non-recognition of pain constitute the sum total of her receiving, entertaining, harboring, and concealing, aiding and assisting those named as conspirators and their confederates, with knowledge of the murderous and traitorous conspiracy, and with intent to aid, abet, and assist them in the execution thereof, and in escaping from justice. The acts she has done in and of themselves are perfectly innocent. Of themselves they constitute no crime. They are what you or I or any of us might have done. She received and entertained Booth, the assassin, and so did 100 others. She may have delivered a message to Lloyd, so have 100 others. She might have said she did not know Paine, and who, within the sound of my voice, can say they know him now? They are ordinary and commonplace transactions, such as occur every day, and to almost everybody. But as all the case against her must consist in the guilty intent that will be attempted to be connected with these facts, we now propose to show that they are not so clearly proven as to free them from great doubt, and therefore we will inquire, 2. How are these acts proven? Solely by the testimony of Louis J. Weichman and John M. Lloyd. Here let us state that we have no malice towards either of them, but if in the analysis of their evidence we should seem to be severe, it is that error and duplicity may be exposed and innocence protected. We may start out with the proposition that a body of men banded together for the consummation of an unlawful act against the government naturally would not disclose their purpose and hold suspicious consultations concerning it in the presence continually of an innocent party. In the light of this fair presumption, let us look at the acts of Weichman, as disclosed by his own testimony. Perhaps the most singular and astonishing fact that is made to appear in his omnipresence and coaction with those declared to be conspirators, and his professed and declared knowledge of all their plans and purposes. His acquaintance with John H. Surratt commenced in the fall of 1859 at St. Charles, Maryland. In January 1863, he renewed his acquaintance with him in this city. On the 1st of November, 1864, he took board and lodging with Mrs. Surratt at her house, number 541 H Street, in this city. If this testimony is correct, he was introduced to Booth on the 15th day of January, 1865. At this very first meeting, he was invited to Booth's room at the National, where he drank wine and took cigars at Booth's expense. After consultation about something in an outer passage between Booth and the party alleged to be with him by Weichman, they all came into the room, and for the first time business was proceeded within his presence. After that he met Booth in Mrs. Surratt's parlor, and in his own room, and had conversations with him. As near as Weichman recollects, about 3 weeks after his introduction, he met the prisoner, Atzerodt, at Mrs. Surratt's. How Atzerodt was received at the house will be referred to. About the time that Booth played Pescara in The Apostate at Ford's Theater, Weichman attended the theater in company with Surratt and Atzerodt. At the theater they were joined by Harold. John T. Holohan, a gentleman not suspected of complicity in the great tragedy, also joined the company at the theater. After the play was over, Surratt, Holohan, and himself went as far as the corner of 10th and E Streets, when Surratt, noticing that Atzerodt and Harold were not with them, sent Weichman back for them. He found them in a restaurant with Booth, by whose invitation Weichman took a drink. After that, the entire party went to Cloman's on 7th Street and had some oysters. The party there separated, Surratt, Weichman, and Holohan going home. In the month of March last, the prisoner Payne, according to Weichman, went to Mrs. Surratt's house and inquired for John H. Surratt. I myself, says Weichman, went to open the door, and he inquired for Mr. Surratt. I told him Mr. Surratt was not at home, but I would introduce him to the family, and did introduce him to Mrs. Surratt, under the name of Wood. What more? By Weichman's request, Payne remained in the house all night. He had supper served him in the privacy of Weichman's own room. More than that, Weichman went down into the kitchen and got the supper and carried it up to him himself, and as nearly as he recollects, it was about 8 weeks previous to the assassination. Payne remained as Weichman's guest until the next morning, when he left on the early train for Baltimore. About 3 weeks after that, Payne called again. Says Weichman, I again went to the door, and I again ushered him into the parlor. But he adds that he had forgotten his name, and only recollected that he had given the name of Wood on the former visit, when one of the ladies called Payne by that name. He, who had served supper to Payne in his own room, and had spent a night with him, could not recollect for 3 weeks the common name of Wood, but recollects with such distinctness and particularity scenes and incidents of much greater age, and by which he is jeopardizing the lives of others. Payne remained that time about 3 days, representing himself to the family as a Baptist preacher, claiming that he had been in prison in Baltimore for about a week, that he had taken the oath of allegiance, and was going to become a good, loyal citizen. To Mrs. Surratt this seemed eccentric, and she said he was a great-looking Baptist preacher. They looked upon it as odd and laughed about it. It seemed from Weichman's testimony that he again shared his room with Payne. Returning from his office one day and finding a false mustache on the table in his room, he took it and threw it into his toilet box, and afterward put it with a box of paints into his trunk. The mustache was subsequently found in Weichman's baggage. When Payne, according to Weichman's testimony, inquired, "Where is my mustache?" Weichman said nothing, but thought it rather queer that a Baptist preacher should wear a false mustache. He says that he did not want it about his room, thought no honest person had any reason to wear a false mustache, and as no honest person should be in possession of it, he locked it up in his own trunk. Weichman professes throughout his testimony the greatest regard and friendship for Mrs. Surratt and her son. Why did he not go to Mrs. Surratt and communicate his suspicions at once? She, an innocent and guileless woman, not knowing what was occurring in her own house, he, the friend, coming into possession of important facts and not making them known to her, the head of the household, but claiming now, since this overwhelming misfortune has fallen upon Mrs. Surratt, that while reposing in the very bosom of the family as a friend and confidant, he was a spy and an informer, and that, we believe, is the best excuse the prosecution is able to make for him. His account and explanation of the mustache would be treated with contemptuous ridicule in a civil court. But this is not all. Concede Weichman's account of the mustache to be true, and if it was not enough to rouse his suspicions that all was not right, he states that, on the same day, he went to Surratt's room and found Payne seated on the bed with Surratt, playing with bowie knives, and surrounded with revolvers and spurs. Miss Honora Fitzpatrick testifies that Weichman was treated by Mrs. Surratt more like a son than a friend. Poor return for motherly care. Guilty knowledge and participation in crime or in wild schemes for the capture of the president would be a good excuse for not making all this known to Mrs. Surratt. In speaking of the spurs and pistols, Weichman knew that there were just 8 spurs and 2 long navy revolvers. Bear in mind, we ask you, gentlemen of the commission, that there is no evidence before you showing that Mrs. Surratt knew anything about these things. It seems farther on, about the 19th of March, that Weichman went to the Herndon house with Surratt to engage a room. He says that he afterwards learned from Atzerodt that it was for Payne, but contradicts himself in the same breath by stating that he inquired of Atzerodt if he were going to see Payne at the Herndon house. His intimate knowledge of Surratt's movements between Richmond and Washington, fixing the dates of the trip with great exactitude, of Surratt's bringing gold back, of Surratt's leaving on the evening of the 3rd of April for Canada, spending his last moments here with Weichman, of Surratt's telling Weichman about his interview with Davis and Benjamin. In all this knowledge concerning himself and his associations with those named as conspirators, he is no doubt truthful, as far as his statements extend, but when he comes to apply some of this knowledge to others, he at once shakes all faith in his testimony bearing upon the accused. Do you remember, the question was asked him, early in the month of April, of Mrs. Surratt having sent for you and asking you to give Mr. Booth notice that she wished to see him? Weichman stated in his reply that she did, that it was on the 2nd of April, and that he found in Mr. Booth's room John McCullough, the actor, when he delivered the message. One of 2 things to which he swears in this statement cannot be true. 1, that he met John McCullough in Booth's room, for we have McCullough's sworn statement that at that time he was not in the city of Washington, and if, when he delivered the message to Booth, McCullough was in the room, it could not have been the 2nd of April. St. Lawrence Hall, Montreal, June 3, 1865. I am an actor by profession, at present fulfilling an engagement at Mr. Buckland's theater in this city. I arrived here on the 12th of May. I performed 2 engagements at Ford's Theater in Washington during the past winter, the last one closing on Saturday evening, 25th of March. I left Washington Sunday evening, 26th of March, and have not been there since. I have no recollection of meeting any person by the name of Weichman. John McCullough. Sworn to and before me at the United States Consulate General's in Montreal, this 3rd day of June, A.D. 1865. C. H. Powers, U.S. Vice Consul General. If he can be so mistaken about those facts, may he not be in regard to that whole transaction? It is also proved by Weichman that before Mrs. Surratt started for the country on the 14th of April, Booth called, that he remained 3 or 4 minutes, and then Weichman and Mrs. Surratt started for the country. All this comes out on his first examination in chief. The following is also told in his first cross-examination. Mrs. Surratt keeps a boarding house in this city, and was in the habit of renting out her rooms, and that he was upon very intimate terms with Surratt, that they occupied the same room, that when he and Mrs. Surratt went to Surrattsville on the 14th, she took 2 packages, one of papers, the contents of the other were not known. That persons, having been in the habit of going to Mrs. Surratt's and staying a day or 2, that Atzerodt stopped in the house only one night, that the first time Payne came to the house he was dressed genteelly, like a gentleman, that he heard both Mrs. Surratt and her daughter say that they did not care about having Atzerodt brought to the house, and at the conclusion, in swearing as to Mrs. Surratt's character, he said it was exemplary and ladylike in every respect, and apparently, as far as he could judge, she was all the time, from the 1st of November up to the 14th of April, doing her duties to God and man. It also distinctly appears that Weichman never had any conversation with Mrs. Surratt touching any conspiracy. One thing is apparent to our minds, and it is forced upon us, as it must be upon every reasonable mind, that in order to have gained all this knowledge, Weichman must have been within the inner circle of the conspiracy. He knows too much for an innocent man, and the conclusion is perfectly irresistible that if Mrs. Surratt had knowledge of what was going on, and had been, with others, a particeps criminis in the great conspiracy, she certainly would have done more than she did or has been shown against her, and Weichman would have known it. How does her non-recognition of Payne, her acquaintance with Booth, and the delivery of the message to Lloyd compare with the long and startling array of facts proved against Weichman out of his own mouth? All the facts point strongly to him as a co-conspirator. Is there a word on record of conversation between Booth and Mrs. Surratt? That they did converse together we know, but if anything treasonable had passed between them, would not the quick ears of Weichman have caught it, and would not he have recited it to this court? When Weichman went on Tuesday the 11th of April to get Booth's buggy, he was not asked by Mrs. Surratt to get $10. It was proffered by Booth, according to Weichman, and he took it. If Mrs. Surratt ever got money from Booth, she paid it back to him. It is not her character to be in anyone's debt. There was no intimacy with Booth, as Mrs. Surratt has proved, but only common acquaintance, and such as would warrant only occasional calls on Booth's part, and only intimacy would have excused Mrs. Surratt to herself in accepting such a favor had it been made known to her. Moreover, Miss Surratt has attested to remarks of her brother, which prove that intimacy of Booth with his sister and mother were not considered desirable by him. The preceding facts are proven by statements made by Weichman during his first examination, but, as though the commission had not sufficiently exposed the character of one of its chief witnesses in the role of grand conspirator, Weichman is recalled and further attests to the genuineness of the following telegram. New York, March 23, 1865. To Weichman, Esquire, 541 H Street. Tell John telegraph number and street at once. Signed, J. Booth. What additional proof of confidential relations between Weichman and Booth could the court desire? If there was a conspiracy planned and maintained among the persons named in the indictment, Weichman must have had entire knowledge of the same, else he had not been admitted to that degree of knowledge to which he testifies, and in such case, and in the alleged case of Mrs. Surratt's complicity, Weichman must have known the same by circumstances strong enough to exclude doubt, and in comparison with which all present facts of accusation would sink into insignificance. End of section 18. Section 19 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, from the Earliest Period to the Present Time. Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. Defense of Mrs. Mary E. Surratt. Part 3. Frederick A. Aiken. We proceed to the notice and review of the second chief witness of the prosecution against Mrs. Surratt, John M. Lloyd. He testifies to the fact of a meeting with Mrs. Surratt at Uniontown on the 11th of April, 1865, and to a conversation having occurred between Mrs. Surratt and himself, in regard to which he states, "I am quite positive she asked me about the shooting irons. I am quite positive about that, but not altogether positive. I think she named shooting irons or something to call my attention to those things, for I had almost forgotten about their being there." Question. Was her question to you first whether they were there, or what was it? Answer. Really, I cannot recollect the first question she put to me. I could not do it to save my life. The question was asked Lloyd. During the conversation was the word carbine mentioned. He answered, no. She finally came out, but I cannot be determined about it, that she said shooting irons, and asked me in relation to them. The question was then asked, can you swear on your oath that Mrs. Surratt mentioned the words shooting irons to you at all? Answer. I am very positive she did. Question. Are you certain? Answer. I am very positive that she named shooting irons on both occasions. Not so positive as to the first as I am about the last. Here comes in the plea of reasonable doubt. If the witness himself is not absolutely positive as to what occurred and as to the conversation that took place, how can the jury assume to act upon it as they would upon a matter personally concerning themselves? On this occasion of Mrs. Surratt's visit to Uniontown, 3 days before the assassination, where she met Lloyd and where this conversation occurred between them at a time when Lloyd was, by presumption, sober and not intoxicated, he declares definitely before the commission that he is unable to recollect the conversation or parts of it with distinctness. But on the 14th of April, and at a time when, as testified by his sister-in-law, he was more than ordinarily affected by intoxicating drink, and Captain Gwynn, James Lusby, Knott, the barkeeper, and others corroborate the testimony as to his absolute inebriation, he attests that he positively remembers that Mrs. Surratt said to him, Mr. Lloyd, I want you to have those shooting irons ready, that a person would call for them. That was the language she made use of, and she gave me this other thing to give to whoever called. In connection with the fact that Lloyd cannot swear positively that Mrs. Surratt mentioned shooting irons to him at Uniontown, bear in mind the fact that Weichman sat in the buggy on the same seat with Mrs. Surratt, and he swears that he heard nothing about shooting irons. Would not the quick ears of Weichman have heard the remark had it been made? The gentlemen of the commission will please recollect that these statements were rendered by a man addicted to excessive use of intoxicating liquors, that he was even inordinately drunk at the time referred to, that he had voluntarily complicated himself in the concealment of the arms by John H. Surratt and his friends, that he was in a state of maudlin terror when arrested, and when forced to confess, that for 2 days he maintained denial of all knowledge that Booth and Harold had been at his house, and that, at last, and in the condition referred to, he was coerced by threats to confess, and into a weak and common effort to exculpate himself by the accusation of another, and by statements of conversation already cited. Notwithstanding his utter denial of all knowledge of Booth and Harold having called at his house, it afterward appears, by his own testimony, that immediately Harold commanded him, Lloyd, for God's sake, make haste and get those things. He comprehended what things were indicated without definition, and brought forth both carbines and whiskey. He testifies that John H. Surratt had told him, when depositing the weapons in concealment in his house, that they would soon be called for, but did not instruct him, it seems, by whom they would be demanded. All facts connecting Lloyd with the case tend to his implication and guilt, and to prove that he adopted the dernier ressort of guilt, accusation and inculpation of another. In case Lloyd were innocent and Mrs. Surratt the guilty coadjutrix and messenger of the conspirators, would not Lloyd have been able to cite so many open and significant remarks and acts of Mrs. Surratt that he would not have been obliged to recall, in all perversion and weakness of uncertainty, deeds and speech so common and unmeaning as his testimony includes? It is upon these considerations that we feel ourselves safe and reasonable in the position that there are facts and circumstances, both external and internal, connected with the testimony of Weichman and Lloyd, which, if they do not destroy, do certainly greatly shake their credibility, and which, under the rule that will give Mrs. Surratt the benefit of all reasonable doubts, seem to forbid that she should be convicted upon the unsupported evidence of these two witnesses. But even admitting the facts to be proven as above recited, it remains to be seen where is the guilty knowledge of the contemplated assassination, and this brings us to the inquiry whether these facts are not explainable so as to exclude guilt. From one of the most respected legal authorities the following is taken. Quote, "Whenever, therefore, the evidence leaves it indifferent which of several hypotheses is true, or merely establishes some finite probability in favor of one hypothesis rather than another, such evidence cannot amount to proof. The maxim of the law is that it is better that 99 offenders should escape than that one innocent man should be condemned." End quote. Starkey on Evidence. The acts of Mrs. Surratt must have been accompanied with criminal intent in order to make them criminal. If anyone supposes that any such intent existed, the supposition comes alone from inference. If disloyal acts and constant disloyal practices, if overt and open action against the government on her part had been shown down to the day of the murder of the president, it would do something toward establishing the inference of criminal intent. On the other hand, just the reverse is shown. The remarks here of the learned and honorable Judge Advocate are peculiarly appropriate to this branch of the discussion, and with his authority we waive all others. Quote, "If the court please, I will make a single remark. I think the testimony in this case has proved, what I believe history sufficiently attests, how kindred to each other are the crimes of treason against a nation and the assassination of its chief magistrate. As I think of those crimes, the one seems to be, if not the necessary consequence, certainly a logical sequence from the other. The murder of the President of the United States, as alleged and shown, was preeminently a political assassination. Disloyalty to the government was its sole, its only inspiration. When, therefore, we shall show, on the part of the accused, acts of intense disloyalty, bearing arms in the field against that government, we show, with him, the presence of an animus toward the government which relieves this accusation of much, if not all, of its improbability. And this course of proof is constantly resorted to in criminal courts. I do not regard it as in the slightest degree a departure from the usages of the profession in the administration of public justice. The purpose is to show that the prisoner, in his mind and course of life, was prepared for the commission of this crime, that the tendencies of his life, as evidenced by open and overt acts, lead and point to this crime, if not as a necessary, certainly as a most probable result, and it is with that view, and that only, that the testimony is offered." End quote. Is there anything in Mrs. Surratt's mind and course of life to show that she was prepared for the commission of this crime? The business transaction by Mrs. Surratt at Surrattsville on the 14th clearly discloses her only purpose in making this visit. Calvert's letters, the package of papers relating to the estate, the business with Noth, would be sufficiently clear to most minds when added to the fact that the other unknown package had been handed to Mrs. Offutt, that while at Surrattsville she made an inquiry for, or an allusion to, Mr. Lloyd, and was ready to return to Washington when Lloyd drove up to the house. Does not this open wide the door for the admission of the plea of reasonable doubt? Had she really been engaged in assisting in the great crime, which makes an epoch in our country's history, her only object and most anxious wish would have been to see Lloyd. It was no ruse to transact important business there to cover up what the uncharitable would call the real business. Calvert's letter was received by her on the forenoon of the 14th, and long before she saw Booth that day, or even before Booth knew that the president would be at the theater that night. Mrs. Surratt had disclosed her intention to go to Surrattsville, and had she been 1 moment earlier in her start, she would not have seen Booth at all. All these things furnish powerful presumptions in favor of the theory that, if she delivered the message at all, it was done innocently. In regard to the non-recognition of pain, the third fact adduced by the prosecution against Mrs. Surratt, we incline to the opinion that, to all minds not forejudging, the testimony of Miss Anna E. Surratt and various friends and servants of Mrs. Surratt, relative to physical causes, might fully explain and account for such ocular remissness and failure. In times and on occasions of casual meeting of intimate acquaintances on the street, and of common need for domestic uses, the eyesight of Mrs. Surratt had proved treacherous and failing. How much more liable to fail her was her imperfect vision on an occasion of excitement and anxiety, like the night of her arrest and the disturbance of her household by military officers, and when the person with whom she was confronted was transfigured by a disguise which varied from the one in which she had previously met him, with all the wide difference between a Baptist parson and an earth-soiled, uncouthly dressed digger of gutters. Anna E. Surratt, Emma Offutt, Anna Ward, Elise Holohan, Honora Fitzpatrick, and a servant attest to all the visual incapacity of Mrs. Surratt, and the annoyance she experienced therefrom in passing friends without recognition in the daytime, and from inability to sew or read even on a dark day as well as at night. The priests of her church, and gentlemen who have been friendly and neighborhood acquaintances of Mrs. Surratt for many years, bear witness to her untarnished name, to her discreet and Christian character, to the absence of all imputation of disloyalty, to her character for patriotism. Friends and servants attest to her voluntary and gratuitous beneficence to our soldiers stationed near her, and in charges for high treason it is pertinent to inquire into the humanity of the prisoner towards those representing the government, is the maxim of the law. And in addition, we invite your attention to the singular fact that of the 2 officers who bore testimony in this matter, one asserts that the hall wherein Payne sat was illuminated with a full head of gas, the other that the gaslight was purposely dimmed. The uncertainty of the witness who gave the testimony relative to the coat of Payne may also be called to your notice. Should not this valuable testimony of loyal and moral character shield a woman from the ready belief, on the part of judges who judge her worthiness in every way, that during the few moments Booth detained Mrs. Surratt from her carriage, already waiting, when he approached and entered the house, she became so converted to diabolical evil as to hail with ready assistance his terrible plot, which must have been framed, if it were complete, in his intent at that hour, 2:30, since the hour of 11 that day? If any part of Lloyd's statements is true, and Mrs. Surratt did verily bear to his or Mrs. Offutt's hands the field glass enveloped in paper, by the evidence itself we may believe she knew not the nature of the contents of the package, and had she known, what evil could she or any other have attached to a commission of so common a nature? No evidence of individual or personal intimacy with Booth has been adduced against Mrs. Surratt, no long and apparently confidential interviews, no indications of a private comprehension mutual between them, only the natural and not frequent custom on the part of Booth, as any other associate of her son might and doubtless did do, of inquiring through the mother whom he would request to see, of the son who he would learn was absent from home. No one has been found who could declare any appearance of the nursing or mysteriously discussing of anything like conspiracy within the walls of Mrs. Surratt's house. Even if the son of Mrs. Surratt, from the significancies of associations, is to be classed with the conspirators, if such a body existed, it is monstrous to suppose that the son would weave a net of circumstantial evidences around the dwelling of his widowed mother, were he never so reckless and sin-determined, and that they, the mother and the son, joined hands in such dreadful pact, is a thought more monstrous still. A mother and son associate in crime, and such a crime as this, which half of the civilized world never saw matched in all its dreadful bearings. Our judgments can have hardly recovered their unprejudiced poise since the shock of the late horror, if we can contemplate with credulity such a picture, conjured by the unjust spirits of indiscriminate accusation and revenge. A crime which, in its public magnitude, added to its private misery, would have driven even the Hades-haunted heart of a Medici, a Borgia, or a Madame Boccarme to wild confession before its accomplishment, and daunted even that soul of all the recorded world, the most eager for novelty and license, and most unshrinking in sin, the indurated soul of Christina of Sweden. Such a crime the profoundest plotters within padded walls would scarcely dare whisper, the words forming the expression of which, spoken aloud in the upper air, would convert all listening boughs to aspens, and all glad sounds of nature to shuddering wails. And this made known, even surmised, to a woman, a materfamilias, the good genius, the placens uxor of a home where children had gathered all the influences of purity and the reminiscences of innocence, where religion watched and the church was minister and teacher. Who, were circumstantial evidence strong and conclusive, such as only time and the slow-weaving fates could elucidate and deny, who will believe, when the mists of uncertainty which cloud the present shall have dissolved, that a woman born and bred in respectability and competence, a Christian mother and a citizen who never offended the laws of civil propriety, whose unfailing attention to the most sacred duties of life has won for her the name of a proper Christian matron, whose heart was ever warmed by charity, whose door unbarred to the poor, and whose penates had never cause to veil their faces, who will believe that she could so suddenly and so fully have learned the intricate arts of sin? A daughter of the South, her life associations confirming her natal predilections, her individual preferences inclined, without logic or question, to the Southern people, but with no consciousness nor intent of disloyalty to her government, and causing no exclusion from her friendship and active favors of the people of the loyal North, nor repugnance in the distribution among our Union soldiery of all needed comforts and on all occasions. A strong but guileless-hearted woman, her maternal solicitude would have been the first denouncer, even the abrupt betrayer of a plotted crime in which one companion of her son could have been implicated, had cognizance of such reached her. Her days would have been agonized and her nights sleepless, till she might have exposed and counteracted that spirit of defiant hate which watched its moment of vantage to wreak an immortal wrong, till she might have sought the intercession and absolution of the Church, her refuge, in behalf of those she loved. The brains which were bold and crafty and couchant enough to dare the world's opprobrium in the conception of a scheme which held as naught the lives of men in highest places, would never have imparted it to the intelligence, nor sought the aid nor sympathy of any living woman who had not, like Lady Macbeth, unsexed herself, not though she were wise and discreet as Maria Theresa or the Castilian Isabella. This woman knew it not. This woman, who, on the morning preceding that blackest day in our country's annals, knelt in the performance of her most sincere and sacred duty at the confessional, and received the mystic rite of the Eucharist, knew it not. Not only would she have rejected it with horror, but such a proposition, presented by the guest who had sat at her hearth as the friend and convive of the son upon whose arm and integrity her widowed womanhood relied for solace and protection, would have roused her maternal wits to some sure cunning which would have contravened the crime and sheltered her son from the evil influences and miserable results of such companionship. The mothers of Charles IX and of Nero could harbor underneath their terrible smiles schemes for the violent and unshriven deaths, or the moral vitiation and decadence which would painfully and gradually remove lives sprung from their own, were they obstacles to their demoniac ambition. But they wrought their awful romances of crime in lands where the sun of supreme civilization, through a gorgeous evening of sybaritic luxury, was sinking with red tints of revolution into the night of anarchy and national caducity. In our own young nation, strong in its morality, energy, freedom, and simplicity, assassination can never be indigenous. Even among the desperadoes and imported lazzaroni of our largest cities, it is comparatively an infrequent cause of fear. The daughters of women to whom, in their yet preserved abodes, the noble mothers who adorned the days of our early independence are vividly remembered realities and not haunting shades, the descendants of earnest seekers for liberty, civil and religious, of rare races, grown great in heroic endurance, in purity which comes of trial born, and in hope born of conscience right, whom the wheels of fortune sent hither to transmit such virtues. The descendants of these have no heart, no ear for the diabolisms born in hotbeds of tyranny and intolerance. No descendant of these, no woman of this temperate land, could have seen, much less joined, her son descending the sanguinary and irrepassable ways of treason and murder to an ignominious death, or an expatriated and attainted life, worse than the punishing wheel and bloody pool of the poet's hell. In our country, where reason and moderation so easily quench the fires of insane hate, and where the vendetta is so easily overcome by the sublime grace of forgiveness, no woman could have been found so desperate as to sacrifice all spiritual, temporal, and social good, self, offspring, fame, honor, and all the desiderata of life and time and immortality to the commission or even countenance of such a deed of horror as we have been compelled to contemplate during the 2 months past. In a Christian land, where all records and results of the world's intellectual, civil, and moral advancement mold the human heart and mind to highest impulses, the theory of old Helvetius is more probable than desirable. The natures of all born in equal station are not so widely varied as to present extremes of vice and goodness, but by the effects of rarest and severest experience. Beautiful fairies and terrible gnomes do not stand by each infant's cradle, sowing the nascent mind with tenderest graces or vilest errors. The slow attrition of vicious associations and law-defying indulgences, or the sudden impetus of some terribly multiplied and social disaster, must have worn away the susceptibility of conscience and self-respect, or dashed the mind from the height of these down to the depths of despair and recklessness, before one of ordinary life could take counsel with violence and crime. In no such manner was the life of our client marked. It was the parallel of nearly all the competent masses. Surrounded by the scenes of her earliest recollections, independent in her condition, she was satisfied with the mundus of her daily pursuits, and the maintenance of her own and children's status in society and her church. Remember your wives, mothers, sisters, and gentle friends, whose graces, purity, and careful affection ornament and cherish and strengthen your lives. Not widely different from their natures and spheres have been the nature and sphere of the woman who sits in the prisoner's dock today, mourning with the heart of Alcestis her children and her lot, by whose desolated hearthstone a solitary daughter wastes her uncomforted life away in tears and prayers and vigils for the dawn of hope. and this wretchedness and unpitied despair have closed like a shadow around one of earth's common pictures of domestic peace and social comfort, destroyed by the one sole cause, suspicion fastened and fed upon the facts of acquaintance and mere fortuitous intercourse with that man in whose name so many miseries gather, the assassin of the President. Since the days when Christian teachings first elevated woman to her present, free, refined, and refining position, man's power and honoring regard have been the palladium of her sex. Let no stain of injustice, eager for a sacrifice to revenge, rest upon the reputation of the men of our country and time. This woman, who, widowed of her natural protectors, who, in helplessness and painfully severe imprisonment, in sickness and in grief ineffable, sues for mercy and justice from your hands, may leave a legacy of blessings, sweet as fruition-hastening showers, for those you love and care for, in return for the happiness of fame and home restored, though life be abbreviated and darkened through this world by the miseries of this unmerited and woeful trial. But long and chilling is the shade which just retribution, slow creeping on, ped claudo, casts around the fate of him whose heart is merciless to his fellows, bowed low in misfortune. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, from the earliest period to the present time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen, Albertus Magnus, 1205 to 1280. Albert the Great, Albertus Magnus, teacher of St. Thomas Aquinas, was one of the most celebrated orators and theologians of the Church in the 13th century. He was born at Lauingen on the Danube in 1205, according to some in 1193, and becoming a Dominican at the age of 29. He taught in various German cities with continually increasing celebrity until finally the Pope called him to preach in Rome. In 1260, he was made Bishop of Ratisbon, but after 3 years resigned the bishopric and returned to his work in the ranks of the clergy. While teaching at Cologne, he suddenly lost his memory, probably as a result of excessive studies. He died November 15, 1280. He was placed on the calendar of saints in 1615. His works, collected by Peter Jamy and published at Lyons in 1651, make 21 volumes folio. The meaning of the crucifixion. It was surrounded by the thick wreath of thorns even to the tender brain, whence in the prophet the people had surrounded me with the thorns of sin. And why was this? Save that thine own head might not suffer, thine own conscience might not be wounded. His eyes grew dark in death, and those lights which give light to the world were for a time extinguished. And when they were clouded, there was darkness over all the earth. And with them the 2 great lights of the firmament were moved, to the end that thine eyes might be turned away, lest they should behold vanity, or if they chance to behold it, might for his sake condemn it. Those ears, which in heaven unceasingly hear, Holy, 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 vouchsafed on earth to be filled with. Thou hast a devil, crucify him, to the intent that thine ears might not be deaf to the cry of the poor, nor open to idle tales, should readily receive the poison of detraction or of adulation. That fair face of him that was fairer than the children of men, yea, than thousands of angels, was bedaubed with spitting, afflicted with blows, given up to mockery, to the end that thy face might be enlightened, and, being enlightened, might be strengthened, so that it might be said of thee, His countenance is no more changed, that mouth, which teaches angels and instructs men, which spake, and it was done, was fed with gall and vinegar, that thy mouth might speak the truth, and might be opened to the praise of the Lord, and it was silent, lest thou shouldst lightly lend thy tongue to the expression of anger. Those hands which stretched abroad the heavens were stretched out on the cross and pierced with most bitter nails, as saith Isaiah, I have stretched forth my hands all the day to an unbelieving people. And David, they pierce my hands and my feet, I may tell all my bones. And Saint Jerome says, we may, in the stretching forth of his hands, understand the liberality of the giver, who denieth nothing to them that ask lovingly, who restored health to the leper that requested it of him, enlightened him that was blind from his birth, fed the hungry multitude in the wilderness. And again he says, the stretched out hands denote the kindness of the parent who desires to receive his children to his breast. And thus let thy hands be so stretched out to the poor that thou mayest be able to say, my soul is always in my hand. For that which is held in the hands is not easily forgotten. So he may be said to call his soul to memory, who carries it, as it were in his hands, through the good opinion that men conceive of it. His hands were fixed, that they may instruct thee to hold back thy hands with the nails of fear from unlawful or harmful works. That glorious breast, in which are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, is pierced with the lance of a soldier, to the end that thy heart might be cleansed from evil thoughts, and being cleansed might be sanctified, and being sanctified might be preserved. The feet whose footstool the prophets commanded to be sanctified were bitterly nailed to the cross, lest thy feet should sustain evil, or be swift to shed blood, but running in the way of the Lord, stable in his path, and fixed in his road, might not turn aside to the right hand, nor to the left. What could have been done more? Why did Christ bow his head on the cross? To teach us that by humility we must enter into heaven, also to show that we must rest from our own work, also that he might comply with the petition, let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, also that he might ask permission of his bride to leave her. Of great virtue is the memory of Lord's passion, which, if it be firmly held in the mind, every cloud of error and sin is dispersed. Whence the blessed Bernard says, always having Christ and him crucified in the heart. End of section 20. Section 21 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, from the earliest period to the present time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. The Best Dead, Albert the Great. They who die in the Lord are blessed, on accounts of two things, which immediately follow, for they enter into most sweet rest, and enjoy most delicate refreshment. Concerning their rest, it immediately follows, even so saith the Spirit, that is, says the gloss, the whole Trinity, for they rest from their labours. And it is pleasant bed on which they take their rest, who, as is aforesaid, die in the Lord. For this bed is none other than the sweet consolation of the Creator. Of this consolation he speaks himself by prophet Isaiah, as one whom his mother comforteth. So will I comfort you, and you shall be comforted in Jerusalem. Of the second, that is, the delicate refreshment of those that die in Christ, it is immediately subjoined, and their works do follow them. For every virtue which a man has practiced by good works in this world will bring a special cup of recompense and offer it to the soul that has entered into rest. Thus, purity of body and mind will bring one cup, justice another, which is also is to be said concerning truth, love, gentleness, humility, and other virtues. Of this holy refreshment it is written in Isaiah, Kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and queens thy nursing mothers. By kings we understand the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, who in inseparable unity possess the kingdom of heaven. By queens the virtues are expressed which, as has been said, receives the cups of refreshment from the storehouse of Trinity, and offer them to the happy souls. Pray, therefore, dearly beloved, to the Lord that he would so grant us to live according to his will, that we may die in him, and may evermore be comforted and refreshed by him. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Ethan Allen. Ethan Allen of New York, a descendant of the revolutionary hero made famous by the capture of Ticonderoga, has never been a professional public speaker, but from time to time, when stirred by some cause which appealed to him strongly, he has shown great power as an orator. His address of 1861, delivered in New York City, is here republished from a contemporaneous report preserved among the papers of Mr. Enos Clark. It was described in the newspapers of the day as thrilling eloquence, and perhaps it is the best expression extent of the almost inconceivable excitement of the opening months of the war. In 1872, Mr. Allen joined the Liberal Republicans and made earnest pleas for the reconciliation with the South. In 1897, he took a prominent part in supporting the Cubans in their struggle for independence. A Call to Arms, delivered in New York City in 1861. Fellow citizens, once more the country is aroused by a call to arms. It is now nearly a century ago that our fathers assembled in mass meetings in this city to devise ways and means for this very flag which today we give to the winds of heaven, bearing defiance from every star. Fired then with the same spirit of freedom that kindles on this spot today, for the time throwing aside the habiliments of peace, our fathers armed themselves for vengeance and for war. The history of that war, read it in the hearts of the American people. The trials and struggles of that war, mark them in the teardrops which the very illusion brings to every eye. The blessings from that war, count them in the temples of industry and trade that arise everywhere around us. The wisdom of that war, and the honor and the perpetuity of its triumphs. Behold the one in our unexampled prosperity as a nation, and the other in the impulses that, like an electric flash, bind heart to heart throughout this vast assemblage, in the firm resolve that cost what it may, rebellion shall go down. Again, the American people are assembled in mass meetings throughout the nation, while the states once more rock in the throes of revolution. Once more the cry to arms reverberates throughout the land, but this time we war against domestic foes. Treason has raised its black flag near the tomb of Washington, and the union of our states hangs her fate upon the bayonet and the sword. Accursed be the hand that would not seize the bayonet, withered the arm that would not wield the sword in such a cause. Everything that the American citizen holds dear hangs upon the issue of this contest. Our national honor and reputation demand that rebellion shall not triumph on our soil. In the name of our heroic dead, in the name of our numberless victories, in the name of our 1,000 peaceful triumphs, our union shall and must be preserved. Our peaceful triumphs? These are the victories we should be jealous to guard. Let others recount their martial glories. They shall be eclipsed by the charity and the grace of the triumphs which have been won in peace. Peace hath her victories not less renowned than war. And the hard-earned fruits of these victories rebellion shall not take from us. Our peaceful triumphs? Who shall enumerate their value to the millions yet unborn? What nation in so short a time has seen so many? On the land and on the sea, in the realms of science and in the world of art, we have everywhere gathered our honors and won our garlands. Upon the altars of the states they yet lie, fresh from gathering, while their happy influence fills the land. Of the importance and value of our 1,000 peaceful triumphs, time will permit me to mention only one. It is now just 2 years ago when up the waters of the Potomac sailed the representatives of an empire till then shut out from intercourse with all Christian nations. In the eastern seas there lay an empire of islands which had hitherto enjoyed no recognition in the Christian world other than its name upon the map. No history, as far as we know, illuminated it. No ancient time marks told of its advancement step by step in the march of improvement. There it has rested for thousands of years, wrapped in the mysteries of its own exclusiveness, gloomy, dark, peculiar. It has been supposed to possess great powers, and vague rumors have attributed to it arts to us unknown. Against nearly all the world for thousands of years, Japan has obstinately shut her doors. The wealth of the Christian world could not tempt her cupidity. The wonders of the Christian world could not excite her curiosity. There she lay, sullen and alone, the phenomenon of nations. England and France and the other powerful governments of Europe have at various times tried to conquer this Oriental exclusiveness, but the Portuguese only partly succeeded, while the rest have signally failed. At length we, bearing at our masthead the glorious old Stars and Stripes, approach the mysterious portals and seek an entrance. Not with cannon and the implements of death do we demand admission, but appreciating the saying of Euripides, that resistless eloquence shall open the gates that steel exclude. We peacefully appeal to that sense of justice which is the touch of nature that makes the whole world kin, and behold, the interdiction is removed. The doors of the mysterious empire fly open, and a new garland is added to our commercial conquests. Who shall set limits to the gain that shall follow this one victory of peace, if our government shall be perpetuated so as to gather it for the generations? Who shall say that in an unbroken, undivided union, The opening of the Empire of Japan shall not accomplish for the present era all that the Reformation, the art of printing, steam, and the telegraph have done within the last 300 years. New avenues of wealth are thrown open. New fields are to be occupied. Arts new to us, perhaps, are to be studied. And science, doubtless, has revelations to make us from that arcana of nations equal to anything we have ever learned before. 50 millions of people are to be enlightened. The printing press is yet to catch the daily thought and stamp it on the page. The magnetic wire must yet tremble along her highways, and Niphon yet tremble to her very center at each heartbeat of our ocean steamers as they sweep through her waters and thunder round her island homes. All hail to these children of the morning. All hail to the great republic of the West that calls them into life. From every age that has passed there comes a song of praise for the treaty that has been consummated. The buried masters of 3,000 years start again to life and march in solemn and grand procession before the eyes of the new-found empire. Homer with his songs, Greece with her arts, Rome with her legions, and America with her heroes all come to us with the freshness and novelty of the newly born. Wipe off the mold that time has gathered upon their tombs, and let them all come forth and answer at the summons of the newborn nation that calls them again to life. Tell to these strangers the story of the resurrection. Clutching in their hands their dripping blades, the warriors recount their conquests, and joined at last in harmonious brotherhood, Copernicus, with his bony fingers pointing upward, tells to Confucius his story of the stars. Fellow citizens, I have recounted but one of our many peaceful triumphs. Shall all these hopes of the future, shall all these peaceful victories of our people, shall all these struggles of the past be swept away by the dissolution of this union and the destruction of the government? Forbid it, Almighty God! Rather perish 1,000 times the cause of the rebellion, and over the ruins of slavery let peace once more resume her sway, and let the cannon's lips grow cold. Delenda est Carthago, said the old Roman patriot, when gloom settled upon his state. The rebellion must go down in the same spirit, say we all today. Down with party, sect, and class, and up with a sentiment of unanimity when our country calls to arms. New England leads us in the contest. The legions of Vermont are now en route for the field. Again, she can say with truth that the bones of her sons lie mingling and bleaching with the soil of every state from Maine to Georgia, and there they will lie forever. New York must not be behind the old Bay State which led a year ago. In the spirit world, Warren calls to Hamilton, and Hamilton calls back to Warren, that hand in hand their mortal children go on together to fame, to victory, or to the grave. Where the ranks are full, let us catch an inspiration from the past, and with it upon us go forth to conflict. Go call the roll on Saratoga, Bunker Hill, and Yorktown, that the sheeted dead may rise as witnesses, and tell your legions of the effort to dissolve their union, and there receive their answer. Mad with frenzy, burning with indignation at the thought, all ablaze for vengeance upon the traitors, such shall be the fury, and impetuosity of the onset that all opposition shall be swept away before them as the pygmy yields to the avalanche that comes tumbling, rumbling, thundering from its alpine home. Let us gather at the tomb of Washington and invoke his immortal spirit to direct us in the combat. Rising again incarnate from his tomb, in one hand he holds the same old flag, blackened and begrimed with the smoke of a 7 years' war, and with the other hand he points us to the foe. Up and at them! Let immortal energy strengthen our arms and infernal fury thrill us to the soul. One blow, deep, effectual, and forever. One crushing blow upon the rebellion in the name of God, Washington, and the Republic. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The World's Best Orations from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 1, by David J. Brewer and Edward A. Allen. On the British Treaty, by Fisher Ames. Fisher Ames, 1758 to 1808. Fisher Ames is easily first among the New England Federalist orators of the first quarter of a century of the Republic. He was greatly, sometimes extravagantly, admired by his contemporaries, and his addresses are studied as models by eminent public speakers of our own day. Dr. Charles Caldwell, in his autobiography, calls Ames one of the most splendid rhetoricians of his age. Two of his speeches, writes Dr. Caldwell, that on Jay's Treaty and that usually called his Tomahawk speech because it included some resplendent passages on Indian Massacre, were the most brilliant and fascinating specimens of eloquence I have ever heard, though I have listened to some of the most eloquent speakers in the British Parliament, among others to Wilberforce and Mackintosh, Plunkett, Brougham, and Canning. Dr. Priestley, who was familiar with the oratory of Pitt the Father and Pitt the Son, as also with that of Burke and Fox, made to myself the acknowledgment that the speech of Ames on the British Treaty was the most bewitching piece of eloquence to which he had ever listened. Ames was born at Dedham, Massachusetts, on April 9th, 1758. His father, Nathaniel Ames, a physician, had the honorable family standing which was so important in the life of most of the colonies. He had scientific tendencies and published an astronomical diary or nautical almanac, which was in considerable vogue. The son, however, developed at the early age of 6 years a fondness for classical literature, which led him to undertake to master Latin. He made such progress that he was admitted to Harvard when but 12 years old. While there, it was observed that he coveted the glory of eloquence, showing his fondness for oratory not merely in the usual debating society declamation, but by the study of classical models and of such great English poets as Shakespeare and Milton. To this, no doubt correctly, has been attributed his great command of language and his fertility in illustration. After graduating from Harvard in 1774, he studied law in Boston, served in the Massachusetts legislature, in the convention for ratifying the federal Constitution, and in the first Congress elected under the Constitution. After retiring, he was called in 1804 to the presidency of Harvard. He declined the honor, however, on account of diffidence and failing health. His death occurred on the 4th of July, 1808, in the 50th year of his age. After the treaty with Great Britain, Jay's, concluded in 1794, had been ratified and proclaimed by the President, he communicated it to the House of Representatives in order that the necessary appropriations might be made to carry it into effect. The speech on the treaty, delivered by Ames, was on a resolution in favor of making the appropriations thus called for, the House being in Committee of the Whole, April 28, 1796. On the British Treaty, delivered in the House of Representatives, April 28, 1796. Mr. Chairman, I entertain the hope, perhaps a rash one, that my strength will hold me out to speak a few minutes. In my judgment, a right decision will depend more on the temper and manner with which we may prevail upon ourselves to contemplate the subject than upon the development of any profound political principles or any remarkable skill in the application of them. If we could succeed to neutralize our inclinations, we should find less difficulty than we have to apprehend in surmounting all our objections. The suggestion, a few days ago, that the House manifested symptoms of heat and irritation was made and retorted as if the charge ought to create surprise and would convey reproach. Let us be more just to ourselves and to the occasion. Let us not affect to deny the existence and the intrusion of some portion of prejudice and feeling into the debate, when, from the very structure of our nature, we ought to anticipate the circumstance as a probability, and when we are admonished by the evidence of our senses that it is the fact. How can we make professions for ourselves and offer exhortations to the House that no influence should be felt but that of duty, and no guide respected but that of the understanding, while the peal to rally every passion of man is continually ringing in our ears? Our understandings have been addressed, it is true, and with ability and effect, but I demand, has any corner of the heart been left unexplored? It has been ransacked to find auxiliary arguments, and when that attempt failed, to awaken the sensibilities that would require none. Every prejudice and feeling has been summoned to listen to some peculiar style of address, and yet we seem to believe and to consider as an affront a doubt that we are strangers to any influence but that of unbiased reason. It would be strange that a subject which has aroused in turn all the passions of the country should be discussed without the interference of any of our own. We are men, and therefore not exempt from those passions. As citizens and representatives, we feel the interest that must excite them. The hazard of great interests cannot fail to agitate strong passions. We are not disinterested. It is impossible we should be dispassionate. The warmth of such feelings may becloud the judgment and for a time pervert the understanding. But the public sensibility and our own has sharpened the spirit of inquiry and given an animation to the debate. The public attention has been quickened to mark the progress of the discussion, and its judgment, often hasty and erroneous on first impressions, has become solid and enlightened at last. Our result will, I hope, on that account, be the safer and more mature, as well as more accordant with that of the nation. The only constant agents in political affairs are the passions of men. Shall we complain of our nature? Shall we say that men ought to have been made otherwise? It is right already, because he, from whom we derive our nature, ordained it so, and because thus made and thus acting, the cause of truth and the public good is the more surely promoted. But an attempt has been made to produce an influence of a nature more stubborn and more unfriendly to truth. It is very unfairly pretended that the constitutional right of this House is at stake, and to be asserted and preserved only by a vote in the negative. We hear it said that this is a struggle for liberty, a manly resistance against the design to nullify this assembly and to make it a cipher in the government, that the President and Senate, the numerous meetings in the cities, and the influence of the general alarm of the country are the agents and instruments of a scheme of coercion and terror to force the treaty down our throats, though we loathe it, and in spite of the clearest convictions of duty and conscience. It is necessary to pause here and inquire whether suggestions of this kind be not unfair in their very texture and fabric, and pernicious in all their influences. They oppose an obstacle in the path of inquiry, not simply discouraging, but absolutely insurmountable. They will not yield to argument, for as they were not reasoned up, they cannot be reasoned down. They are higher than a Chinese wall in truth's way, and built of materials that are indestructible. While this remains, it is vain to argue. It is vain to say to this mountain, "Be thou cast into the sea." For I ask of the men of knowledge of the world whether they would not hold him for a blockhead that should hope to prevail in an argument whose scope and object is to mortify the self-love of the expected proselyte. I ask further, when such attempts have been made, have they not failed of success? The indignant heart repels a conviction that is believed to debase it. The self-love of an individual is not warmer in its sense, nor more constant in its action than what is called in French l'esprit de corps, or the self-love of an assembly, that jealous affection which a body of men is always found to bear towards its own prerogatives and power. I will not condemn this passion. Why should we urge an unmeaning censure or yield to groundless fears that truth and duty will be abandoned, because men in a public assembly are still men, and feel that esprit de corps which is one of the laws of their nature? Still less should we despond or complain if we reflect that this very spirit is a guardian instinct that watches over the life of this assembly. It cherishes the principle of self-preservation, and without its existence, and its existence with all the strength we see it possess, the privileges of the representatives of the people, and immediately the liberties of the people, would not be guarded as they are, with a vigilance that never sleeps and an unrelaxed constancy and courage. If the consequences, most unfairly attributed to the vote in the affirmative, were not chimerical, and worse, for they are deceptive, I should think it a reproach to be found even moderate in my zeal to assert the constitutional powers of this assembly, and whenever they shall be in real danger, the present occasion affords proof that there will be no want of advocates and champions. Indeed, so prompt are these feelings, and when once roused, so difficult to pacify, that if we could prove the alarm was groundless, the prejudice against the appropriations may remain on the mind, and it may even pass for an act of prudence and duty to negative a measure which was lately believed by ourselves, and may hereafter be misconceived by others to encroach upon the powers of the House. Principles that bear a remote affinity with usurpation on those powers will be rejected, not merely as errors, but as wrongs. Our sensibilities will shrink from a post where it is possible they may be wounded and be inflamed by the slightest suspicion of an assault. While these prepossessions remain, all argument is useless. It may be heard with the ceremony of attention, and lavish its own resources, and the patience it wearies to no manner of purpose. The ears may be open, but the mind will remain locked up, and every pass to the understanding guarded. Unless, therefore, this jealous and repulsive fear for the rights of the house can be allayed, I will not ask a hearing. I cannot press this topic too far. I cannot address myself with too much emphasis to the magnanimity and candor of those who sit here, to suspect their own feelings, and while they do, to examine the grounds of their alarm. I repeat it, we must conquer our persuasion that this body has an interest in one side of the question more than the other, before we attempt to surmount our objections. On most subjects, and solemn ones too, perhaps in the most solemn of all, we form our creed more from inclination than evidence. Let me expostulate with gentlemen to admit, if it be only by way of supposition, and for a moment, that it is barely possible they have yielded too suddenly to their alarms for the powers of this house, that the addresses which have been made with such variety of forms, and with so great dexterity in some of them, to all that is prejudice and passion in the heart, are either the effects or the instruments of artifice and deception, and then let them see the subject once more in its singleness and simplicity. It will be impossible, on taking a fair review of the subject to justify the passionate appeals that have been made to us to struggle for our liberties and rights, and the solemn exhortations to reject the proposition, said to be concealed in that on your table, to surrender them forever. In spite of this mock solemnity, I demand, if the House will not concur in the measure to execute the treaty, what other course shall we take? How many ways of proceeding lie open before us? In the nature of things, there are but three. We are either to make the treaty, to observe it, or break it. It would be absurd to say we will do neither. If I may repeat a phrase already much abused, we are under coercion to do one of them, and we have no power, by the exercise of our discretion, to prevent the consequences of a choice. By refusing to act, we choose. The treaty will be broken and fall to the ground. Where is the fitness, then, of replying to those who urge upon the House the topics of duty and policy that they attempt to force the treaty down, and to compel this assembly to renounce its discretion, and to degrade itself to the rank of a blind and passive instrument in the hands of the treaty-making power? In case we reject the appropriation, we do not secure any greater liberty of action. We gain no safer shelter than before from the consequences of the decision. Indeed, they are not to be evaded. It is neither just nor manly to complain that the treaty-making power has produced this coercion to act. It is not the act or the despotism of that power. It is the nature of things that compels. Shall we, dreading to become the blind instruments of power, yield ourselves the blinder dupes of mere sounds of imposture? Yet that word, that empty word, coercion, has given scope to an eloquence that, one would imagine, could not be tired and did not choose to be quieted. Let us examine still more in detail the alternatives that are before us, and we shall scarcely fail to see, in still stronger lights, the futility of our apprehensions for the power and liberty of the House. If, as some have suggested, the thing is called a treaty is incomplete, if it has no binding force or obligation, the first question is, will this House complete the instrument, and by concurring impart to it that force which it wants? The doctrine has been avowed that the treaty, though formally ratified by the executive power of both nations, though published as a law for our own by the President's proclamation, is still a mere proposition submitted to this assembly, no way distinguishable in point of authority or obligation from a motion for leave to bring in a bill, or any other original act of ordinary legislation. This doctrine, so novel in our country, yet so dear to many, precisely for the reason that in the contention for power, victory is always dear, is obviously repugnant to the very terms as well as the fair interpretation of our own resolutions, Mr. Blunt's. We declare that the treaty-making power is exclusively vested in the President and Senate, and not in this House. Need I say that we fly in the face of that resolution when we pretend that the acts of that power are not valid until we have concurred in them? It would be nonsense, or worse, to use the language of the most glaring contradiction, and to claim a share in a power which we at the same time disdain as exclusively vested in other departments. What can be more strange than to say that the compacts of the President and Senate with foreign nations are treaties without our agency, and yet those compacts want all power and obligation until they are sanctioned by our concurrence? It is not my design, in this place, if at all, to go into the discussion of this part of the subject. I will, at least for the present, take it for granted that this monstrous opinion stands in little need of remark, and if it does, lies almost out of the reach of refutation. But, say those who hide the absurdity under the cover of ambiguous phrases, have we no discretion? And if we have, are we not to make use of it in judging of the expediency or inexpediency of the treaty? Our resolution claims that privilege, and we cannot surrender it without equal inconsistency and breach of duty. If there be any inconsistency in the case, it lies not in making the appropriations for the treaty, but in the resolution itself, Mr. Blunt's. Let us examine it more nearly. A treaty is a bargain between nations, binding in good faith. And what makes a bargain? The assent of the contracting parties. We allow that the treaty power is not in this House. This House has no share in contracting and is not a party. Of consequence, the President and Senate alone may make a treaty that is binding in good faith. We claim, however, say the gentlemen, a right to judge of the expediency of treaties. That is the constitutional province of our discretion. Be it so. What follows? Treaties, when adjudged by us to be inexpedient, fall to the ground, and the public faith is not hurt. This, incredible and extravagant as it may seem, is asserted. The amount of it, in plainer language, is this. The President and Senate are to make national bargains, and this House has nothing to do in making them. But bad bargains do not bind this House, and of inevitable consequence do not bind the nation. When a national bargain, called a treaty, is made, its binding force does not depend upon the making, but upon our opinion that it is good. To expatiate on the value of public faith may pass with some men for declamation. To such men I have nothing to say. To others I will urge, can any circumstance mark upon a people more turpitude and debasement? Can anything tend more to make men think themselves mean, or degrade to a lower point their estimation of virtue and their standard of action? It would not merely demoralize mankind. It tends to break all the ligaments of society, to dissolve that mysterious charm which attracts individuals to the nation, and to inspire in its stead a repulsive sense of shame and disgust. What is patriotism? Is it a narrow affection for the spot where a man was born? Are the very clods where we tread entitled to this ardent preference because they are greener? No, sir. This is not the character of the virtue, and it soars higher for its object. It is an extended self-love, mingling with all the enjoyments of life, and twisting itself with the minutest filaments of the heart. It is thus we obey the laws of society, because they are the laws of virtue. In their authority we see not the array of force and terror, but the venerable image of our country's honor. Every good citizen makes that honor his own, and cherishes it not only as precious, but as sacred. He is willing to risk his life in its defense, and is conscious that he gains protection while he gives it. For what rights of a citizen will be deemed inviolable when a state renounces the principles that constitute their security? Or, if his life should not be invaded, what would its enjoyments be in a country odious in the eyes of strangers and dishonored in his own? Could he look with affection and veneration to such a country as his parent? The sense of having one would die within him. He would blush for his patriotism, if he retained any, and justly, for it would be a vice. He would be a banished man in his native land. I see no exception to the respect that is paid among nations to the law of good faith. If there are cases in this enlightened period when it is violated, there are none when it is descried. It is the philosophy of politics, the religion of governments. It is observed by barbarians. A whiff of tobacco smoke or a string of beads gives not merely binding force, but sanctity to treaties. Even in Algiers, a truce may be bought for money, but when ratified, even Algiers is too wise or too just to disown and annul its obligation. Thus, we see neither the ignorance of savages nor the principles of an association for piracy and rapine permit a nation to despise its engagements. If, sir, there could be a resurrection from the foot of the gallows, if the victims of justice could live again, collect together and form a society, they would, however loath, soon find themselves obliged to make justice, that justice under which they fell, the fundamental law of their state. They would perceive it was their interest to make others respect, and they would therefore soon pay some respect themselves to the obligations of good faith. It is painful, I hope it is superfluous, to make even the supposition that America should furnish the occasion of this opprobrium. No, let me not even imagine that a republican government, sprung as our own is from a people enlightened and uncorrupted, a government whose origin is right and whose daily discipline is duty, can upon solemn debate make its option to be faithless, can dare to act what despots dare not avow, what our own example evinces the states of Barbary are unsuspected of. No, let me rather make the supposition that Great Britain refuses to execute the treaty after we have done everything to carry it into effect. Is there any language of reproach pungent enough to express your commentary on the fact? What would you say, or rather, what would you not say? Would you not tell them, wherever an Englishman might travel, shame would stick to him? He would disown his country. You would exclaim, England, proud of your wealth and arrogant in the possession of power, blush for these distinctions, which become the vehicles of your dishonor. Such a nation might truly say to corruption, Thou art my father, and to the worm, Thou art my mother and my sister. We should say of such a race of men, their name is a heavier burden than their debt. I can scarcely persuade myself to believe that the consideration I have suggested requires the aid of any auxiliary. But unfortunately, auxiliary arguments are at hand. $5 millions, and probably more, on the score of spoliations committed on our commerce depend upon the treaty. The treaty offers the only prospect of indemnity. Such redress is promised as the merchants place some confidence in. Will you interpose and frustrate that hope, leaving to many families nothing but beggary and despair? It is a smooth proceeding to take a vote in this body. It takes less than half an hour to call the yeas and nays and reject the treaty. But what is the effect of it? What but this? The very men formerly so loud for redress, such fierce champions that even to ask for justice was too mean and too slow, now turn their capricious fury upon the sufferers and say by their vote to them and their families, no longer eat bread. Petitioners, go home and starve. We cannot satisfy your wrongs and our resentments. Will you pay the sufferers out of the treasury? No. The answer was given 2 years ago and appears on our journals. Will you give them letters of marque and reprisal to pay themselves by force? No, that is war. Besides, it would be an opportunity for those who have already lost much to lose more. Will you go to war to avenge their injury? If you do, the war will leave you no money to indemnify them. If it should be unsuccessful, you will aggravate existing evils. If successful, your enemy will have no treasure left to give our merchants. The first losses will be confounded with much greater and be forgotten. At the end of a war, there must be a negotiation, which is the very point we have already gained. And why relinquish it? And who will be confident that the terms of the negotiation, after a desolating war, would be more acceptable to another House of Representatives than the treaty before us? Members and opinions may be so changed that the treaty would then be rejected for being what the present majority say it should be. Whether we shall go on making treaties and refusing to execute them, I know not. Of this I am certain. It will be very difficult to exercise the treaty-making power on the new principles with much reputation or advantage to the country. The refusal of the posts, inevitable if we reject the treaty, is a measure too decisive in its nature to be neutral in its consequences. From great causes we are to look for great effects. A plain and obvious one will be the price of the western lands will fall. Settlers will not choose to fix their habitation on a field of battle. Those who talk so much of the interest of the United States should calculate how deeply it will be affected by rejecting the treaty. How vast a tract of wild land will almost cease to be property. The loss, let it be observed, will fall upon a fund expressly devoted to sink the national debt. What, then, are we called upon to do? However, the form of the vote and the protestations of many may disguise the proceeding. Our resolution is in substance, and it deserves to wear the title of a resolution to prevent the sale of the Western lands and the discharge of the public debt. Will the tendency to Indian hostilities be contested by anyone? Experience gives the answer. The frontiers were scourged with war till the negotiation with Great Britain was far advanced, and then the state of hostility ceased. Perhaps the public agents of both nations are innocent of fomenting the Indian War, and perhaps they are not. We ought not, however, to expect that neighboring nations, highly irritated against each other, will neglect the friendship of the savages. The traitors will gain an influence and will abuse it, and who is ignorant that their passions are easily erased and hardly restrained from violence? Their situation will oblige them to choose between this country and Great Britain, in case the treaty should be rejected. They will not be our friends, and at the same time the friends of our enemies. But am I reduced to the necessity of proving this point? Certainly the very men who charge the Indian War on the detention of the posts will call for no other proofs than the recital of their own speeches. It is remembered with what emphasis, with what acrimony, they expatiated on the burden of taxes and the drain of blood and treasure into the western country in consequence of Britain's holding the posts. Until the posts are restored, they exclaimed, the treasury and the frontiers must bleed. If any, against all these proofs, should maintain that the peace with the Indians will be stable without the posts, to them I will urge another reply. From arguments calculated to produce conviction, I will appeal directly to the hearts of those who hear me, and ask whether it is not already planted there. I resort especially to the convictions of the Western gentlemen, whether, supposing no posts and no treaty, the settlers will remain in security. Can they take it upon them to say that an Indian peace, under these circumstances, will prove firm? No, sir, it will not be peace, but a sword. It will be no better than a lure to draw victims within the reach of the tomahawk. On this theme, my emotions are unutterable. If I could find words for them, if my powers bore any proportion to my zeal, I would swell my voice to such a note of remonstrance it should reach every log house beyond the mountains. I would say to the inhabitants, wake from your false security. Your cruel dangers, your more cruel apprehensions are soon to be renewed. The wounds, yet unhealed, are to be torn open again. In the daytime, your path through the woods will be ambushed. The darkness of midnight will glitter with the blaze of your dwellings. You are a father. The blood of your sons shall fatten your cornfield. You are a mother. The war whoop shall wake the sleep of the cradle. On this subject, you need not suspect any deception on your feelings. It is a spectacle of horror which cannot be overdrawn. If you have nature in your hearts, it will speak a language compared with which all I have said or can say will be poor and frigid. Will it be whispered that the treaty has made a new champion for the protection of the frontiers? It is known that my voice as well as vote has been uniformly given in conformity with the ideas I have expressed. Protection is the right of the frontiers. It is our duty to give it. Who will accuse me of wandering out of the subject? Who will say that I exaggerate the tendencies of our measures? Will any one answer by a sneer that all this is idle preaching? Will any one deny that we are bound, and I would hope to good purpose, by the most solemn sanctions of duty for the vote we give? Are despots alone to be approached for unfeeling indifference to the tears and blood of their subjects? Are republicans unresponsible? Have the principles on which you ground the reproach upon cabinets and kings no practical influence, no binding force? Are they merely themes of idle declamation, introduced to decorate the morality of a newspaper essay, or to furnish pretty topics of harangue from the windows of that State House? I trust it is neither too presumptuous nor too late to ask, can you put the dearest interest of society at risk without guilt and without remorse? It is vain to offer as an excuse that public men are not to be reproached for the evils that may happen to ensue from their measures. This is very true where they are unforeseen or inevitable. Those I have depicted are not unforeseen. They are so far from inevitable, we are going to bring them into being by our vote. We choose the consequences and become as justly answerable for them as for the measure that we know will produce them. By rejecting the posts, we light the savage fires. We bind the victims. This day we undertake to render account to the widows and orphans whom our decision will make, to the wretches that will be roasted at the stake, to our country, and I do not deem it too serious to say, to conscience and to God. We are answerable, and if duty be anything more than a word of imposture, if conscience be not a bugbear, we are preparing to make ourselves as wretched as our country. There is no mistake in this case. There can be none. Experience has already been the prophet of events, and the cries of our future victims have already reached us. The Western inhabitants are not a silent and uncomplaining sacrifice. The voice of humanity issues from the shade of their wilderness. It exclaims that while one hand is held up to reject this treaty, the other grasps a tomahawk. It summons our imagination to the scenes that will open. It is no great effort to the imagination to conceive that events so near are already begun. I can fancy that I listen to the yells of savage vengeance and the shrieks of torture. Already they seem to sigh in the west wind. Already they mingle with every echo from the mountains. It is not the part of prudence to be inattentive to the tendencies of measures. Where there is any ground to fear that these will be pernicious, wisdom and duty forbid that we should underrate them. If we reject the treaty, will our peace be as safe as if we executed it with good faith? I do honor to the intrepid spirit of those who say it will. It was formerly understood to constitute the excellence of a man's faith to believe without evidence and against it. But as opinions on this article are changed, and we are called to act for our country, it becomes us to explore the dangers that will attend its peace and to avoid them if we can. Few of us here, and fewer still in proportion of our constituents, will doubt that, by rejecting, all those dangers will be aggravated. End of section 23.